Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 33-20. Endless Stonefather Long Chen had never expected that he would appear at a time like this. No matter what the reason for his arrival was, the most important thing right now was that he was completely different from how he had been when Elder God Lingsu had first arrived. Back then, Elder God Lingsu had been slaughtering the living creatures because she had no idea what was going on. Now, however, Long Chen could sense a thick aura of hatred and rage. The Infinity Stonefather was definitely killing for the sake of killing. He knew exactly what it meant to kill. If not for the fact that he didn't want to destroy the world, he probably would have attacked and destroyed the entire endless mountain of cosmos. Seeing this, he realized that the Endless Stonefather was much harder to deal with. He was a true progenitor. What's wrong with this person? He's destroying his own world and killing his own people and family. Damn it. Ancestor God Ling Su couldn't take it anymore. From the moment she had appeared, she had been greatly influenced by Long Chen. She had already developed a kind personality. Go down and stop him. Protect the endless mountain of cosmos. Adding ancestral God Ling Su, Long Chen's team now had a total of 5 members. Originally, he and Mo Xiaolang had been relatively weak. However, things were different now. Because of that fortuitous encounter, Long Chen was now even more frightening than Su Yan. As for Mo Xiaolang, after obtaining 7 types of ancestral flames, even though he was still a half-martial ancestor like everyone else, he had also grown quite a bit. Ancestor God Ling Su was also a 9th-era progenitor who was on par with the Endless Stonefather. The 5 charged down towards the endless mountain of cosmos, where the Endless Stonefather was currently destroying. Before Long Chen even arrived, he shouted, "Endless Stonefather, please stay your hand. We can talk things over." His voice brought hope to the people of the endless cosmos. For a time, the people who were in fear finally felt a little more at ease. When the stone ancestor was enraged, it was like the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Mountain torrents were erupting, disasters were everywhere, and whales were everywhere. When Long Chen's majestic voice descended, it did affect Ancestor Stone. After all, he could sense how powerful Long Chen was. There were also many experts descending from the sky. These experts made him feel as if he was on the same level as them. Finally, an existence on the same level as him had appeared. Boom! Finally, the stone ancestor paused for a moment and looked up at the sky. In that instant, 5 rays of light flashed in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, 5 men and women appeared in front of the stone ancestor. Seeing that these 5 people seemed to be very similar to him, and that they had the power to rule over everything, Stone Ancestor felt a little apprehensive. In addition to the way Long Chen had addressed him, he was very concerned. He said coldly, "You know me." He had finally stopped. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief and said sincerely, "Of course I do. You are the Endless Stone Ancestor, the creator of the endless mountain of cosmos. You are the one who created this world. Everyone here is your people, your family. Creator, Endless Stonefather." Stone Ancestor's eyes were filled with suspicion. He had always trusted a person, but he had never thought that he would be deceived in such a manner. Now was the time when he was the angriest, and it was also the time when it was hard for him to trust others. He laughed. "Not a bad story, but all of you only know how to deceive me. Right now, I don't trust anyone. If you want me to be the creator of this world and protect it, I'd rather be the destroyer. I'll destroy everything and send all the deceivers to their deaths." The stone ancestor roared. Long Chen and the others weren't able to stop him, and tens of thousands of people died. "Stay your hand, you scoundrel. How can you kill the lifeforms you created? You are a traitor, and you deserve to die." Seeing the savage look on the stone ancestor's face, the simple-minded ancestor God Ling Su was completely enraged. If it weren't for Long Chen holding her back, she would have already attacked. To her, everything that the stone ancestor had done was unforgivable. "And who are you?" The stone ancestor realized that this woman was the most terrifying person in their group. She was countless times more beautiful than Hong Qianxue, and she was on the same level as him. Compared to the two of them, even Long Chen and the others were a bit weaker. So when he saw Elder God Ling Su, his gaze completely changed. He felt an incomparably powerful desire to possess this woman. Only she could withstand him. The problem, however, was that he no longer dared to trust women. Hong Qianxue had made him believe in relying on his own power to obtain everything he wanted. Although Hong Qianxue had been deceiving him all this time, he now understood. "I have my own world as well, but I cherish all of you. I'm not like you, who actually slaughtered so many living beings." Elder God Ling Su said disdainfully. "We're the same kind of people." This caused the stone ancestor's gaze to grow even more fervent. It was bordering on insanity. His rage was simply too intense, and his gaze was simply too invasive. "Not at all. Only if you can understand that this is your home." Elder God Ling Su was helping Long Chen guide him. But in truth, Long Chen could already sense that the stone ancestor was going a bit crazy. He was in a state of rage, and although he didn't know what he had experienced, he knew that he had probably been deceived. Next, he would most likely attack them. This was Long Chen's intuition. "Kitten." Secretly, Long Chen reminded Kitten. "Boss, we're ready." Just as they finished their conversation, the stone ancestor began to pant heavily as he drew closer and closer to Elder God Ling Su. Panting for breath, he growled, "I can agree to your request, but there's a condition. The condition is that you have to become my woman. Go die." No matter how patient Elder God Ling Su was, she was infuriated to the point of insanity. Long Chen had only asked Elder God Ling Su to come help out as a safety precaution, but there was no way for him to control the current situation. Patriarch Stonestone's desire for women was simply bizarre. Chaotic samsara reversal. Just as the two ninth-era Elder Gods were about to explode, Long Chen gave Kitten a signal. Kitten immediately used chaotic samsara reversal. Kitten was very close to the progenitor realm, and these two true progenitors were not at their peak. Under the influence of the laws, they were instantly affected. Of course, the others did not resist. Only the stone ancestor did. But in the blink of an eye, they were all teleported 10 million kilometers away by the power of samsara. When they turned around, they saw that the endless mountain of universes was already quite far away. This was a safe place. It was also to protect the fragile world of the infinite worlds. After arriving here, Long Chen arranged for everyone to spread out and surround the stone ancestor. Now that they were here, it was much easier to talk. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Stone ancestor, we can calm down and discuss things slowly. We don't know what happened to you in the endless mountain of universes, but the five of us definitely have no ill intentions towards you. We are the same kind of people." The stone ancestor looked at them. This feeling of being surrounded made him feel rather unhappy, but Long Chen had no other choice. They were most afraid of letting the stone ancestor slip away. If he reached another world, what would they do if he destroyed it? He had to suppress his emotions. At this moment, the stone ancestor howled angrily, "Don't try to trick me. My conditions are very simple. I want this woman. Make her mine. Otherwise, I'll destroy the entire endless mountain of universes. You have no choice but to agree to this." Long Chen understood very well that he was actually a child. However, he was a child who had been deceived and hurt. Hence, his heart was currently filled with fear. It was precisely because of this fear that he possessed the greatest power in the myriad worlds. This was why it was terrifying. It was truly difficult for him to control himself. He was a child who possessed the ability to destroy the world, yet he was also deeply afraid. Bullshit. Ancestral god Ling Su was truly enraged. She wasn't very mature herself, but she was a kind child. I knew you wouldn't agree. Even if you did, I wouldn't believe you. You're definitely going to trick me. I'm going to use my own power to take you. Anyone else who tries to stop me, I'll destroy them. He didn't hold Long Chen and the others in any regard. He felt that Long Chen and the others were still a bit lacking. They weren't at their level. In his heart, his greatest enemy was ancestral god Ling Su. There was no room for negotiation at all. After saying these words, he stared fixedly at ancestral god Ling Su. By now, he was a firm believer in the edicts of brute force, and he used his tremendous power to form a perfect body that charged savagely towards elder god Ling Su. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. He really wanted to know who it was in the endless mountain of universes who had injured Ancestor Stonerock to such an extent. It had to be a minor figure, but he never would have imagined that such a minor figure would be able to change the fate of the entire endless mountain of universes and the entire infinite worlds, giving Long Chen such a huge problem. Big brother, what should we do? There was no way to stop Ancestor Stonerock's attacks. If persuasion doesn't work, do your best to restrain him. We definitely can't let him escape. We can heavily injure him, but we can't let him escape. Once he escaped, Ancestor Stonerock would become even more enraged and hateful. That would be a disaster that would be even more terrifying than the primeval troll. Understood. Everyone knew what to do now. However, the main focus of this attack was still Elder God Ling Su. She was so angry that she didn't even want to listen to what Long Chen had to say. All she wanted to do was beat him up and vent her anger. The two elder gods of the Ninth Era clashed against each other. Ancestor Stonerock, the person who deceived you is just one of the countless members of the endless mountain of universes. You are a creator. How can you allow a puny little creature to influence your mind? You are a transcendent being, a god who rules over everything. Calm down. We are all good people, and we wouldn't lie to you about anything. Long Chen was making one final push. But Ancestor Stonerock didn't seem to hear a word of it. His scorching gaze was completely focused on Elder God Ling Su's body, and his desire was magnified to a terrifying degree. That woman had left a deep impression on him. Every newborn was like a blank piece of paper. Chapter 33-21. That was why Hong Qianxue had changed the Endless Stone Ancestor. Long Chen refused to believe that the current Endless Stone Ancestor was anything he could say. All his attention was on Ancestor God Ling Su. To him, this was just a battle between him and Ancestor God Ling Su. He had already started to forget about the others. Of course, Ancestor God Ling Su was also very angry. The more disrespectful the Endless Stone Ancestor was to her, the angrier she became. When the Endless Stone Ancestor charged right in front of her and seemed to be preparing to attack, her heart was already filled with killing intent. Although the Endless Stone Ancestor was in a weakened state like Ancestor God Ling Su, they were both ancestral ancestors of the Ninth Era. Now that he was showing his true power, it was indeed terrifying. His power completely suppressed Long Chen and the others. He was even a little unbridled. His entire body turned into real rocks. Under his control, all the stars around him were trembling. Countless rocks began to form in the air. Crack, crack, the rocks formed and exploded, making violent sounds. The endless world around them was occupied by the rocks of the Endless Stone Ancestor. Now, it was not Long Chen and the others who had surrounded the Endless Stone Ancestor. Instead, it was the Endless Stone Ancestor who had surrounded them. You can't escape from my palm, the Endless Stone Ancestor laughed arrogantly at Ancestor God Ling Su. After he finished speaking, his eyes turned slightly sinister. His gaze was cold, and the power of an ancestor exploded from his body. 5 Finger Mountains, these were his rules. the endless stone ancestor opened his palm and pointed angrily at the heavens. His 5 fingers were wrapped with dim yellow lightning as he pierced the heavens. Above the endless heavens, where the dim yellow lightning passed, 5 pitch-black mountains formed, lying horizontally above the heads of Long Chen and the others. These were not ordinary mountains. They were rules with extremely strong suppressive power, a suppressive power that had never been seen before. Under the suppression, even Long Chen felt a little breathless. These black mountains were somewhat similar to his destruction Dragon Ball, but they were just a type of rule. Every black gravel that formed these mountains probably weighed billions of kilograms. That was why they had such terrifying power. After all, there were billions of gravel on these mountains. Boom! As the endless stone ancestor laughed maniacally, the pitch-black 5 fingers mountain descended, blotting out the sky and making it impossible to escape. Under the suppression, the natural laws of the 5 fingers mountain locked onto the bodies of Long Chen and the others, restricting them. Although it wasn't the 9th era's ancestral progenitor at its peak, a casual attack was enough to make everyone's expressions change. Now that the other party had made a move, it would be difficult to stop him with words. Long Chen was a decisive person. From this moment on, he had basically decided that he could only use force to make this endless stone ancestor submit. However, he also knew that this was difficult. However, there was only one way to go. In truth, as soon as Infinity Stonefather attacked, Elder God Lingsu had sensed the edicts and instantly reacted. As the 5-fingered mountain descended, Elder God Lingsu easily completed her edicts. Stellar transposition. It was the rule that Long Chen had learned before. However, Elder God Lingsu was the progenitor of the Spirit Essence Star Sea. The edicts that she displayed were the true source of all the Spirit Essence Star Sea's edicts. What Lingxi had learned also came from Elder God Lingsu. Thus, the stellar transposition she displayed was on a completely different level. As the 5 fingers mountain descended, a dazzling vortex of stars appeared above everyone's heads, blocking the 5 fingers mountain. This was a vortex of stars, filled with the power of the stellar transposition's edicts. It was like a funnel. As the 5 fingers mountain descended and suppressed the stellar transposition, it was like a boulder floating in the ocean. In that instant, the stellar transposition completely stripped the endless stone ancestor of his control over the matter and swallowed it whole. Buzz. In an instant, the 5 fingers mountain disappeared. Of course, the stellar transposition also disappeared. After all, swallowing up the 5 fingers mountain was no easy feat. As soon as Elder God Lingsu made her move, she helped Long Chen and the others resolve the crisis. Of course, this also made the endless stone ancestor realize how difficult it was to deal with this woman he wanted. At that moment, his furious gaze shifted from Elder God Lingsu to Long Chen and the others. Finally, it landed on Soi Yan. Soi Yan was still not in her primitive giant demon form, so she was a little weak. He immediately fixed his gaze on Soi Yan. Humph. I'll deal with you flies first. Knowing the power of Elder God Lingsu, he chose not to fight her head-on. Instead, he chose to target Long Chen and the others. At that moment, he felt a deep desire to kill Soi Yan. In an instant, he advanced, traversing an immeasurable distance. He once again prepared a killer move in his hands and attacked Soi Yan. Countless rocks closed in on him. At that moment, Soi Yan was very calm. Before Ancestor Stone's killer move arrived, she used the Void Demon's laws and turned into nothingness. At her current level, after turning into nothingness, no one present would be able to discover her. Where did she go? For a moment, Ancestor Stone was also stunned. He had picked a soft persimmon, only to find that this soft persimmon was not easy to deal with either. However, his attack on Soi Yan had thoroughly angered Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang was the first to attack. Immediately after, all the attacks collided, a huge sun surged out of Mo Xiaolang's mouth, with 7 kinds of ancestral flames as the core. It exploded with a deafening roar, surrounded by billions of divine flames. The sun surged towards Mo Xiaolang's body. On Kitten's side, he used the 1,000 tribulation samsara world. Each samsara world was like a huge raindrop, pouring down like a downpour. Meanwhile, Soi Yan, who was originally Ancestor Stone's target, appeared in another world. By the time she appeared, she was already a huge primitive giant demon, Roar. The primitive giant demon used the world of gods and demons' laws, descending in another place. The lethality of these 3 types of attacks was not to be underestimated. However, compared to Ancestor God Ling Su, it was nothing. Right now, she was the angriest one. Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation. For a moment, tens of thousands of formation diagrams surrounded Ancestor Stone. There were 5,000 above and 5,000 below. Every formation diagram contained thousands of restraining powers, as well as the destructive power of the spirit laws, buzz, being trapped by so many laws. Ancestor Stone was very depressed. In such a short time, Long Chen made the most effective move, the Dragon's Inverse Blood. Although the Dragon's Inverse Blood was not as powerful as the others, it was born inside Ancestor Stone's body. Although it was slower to use than everyone else, it was the fastest to deal damage to Ancestor Stone. Of the 5 types of laws, the Dragon's Inverse Blood was the first to affect Ancestor Stone's resistance. The other laws descended one after the other. When Ancestor Stone was completely defenseless, they all exploded. That Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation alone was the most devastating blow to Ancestor Stone. The Stone Ancestor cried out in anger. The rocks on his body were being destroyed by the flames, reincarnation, and creation nomological laws. Ancestor God Ling Su's nomological laws were binding him tightly. Then, all sorts of spirit nomological laws started to destroy him. As for the Dragon's Inverse Blood, more importantly, it affected his condition. Inside and outside, Ancestor Stone could only be tortured for a short period of time. Under the destructive power of the various laws, his body was quickly disintegrating. Seeing that they had finally restrained Ancestor Stone, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor God Ling Su was now shrinking the Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation. She wanted to wrap the Spirit Essence Heaven Punishing Formation completely around Ancestor Stone's body. Then, she would be able to restrain Ancestor Stone's movements. When that happened, they would probably be able to talk nicely. Long Chen and the others had already stopped what they were doing and were watching nervously. To be honest, the combined strength of the 5 of them was indeed far superior to Ancestor Stone. Apart from Ancestor God Ling Su, everyone else could fight against Ancestor Stone for a period of time. Ancestor God Ling Su was even on par with Ancestor Stone. If they attacked together, they would definitely win. We can't kill him. He's the Endless Universe Mountain's creator god. Although he did not know how he had escaped the devouring of the sky-swallowing race, he at least said that he was on their side. In the future, they might be able to use his power against the sky-swallowing race. That was why Long Chen could not bear to let him be destroyed. However, he was actually thinking too much. Ancestor Stone was not so easy to deal with. Just as Ancestor God Ling Su was suffering the full brunt of the Spirit Essence Heaven Executioner Formation, Ancestor Stone's appearance actually began to change. From human form, he transformed into a boulder that was easily torn apart by the Spirit Essence Heaven Executioner Formation. The real Ancestor Stone appeared in a faraway place. This was a law that had instantly escaped Ancestor God Ling Su's control. On the other side, Ancestor Stone was slightly injured, but it did not affect him. At that moment, he realized the power of Long Chen and the others. He laughed coldly and did not even look back. He quickly disappeared from Long Chen and the others' vision. I will remember all of you. After saying this, he disappeared. Long Chen and the others chased after him. At the start, they could still see him. Not long after, they completely lost sight of him. This meant that Ancestor Stone had completely escaped their control. This is troublesome. From the start, Long Chen knew that the most troublesome thing was that Ancestor Stone had escaped. Now, such a thing had actually happened. Now, the endless mountain of universe was considered to be out of danger. However, Ancestor Stone still harbored hatred towards them. When Ancestor Stone discovered other worlds, he might mercilessly destroy them in revenge. After all, that was Ancestor Stone's current state of mind. At that thought, Long Chen hurriedly informed the entire 10,000 domains. This was the most urgent news. At once, all the rulers of the 10,000 domains received the news. It was just like the arrival of a new doomsday. Once you find this person, inform me immediately. After Long Chen finished giving his instructions, he looked up and saw that everyone's expressions were rather anxious. Long Chen, is it my fault? I was too rash, Ancestor God Ling Su said a little awkwardly. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. This is probably a calamity that the 10,000 domains should face. If I have to face Ancestor Stone again, I will not show him any mercy. There was another chapter that was slightly later. It was about 6 to 8 o'clock. R405. Chapter 33-22. The infinite worlds were so vast that it was impossible to tell which direction Stone Ancestor had fled to. Therefore, it was impossible to catch up to him. Therefore, Long Chen could only pin his hopes on the rulers of the infinite worlds. Of course, it wasn't that Long Chen didn't take the initiative to defend. First, he sent a large number of dragons from the draconic sacrificial continent to the infinite worlds. Although they couldn't stop Stone Ancestor, they could at least send a message earlier. At the same time, he told the world lords of the many original grade worlds what had happened here. For the time being, Stone Ancestor wouldn't go to other original grade worlds apart from the chaotic divine realm. Therefore, Long Chen needed their support. They had a large number of deity emperors and godly venerables. As long as there were 2 or more deity emperors in each world, it shouldn't be a problem to send a message quickly. Unless Stone Ancestor was too ruthless. If he suddenly appeared in a world and destroyed it in an instant. That way, he probably wouldn't be able to react in time. Now, he could only pray that Stone Ancestor wasn't that ruthless. Once I find Stone Ancestor, I only have one chance. I can't show any mercy. For all beings in the infinite worlds, even if he was an ancestor god, Long Chen couldn't show any mercy. This incident taught him that if more ancestor gods appeared, he must find them as soon as possible. If he happened to run into someone like Qianxue, it would indeed be a huge problem. Long Chen and the others were anxiously waiting in the death realm. He thought, Stone Ancestor is like a newborn child. He won't be very intelligent. This will be easier to deal with. This is his first time encountering another world. He'll be very vengeful and will probably attack immediately. At that time, Stone Ancestor had gone east. The east was the territory of the demons. Long Chen had strengthened the defenses of the few worlds near the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. He had even traversed through these few worlds. The 10,000 worlds were simply too fragile. He couldn't let Stone Ancestor destroy any world. Long Chen, I actually have this thing. I didn't use it just now. I can definitely catch him this time. Ancestor God Ling Su saw that Long Chen had set up the defenses and came to Long Chen's side. What is it? Ancestor God Ling Su wouldn't lie. Long Chen was very curious. This, Elder God Ling Su waved her hand, and a wall appeared in front of Long Chen. However, this was no ordinary wall, it was made of jade. It was an enormous piece of precious jade that was pure and crystalline. It had the same aura as Elder God Lingsu. At first glance, Long Chen felt that it was very ordinary. It was a very common jade stone in the myriad worlds. It probably couldn't even be considered a primal chaos treasure. But as he looked at it a second time and a third time, Long Chen was more and more stunned by how special this jade disc was. It was ancient, terrifyingly ancient. It was as ancient as Elder God Lingsu, and there was a thick mark on it that belonged to Elder God Lingsu. It was as though it had been born alongside Elder God Lingsu. It was a part of Elder God Lingsu. It didn't seem like there was any power, but it was ancient and obscure. It was a type of power in itself. This wasn't a creation divine artifact, but after taking a few more glances at it, Long Chen was even able to determine that when ancestral god Ling Su truly exerted its might, it would surely be a creation divine artifact that surpassed the half-martial ancestor realm. What is this? Long Chen looked at it for a while. I don't know. I don't know what it is either, but it's just like your creation divine artifacts. I can use it. Elder God Ling Su said innocently. When did you discover it? Elder God Ling Su thought for a moment, then said, a few days ago, I think. Actually, it's been in my body this entire time. I just didn't notice it before. I took it out a few days ago, and I found it to be quite useful. Although he didn't know what it was something that belonged to a progenitor. It would definitely be very useful. Above the god realm was the progenitor realm. That was indeed a completely different level, and it was filled with great surprises that awaited Long Chen and the others. Are you confident? I'll give it a try. Although Ling Su was acting a little coquettishly, Long Chen still trusted her. There wasn't much time left. As soon as Long Chen and Elder God Ling Su began to discuss the jade pendant, Patriarch Stonefall couldn't hold it in any longer. The God Emperor expert that Long Chen had left behind in a world called the Jade Fall Demon World hurriedly informed Long Chen of what Patriarch Stonefall was doing. In truth, all he needed to do was send a signal, and Long Chen would immediately react. He would open the Death Realm Dragon Gate and lead everyone out. Jade Fall Demon World. The Jade Fall Demon World was made up of 10 planets, each of them roughly the same size. Long Chen and the others had appeared on the most important planet. When they arrived, the outermost giant star, the giant star called Closed Moon Star, burst out with a fierce light. An incomparably huge rock pillar pierced through the giant star in an instant. It was unknown just how many living beings and fiend gods had died here in an instant. Although the moonblock star hadn't directly exploded, the stone pillar had pierced through it. At the very least, all living beings and fiend gods in the area it had pierced through were completely wiped out. Such a tragic scene was witnessed by Long Chen and the others. It wasn't that Long Chen and the others were too slow, but that Patriarch Stonefall was too ruthless. He had used a killing move right from the get-go. The disaster had already happened. But ever since Long Chen and the others had appeared, they wouldn't let the disaster continue. Long Chen had the soul song of life, and he could bring the dead back to life on the half-destroyed moonblock star. Now that he was the Lord of Myriad Worlds, he had the ability to do so. But there were always some living beings that couldn't be saved. Therefore, the most important thing was to stop Patriarch Stonefall. This was their only chance. Seeing the scene in Jian and City, everyone was furious. In the blink of an eye, everyone arrived next to the moonblock star and locked onto Patriarch Stonefall's position. Basically, as soon as Patriarch Stonefall appeared and attacked, Long Chen and the others arrived. Samsara reversal. Kitten made her move. In an instant, Patriarch Stonefall fell into the vortex, and in the blink of an eye, he was far away from the Jade Fall Demon Realm, a place where he could fight. At least from the situation on the moonblock star, Patriarch Stonefall couldn't be forgiven. Therefore, at this time, everyone attacked at the same time, and all of them were killing moves. Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and Soi Eon attacked the same way as before, but this time, they attacked with hatred, so they were especially fierce. And this time, the one who dealt the greatest damage to Patriarch Stonefall was Long Chen. "It's you guys again." Patriarch Stonefall still didn't understand how they had appeared. He had originally thought that Long Chen and the others wouldn't be able to catch up to him. He hadn't expected that just as he discovered a new world and attacked, Long Chen and the others would arrive. And this time, without saying a word, they attacked directly. In front of Patriarch Stonefall, Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had used this type of nomological law. The primordial sacrificial dragon tumbled in front of Patriarch Stonefall, and suddenly, the annihilation dragon pearl began to form in its mouth. The three nomological laws of primordial chaos, and good fortune were intertwined. This time, it was to create an opportunity for ancestor god Ling Su, so the power it displayed was no less than the annihilation devouring dragon servant. In a short time, the annihilation dragon pearl was born. The dark star swirled in the mouth of Long Chen's primordial sacrificial dragon. With a roar, it spat out. At this time, Patriarch Stonefall was defending against the three attacks from Mo Xiaolang and the others. He had created countless boulders, barely managing to block the three's attacks. But at this time, Long Chen spat out the annihilation dragon pearl, which slammed into the boulders. The power of the annihilation dragon pearl was definitely greater than the combined power of the three of them. Their combined attacks were already quite ferocious, and with the addition of the annihilation dragon pearl, as well as the black star, the annihilation dragon pearl exploded, instantly engulfing Patriarch Stonefall. Finally, it was ancestor god Ling Su's turn. This attack had to be fast and accurate. This time, Long Chen wasn't even afraid of accidentally killing Patriarch Stonefall. Roar! Even Patriarch Stonefall's incredibly tough body was unable to withstand the destructive power of the annihilation dragon pearl. The boulders covering his body began to explode, destroying many layers of them. His originally human-sized body quickly shrank to the size of an ordinary human's arm. Long Chen's attack had seriously injured him. Ancestor god Ling Su suddenly appeared in front of him. Damn you all! Even though Patriarch Stonefall was heavily injured, he was still quite ferocious. This time, however, neither ancestor god Ling Su nor Long Chen paid him any heed. Ancestor god Ling Su summoned her jade slip, then descended behind Patriarch Stonefall. Get in here. If Patriarch Stonefall hadn't been so heavily injured, they might not have been able to bring him into the jade slip. But now, things were much easier. In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Stonefall vanished. He had been sealed within the jade slip, as though he had been frozen by the stillness mantra. However, the jade slip truly did have an even more powerful sealing power, far more powerful than the stillness mantra. Everything came to a sudden halt. Everyone surrounded the jade slip. At first, they were rather nervous, but when they saw that Patriarch Stonefall was completely motionless, they relaxed. They finally had this unstable factor under control. Only now did they realize that Long Chen's decision to communicate with ancestor god Ling Su had been the correct one. That scoundrel won't be able to escape this time. I'll make sure you never come out of this jade slip. Let's see if you'll continue harming people. Ancestor god Ling Su said angrily. Keep him under control. Don't let anything happen to him. Long Chen gave some instructions, then returned to the Jade Fall Demon realm. Long Chen had already sent quite a few people out to rescue people. The situation on secluded Moon Star had stabilized, and now that Patriarch Stonefall had been imprisoned, the stone pillar had vanished as well. Long Chen had no way of repairing the destruction of secluded Moon Star, but he could revive the dead. If there wasn't enough space on secluded Moon Star, then he would have to move to another place in the Jade Fall Demon realm. After all, this place was filled with Yao, and they were a bit more resilient than humans. Before long, the flames of the soul-circling melody covered secluded Moon Star. For now, no other places were affected. Patriarch Stonefall was completely frozen within the jade slip, and ancestor god Ling Su was watching over him. There shouldn't be any problems. Next, Long Chen would try to convince her. One life after another was reborn at Long Chen's hands. Yet another calamity had passed. Chapter 33-23. Finally, Endless Ancestor Stone was trapped. The reconstruction of the Jade Fall Demon Realm was now taken over by others. Long Chen and the rest gathered together. The most important thing now was to deal with Ancestor Stone. To the demonic dragon ancient tomb. The world of death was now a passageway to the myriad realms. The world of life had a huge life force, and Long Chen needed it sometimes. Needless to say, the Tower of Time was the place where many mystical dragons cultivated. Therefore, Long Chen chose the demonic dragon ancient tomb to imprison Ancestor Stone. Of course, the most important thing was to enlighten him. It would be great if he could be like ancestor god Ling Su. Arriving at the demonic dragon ancient tomb, Long Chen suppressed Ancestor Stone in the core of the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Then, he said to ancestor god Ling Su, Su, he has a lot of thoughts about you. Go back to the spirit essence star ocean first. I'll come find you after I've dealt with him. I don't want to talk to him. Ancestor god Ling Su went back in a huff. Such matters could only be discussed in private. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang and the rest also went back to cultivate. Long Chen shouldered the task of persuading Ancestor Stone. For someone of Ancestor Stone's level, he could only persuade. Separated by the jade disc, Long Chen and Stone Ancestor were facing each other. Stone Ancestor's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Long Chen with incomparable rage as he let out low growls. Ancestor god Ling Su was the controller of the jade disc. If she wanted Ancestor Stone to speak, Ancestor Stone could speak. But now, Long Chen needed him to shut up and listen to him. You are the creator of the endless mountain of cosmos, while she is the creator of the spirit essence star ocean. For some unknown reason, both of you lost your memories. When you were reborn, you met with different people. Ancestor god Ling Su met me, and I treated her as a good friend. We coexisted peacefully in this world, and she was extremely responsible in protecting her people. But you are different, because the moment you appeared, you met someone who caused your mind to change drastically. Actually, you were just unlucky. In this entire world, most people are kind and sincere. Long Chen said everything he could. He was indeed like a friend, and he was communicating with the other party. The enemy in the future was too strong, and it was a good thing to have another helper. If he was the only surviving ancestor god of the myriad worlds, then he really shouldn't have been destroyed. Half a day later, Ancestor Stone still had a ferocious look in his eyes. Long Chen asked ancestor god Ling Su to give Ancestor Stone a chance to speak. Ancestor Stone laughed coldly and said, "You said you treated me as a friend, but you imprisoned me here. If you really treat me as a friend, then let me go." Long Chen shook his head. This guy's views were too deeply rooted. It's not that I don't want to let you go, but I have to be responsible for the people of this world. You are too strong. If I let you go and you destroy the world, then I will let down all those who died because of you. Don't make it sound so nice. You're all liars. You know that I don't have memories, so you're trying to trick me. Get lost, I won't believe you. Once I escape from here, it'll be your doomsday. Ancestor Stone was still very agitated. For a moment, Long Chen was also depressed. It seemed like this matter could not be rushed. Fortunately, ancestor god Ling Su's jade disc was stable enough. Long Chen planned to take some time every day to chat with Ancestor Stone, hoping to make some progress. There was a saying that went, it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was hard to change a person's nature. In such a short period of time, because of Hong Qianxue, ancestor stone had formed a deep-rooted personality. But in reality, every elder god had their own nature. Whether or not ancestor stone's personality was the same as it was before the epoch, no one knew. Longchen originally thought that the myriad worlds would be peaceful again after dealing with ancestor stone. However, just like the ominous feeling in his heart, a bigger shadow was approaching his head, just like the countless shadows that covered the sacrificial dragon continent during the battle before the epoch. For Longchen and the others, ancestor stone seemed to be the only trouble in a short period of time. While Longchen took time to chat with ancestor stone every day, his cultivation base was also advancing by leaps and bounds towards the ultimate god realm. However, in reality, it was still a long way from the speed before the epoch. The world before the epoch was too superior. With Longchen's talent of inheriting the 8 ancestral dragons' blood essence, he was also the first person before the epoch. It was normal for such talent to suddenly skyrocket in the right world. It's only a matter of time before I reach the ultimate god realm. The most important thing is to find the origin dragon soul. From the situation of the 3 lives karma flame and the necromancy blood fire, even in the current myriad worlds, there are still places that I haven't explored. The ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul is likely to be in these places. Therefore, Longchen was also doing his daily search for the origin dragon soul. 10 days had passed since ancestor stone was captured. On this day, Longchen was still in the demonic dragon ancient tomb. He tried to persuade ancestor stone, but it was to no avail. Longchen had the urge to strangle ancestor stone to death. This endless ancestor stone's temper was like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. Anyway, he did not believe Longchen even if he was beaten to death. His face was full of vigilance. No matter who tried to persuade him, it was useless. Until today, Longchen was basically prepared to keep ancestor stone in the demonic dragon ancient tomb if he did not take the initiative to be friendly. On this day, at the same time, something that Longchen did not expect happened again. In the myriad worlds, many things that made him extremely depressed were happening. This time, it was not just one. In the eastern star region, at the edge of the ancestral Kun realm, there was a dreamlike world called the 10,000 Snakes Cave. This was a demon race world, and it was very small. It was even smaller than the spirit essence star ocean. The strongest there had barely become a deity, and there were no divine monarchs. Compared to the dragon sacrificial continent where Longchen was born, the 10,000 Snakes Cave was only slightly bigger. In the entire myriad worlds, a world like the 10,000 Snakes Cave was ranked in the bottom 100. This was an inconspicuous world filled with snake-type demonic beasts. They were sinister and vicious, and the world was chaotic. However, none of them were strong. Longchen had dispatched 2 god emperors from the Grand Mist Divine World to stay in the vicinity to monitor the situation in the myriad snake cave. The 2 god emperors were very relaxed as they knew what they needed to pay attention to. First was Stone Ancestor. Since Stone Ancestor had been captured, they were safe for the time being. Second, there was a terrifying expert like Ancestor Stone, the myriad world's ancestor gods that suddenly descended. But this was just talk. Longchen knew that the myriad world's ancestor gods had all been devoured by the sky-devouring race. Therefore, Ancestor Ling Su and Ancestor Stone were the most he could do. But today, a transparent snake shadow condensed outside the 10,000 Snakes Cave. It shrank and suddenly appeared, finally condensing into a woman, standing outside the 10,000 Snakes Cave in a daze. This woman's divine body was slender and enchanting like a snake. Her body was only covered by a black cloth. Her dark skin was full of wildness, and her long and narrow eyes were especially captivating. Her fingernails were ink black and exceptionally long, revealing a cold light that could steal one's soul. Her ink-colored lips were faintly glowing. No one knew how much deadly venom there was in this place. After a brief daze, her narrow and sharp eyes looked seriously at the 10,000 snakes cave in front of her. In her eyes, there were about 1,000,000,000,000 lives in the 10,000 snakes cave. It seems like, the combined strength of all my kind is far inferior to mine. It seems like I can easily destroy this place. No matter who I am, I can dominate them. This feeling is very satisfying. I want to make all of them kneel at my feet. She twisted her snake-like waist and approached the 10,000 snakes cave. Suddenly, she sensed two existences on the other side and appeared in front of them. The two divine emperors from the primordial world were shocked to see this enchanting and terrifying woman. She must be a hierarch or above to be able to get so close to them so quickly. Although the possibility of such an existence was very high, they were in charge of notifying them. If the other party wanted to cause trouble, they still had to notify them. After all, everyone in the myriad worlds knew why they were stationed here. Even so, the other party was still so hostile towards them and gave them such a terrifying feeling. It was very likely that it was an existence similar to the stone ancestor. Before coming here, Long Chen had already told them that there was a possibility of other creator gods descending. In truth, Long Chen had only said it casually and didn't think too much about it. But because he had said it, the two god emperors immediately sent a message to Long Chen when they saw this woman. "Hello, is there anything you need our help with? We will be happy to help." One of the divine emperors quickly put on a smile. After the previous incident with Ancestor Stone, they knew that they must be kind when facing such existences. "I want to try killing people." The woman sneered, but when she said the last word, she blew out a jet of black air. Within this air, there seemed to be countless small snakes and venomous insects drilling into the bodies of the two celestial emperors in an instant. Arg! The two divine emperors screamed and died in pain. Very quickly, they vanished into thin air. The woman was very satisfied with her performance. As expected, she was very strong. Although she didn't know who she was or where she was, that wasn't important. She descended in the air above the 10,000 snakes cave. Suddenly, she transformed into a giant serpent that coiled around the entire cave. Even the entire world wasn't as big as her. In an instant, all the demons in the cave could see her. "From now on, I will rule all of you. I am your master. When you see me, you must address me as..." She paused, wondering how she should address herself. "Just call me master." The woman was very satisfied. Just as she expected, all the living beings in the 10,000 snakes cave knelt and prostrated themselves at her feet. It was too easy for a woman to instill fear in them. Another ancestor god descended. Chapter 33-24. Myriad Worlds, Southern Starfield. In the Taihao domain, not far from the Flower Fairy world, there was a world called the Wuxia Starry Sea. This was a deathly world, similar to the Spirit Essenced Starry Sea. There were less than 2 trillion lives there. In the entire Wuxia Starry Sea, there was a giant star surrounded by tens of thousands of companion stars. It was exactly the same as the Spirit Essenced Starry Sea. However, compared to the beauty of the Spirit Essenced Starry Sea, the Wuxia Starry Sea only had 2 colors, black and white. It was slightly similar to the Taihao Divine World of Supremacy Taihao, but much smaller than the Taihao Divine World. The Wuxia Starry Sea revolved in silence. There were not many battles, and it was very peaceful. 2 god kings from the chaotic divine world were stationed in the distance. They sat on 2 broken stars, cultivating separately. The myriad worlds were silent. At this moment, a white light flashed. A white-haired, white-browed, serious-looking elder appeared outside the Wuxia Starry Sea. Under his white hair and brows, there was a pair of pitch-black eyes. The moment he appeared, his eyes were in a lifeless state. He wore a simple robe, and inside the robe was a skinny body. He was very quiet. He stared at the Wuxia Starry Sea for a long time without saying a word. After a while, his eyes moved away from the Wuxia starry sea and saw the two god kings in the distance. With a single point of his finger, one of the two god emperors vanished into thin air without making a single sound. God King Yuhan. The other divine emperor was shocked when he sensed the commotion. In a short time, he knew that something had happened. Therefore, he reported what had happened here as fast as he could. Although he didn't know who killed Divine Emperor Yuhan, he didn't know who had killed Divine Emperor Yuhan. But in the next moment, he saw his body disappearing. There was nothing left. After dealing with the two god kings, the white-haired elder stared at the Wuxia starry sea for a long time. He did not say a word. In the end, he looked at his own body in confusion. Obviously, he did not know who he was or where he was. This world and my body are of the same origin. This was the conclusion the white-haired old man came to. Clearly, aside from ancestral god Ling Su and the endless stone ancestor, two more ancestral gods had appeared. The one from the cave of 10,000 snakes and the one from the boundless star ocean had appeared at the same time, and the news had reached Long Chen at the same time. However, Long Chen received a third message at the same time. It happened in the Western Star Domain, in a world called Penglai Island near the First Origin Sword Sea. It was a primeval grade world, similar to the Endless Cosmos Mountain. Although Penglai Island was called an island, it was actually a gigantic continent that was shrouded in mist all day long. It had the same state as the supreme ancient immortal realms. The news that Long Chen received was that a bald, short, and fat old man with terrifying strength had appeared on Penglai Island. He didn't know who he was at all. Now, he was walking on Penglai Island. Countless people were watching him, but those who approached him disappeared for no reason. This was actually the first news to arrive. Long Chen was having a heart-to-heart chat with Ancestor Stone when he suddenly received the news from Penglai Island. He was completely stunned. A third ancestral god has appeared. Previously, he suspected that he had encountered a human figure in the origin ground of the divine dragons, which led to the appearance of ancestral god Ling Su. After that, the endless stone ancestor appeared. Long Chen already felt that it had nothing to do with the origin ground of the divine dragons. Now, there was a 90% chance that the ancestral god of Penglai Island, the Ninth Era's ancestral god, Old Ancestor Penglai, had appeared. There were only 10,000 ancestral gods in the myriad of worlds. Kitten knew most of them. Basically, 4 worlds below the creation realm, including those at the creation realm, their ancestral god was at the primordial ancestor realm in the 9th era. There was no time to lose. Long Chen summoned Mo Xiaolang and the others and immediately prepared to appear. This time around, with the lesson from the Endless Stone Ancestor, Long Chen didn't inform ancestral god Ling Su first. If there was any danger, it wouldn't be too late to let her come over. Why would another ancestral god appear? What exactly happened? The news from Penglai Island made Long Chen very confused and anxious. However, at the next moment, 2 pieces of news came almost at the same time. The deity emperors stationed in the cave of 10,000 snakes and the boundless star ocean were all killed. In the cave of 10,000 snakes, a giant snake appeared and surrounded the entire world. It wanted all the demons to surrender. To Long Chen, it was very likely that 3 ancestral gods had descended at the same time. He was confused just now, but now he was completely dumbfounded. Moreover, these 3 pieces of news, especially the 10,000 Snakes Cave and the Wuxia Starry Sea, if these 2 ancestral gods had appeared, they had acted too quickly. When ancestral god Ling Su descended, she definitely didn't kill the god emperors directly. Instead, she roamed the mortal world for a long time. Endless Stone Ancestor even spent a long time with Hong Qianxue before he was exposed. This was the first time that a god emperor stationed at a place had been killed directly. With 3 ancestral gods appearing at the same time, Long Chen couldn't split himself. This was very troublesome. At that moment, Long Chen knew that he had to make the quickest decision to bring peace to the infinite worlds. This was an extremely tense moment, and one wrong decision would have a huge impact. The most important thing to fight against the ancestral gods was to gain their trust. It would be best if he could become a good friend like ancestral god Ling Su. Now, Long Chen could use 5 people. It wasn't that Lingxi, Li Xuanji, or the godmasters couldn't gain the trust of the ancestral gods. They would definitely die if something happened to the ancestral gods. Therefore, Long Chen could only let the 5 deal with it. If something happened, there was still a chance of survival. I'll go to Penglai Island alone. Kitten, you and Susu go to the Wuxia Starry Sea. Xiao Lang, you and Soyian go to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Penglai Island was the primeval level, the Wuxia Starry Sea was the death level, and the 10,000 Snakes Cave was the fantasy level. Normally, Patriarch Penglai's side would be the most difficult to deal with. Long Chen planned to face it alone. Of course, it depended on his ability to gain the trust of the ancestral gods instead of fighting. At that moment, ancestral god Ling Su arrived quickly. It's Patriarch Wuji's side. Once Lord Cat goes there and sees me, he'll be scared shitless. Don't worry, 10,000 Snakes Cave. I think it's that heavenly demon snake ancestor. You guys have to be careful. That guy was a vicious person before the epoch, but now that he's lost his memory, there's no difference. While Kitten was talking, they split into 3 groups. This was the fastest response. If one of them objected to Long Chen's arrangement, it would actually waste even more time. Fortunately, they were very cooperative and had a tacit understanding. No one felt that there was anything wrong with Long Chen's decision. Among them, Long Chen was the one who was the most shaken. If it was confirmed that ancestral gods had descended, and there were 5 of them, it would be fine if they could deal with them. But if they couldn't, and there were so many of them, like Stone Ancestor, the myriad worlds would be thrown into chaos. And now there were 5 of them. It was very likely that there would be more in the future. What was going on? The primeval troll calamity had just passed, so for Long Chen, he didn't have much time to rest. Soon, he felt that an even greater storm was about to descend. It had been drizzling before, and now it was a moderate rain. The raindrops were like drumbeats. Who knew if there would be a world-destroying downpour in the near future? He now hoped that Kitten and Xiao Lang would be able to deal with them smoothly. There were 2 of them, so it would actually be easier than him. If they worked together, it wouldn't be easy for them to be crushed by each other. On the other hand, his side was actually the most difficult. At this time, Long Chen was thinking about the most important question. When ancestor god Ling Su appeared, she was forced to kill at first. But she didn't do it consciously. After I communicated with her, she quickly accepted me. As for Endless Stone Ancestor, he was influenced by others. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't change him. This seems to indicate that after an ancestral god descends, their personalities are determined according to their encounters. But in reality, the influence of a woman on Endless Stone Ancestor can't be that great. There must be some kind of innate mischief. Before the epoch, the personalities of the myriad worlds' ancestral gods might have been lost, but they might still be reflected. For example, Su Su was kind to begin with, while Ancestor Stone might have been violent to begin with. Now that the 3 ancestral gods had appeared, it confirmed Long Chen's thoughts. Although every ancestral god is like a blank sheet of paper, they seem to be the same, but they aren't. Only their memories are blank sheets, but their personalities are still driven by their innate natures. Although their encounters are related, their innate natures are the most important. That's why Patriarch Penglai didn't kill the defending God Emperor, but Patriarch Wuji and Sky Demon Snake Ancestor were instantly killed. Sky Demon Snake Ancestor even wanted to dominate the 10,000 Snakes Cave. She just appeared, and no one taught her. At this thought, Longchen shared his guess with the other four. Most importantly, he told them to be careful. Kitten wouldn't act recklessly at the critical moment, and Mo Xiaolang knew when to stop. The only thing Longchen was worried about now was Mo Xiaolang. If Sky Demon Snake Ancestor attacked without hesitation, it would be very dangerous. Ancestor God Ling Su could deal with him alone, but Mo Xiaolang couldn't. Therefore, Longchen reminded Kitten that if both sides fought, it would be best for Kitten to return to Mo Xiaolang's side. As for his own side, Longchen had a certain degree of confidence. He hadn't considered the problem of innate natures when he made the arrangements, and it would be a waste of time to make new arrangements now. They could only bite the bullet. In the blink of an eye, Longchen arrived at Penglai Island. Although it was called an island, it was actually a vast continent shrouded in immortal mist. It used to be very peaceful, but now it was a little noisy. In a very short time, Longchen locked onto Patriarch Penglai's position. Swoosh! Longchen appeared in the sky. Chapter 33-25. Junior Longchen offers greetings, Patriarch Penglai. Welcome back to Penglai Island, Patriarch. Longchen was very respectful. He landed in front of Patriarch Penglai, not daring to show any hostility. After all, Patriarch Penglai looked like a kind man, so this friendly approach would be more effective. When he saw Patriarch Penglai, Longchen was sure that the third ancestral god had arrived. He had no idea what was going on with the other two sides. Do you know me? Patriarch Penglai's voice was mellow, amiable, and adorable, like a good-tempered old man. Of course I do. It's a long story. Ancestor, can I speak with you for a moment? I'll tell you everything from beginning to end. Longchen's tone was sincere and respectful. Besides, Patriarch Penglai had a lot of questions, so he nodded and said, "No problem." With a slight wave of his hand, the immortal mist swirled, and he and Longchen flew into the distance. Penglai Island was like a gem under their feet. Here, you can tell me in detail who I am, what happened, and why I am here. Patriarch Penglai asked slowly, not in a hurry. Meanwhile, Longchen was dealing with the affairs of the other two sides. Ancestral god Ling Su and Kitten had arrived in the everlasting star ocean, but the so-called Patriarch Wuxia did not exist. The only change in the entire everlasting star ocean was the inexplicable death of the two god emperors. One of them had sent a message before he died, but the everlasting star ocean was still very peaceful, without any change. Boss, could there be a mistake? Maybe Patriarch Wuxia did not appear at all? Kitten asked. Impossible. No one in the infinite worlds would mess around, and the two god emperors would not die for no reason. The possibility of Patriarch Wuxia's appearance is quite high, but we can't think of any ancestral god with common sense. It's very likely that he left as soon as he appeared. Susu, you search the vicinity and be on standby. Kitten, you go and help Xiaolang. Under Longchen's arrangement, they made some changes. There was no news from Mo Xiaolang, but Longchen would not be easy to deal with. Patriarch Penglai would be the easiest to deal with. Longchen believed that Patriarch Wuxia had appeared. However, although this guy was also blank, he was very frightening. As soon as he appeared, he killed two people silently and left. For Longchen, escaping out of control would be the biggest trouble. Once they went to other worlds, they might start a massacre. However, Patriarch Penglai's problem was right in front of him. After a while, Longchen said, "Senior, you are Patriarch Penglai. The world under your feet is called Penglai Island, which is one of the 10,000 worlds in the whole great world. Countless years ago, 10,000 ancestral gods created 10,000 worlds, and you are the creator of Penglai Island. All the mountains, rivers, and lives here originated from you, and you are also the guardian of this world, which is connected to your flesh and blood." I see. No wonder I have such a familiar feeling. Patriarch Penglai nodded. He had some confidence in his strength and identity. Hearing Long Chen's words, he was even more certain that Long Chen did not lie to him. But Stone Ancestor was different. He did not believe anything Long Chen said. Then why did I suddenly appear today, and then lose all my memories? Long Chen took a deep breath. He could not tell him about the sky-devouring clan, so he said, "Senior, this involves the eternal mystery of the infinite worlds. It has been 100 million years since the last ancestral gods of the infinite worlds existed. 100 million years ago, all the ancestral gods of the infinite worlds disappeared, and since then, there has been no creator in the infinite worlds. Since then, we have almost forgotten about the existence of the ancestral gods of the infinite worlds. But recently, in a world called the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, their ancestral god Spirit Essence reappeared in the same way as you, and when he appeared, he had no memories, just like you. I think no one in the infinite worlds knows why." Patriarch Penglai nodded. He could accept this explanation. If the ancestral gods of the infinite worlds had disappeared at the same time, it was normal that Long Chen did not know about it. After all, it had been 100 million years. In that case, I am the second elder god of the myriad worlds to be reborn. Long Chen shook his head, no. Previously, in a world called the Endless Cosmos Mountain, an endless stone ancestor appeared. He had no memories, and perhaps he was influenced by some evil beings. The endless stone ancestor didn't believe what we said, and wanted to destroy the 10,000 worlds, harming many innocent lives. In the end, Ancestor God Ling Su and I had no choice but to imprison him. Old Ancestor, we bear the responsibility of protecting all lives. Now that the ancestor gods of the 10,000 worlds have reappeared, and every one of them is extremely powerful, we hope that Senior can understand us. We are also loyal, and hope that Senior, since you created the world, you won't destroy the world and its living beings. All living beings are the same as us. Although they are weak, they have emotions, and they have goals. You don't need to say more, I understand. Don't worry, I won't be like the endless stone ancestor. Although I was a little confused when I appeared and killed some people, since this is my world, I created it, I won't hurt them again. After all, I can feel that I'm on a different level from them. Long Chen was overjoyed that Patriarch Penglai could think this way. He said, to be precise, Senior, you are the ancestor and origin of all the living beings on this Penglai island. It is because of you that they exist in the 10,000 worlds and have their origins. Patriarch Penglai smiled in satisfaction and said, although I disappeared and reappeared again, and I know nothing about my past, it is indeed interesting to have such an identity. Don't worry. He was a trustworthy person. Long Chen was anxious about what had happened in the other two worlds. Since he had settled the matter here, he went straight to the point and said, to tell you the truth, Senior, when you descended, there seemed to be ancestral gods in the Wuxia Star Ocean and the Cave of Myriad Snakes. 3 of my companions and ancestral god Ling Su went to the other two worlds. After all, we are worried that the ancestral gods with terrible power but blank minds will bring disaster to their worlds. So, you can actually come with me and see the other ancestral gods who suddenly appeared. On the one hand, he could support Mo Xiaolang and the others. On the other hand, Long Chen did not completely trust Patriarch Penglai. Although he was basically fine, he could not be careless when it came to the lives of the common people. I understand what you're thinking, but it doesn't matter. I'll go with you. He did not expect that although Patriarch Penglai had lost his memory, he was actually very smart and knew Long Chen's other purpose. This made Long Chen feel quite embarrassed. Without another word, he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and invited Patriarch Penglai in. Then, he found the passageway to the Wuxia Star Ocean. Right now, ancestral god Ling Su was alone. Upon arriving, Elder God Ling Su was in the middle of searching the surrounding area. She was startled when she saw an old man standing behind Long Chen. She stammered, "Why, you are Patriarch Penglai. You are also a creator ancestral god Ling Su." Patriarch Penglai was very interested in her. After all, they were the same kind. "That's me." After a few glances at her, Patriarch Penglai could tell if Long Chen was telling the truth. In fact, ancestral god Ling Su was still the same. She had no memory of her past. "How is it?" Long Chen looked around as well. Sure enough, there was no trace of Patriarch Penglai. "I don't know. I haven't found any trace of him since we arrived." At this moment, Patriarch Penglai wrinkled his nose and said, "He did appear, and he was someone similar to us. But he left as soon as he appeared. I smelled his scent, but I only know that he went in that direction." He pointed in a direction. With his confirmation, Long Chen was even more certain. Things were urgent. He quickly discussed with the other lords of origin worlds and deployed many experts in the direction Patriarch Penglai pointed. If Patriarch Penglai appeared, it would be best to find him as soon as possible. Now that they had Patriarch Penglai on their side, they would gain more benefits. "Let's go to the other side first." Just then, Long Chen received news that Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and Soi Yan had already begun fighting with Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor. The process went like this. After Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor conquered the Cave of Snakes, Mo Xiaolang and Kitten appeared. They basically told Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor everything that Long Chen and Patriarch Penglai had said. Sky Demon Snake Ancestor listened attentively and said, "So that's how it is. If there are only 3 ancestor gods and ancestor stone is still imprisoned by you, does that mean that if I kill you and Ling Su, I will be able to conquer the 10,000 worlds?" Although she had no memories, she had a strong desire in her bones. Mo Xiaolang and Kitten didn't know how to answer her. They could only analyze the pros and cons for her, saying that it was not a good idea and that the myriad worlds should prioritize the lives of all living beings. Who would have thought that the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor would casually kill over 100 million lives? He laughed coldly, "What's the point of creating these ants? Other than worshipping me and making me feel better, they don't seem to have any other use. Why do I have to prioritize their lives? The 10,000 worlds should prioritize my life." "Oh right, my name is the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor, right?" At this point, coupled with the death of 100 million lives, Mo Xiaolang couldn't hold back anymore. He had a strong feeling that Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor was even more ferocious than Endless Stone Ancestor. She didn't even need anyone to guide her. Her nature was extremely evil. Especially without the shackles of memories, she was even more fearless. "You two are the strongest in the myriad worlds, huh? Looks like killing you two and then taking care of Ling Su is enough. Let's start with you two." Chapter 33-26. After a short interaction with the Sky Snake Ancestor, Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan felt that they could not communicate with this ancestor god. Although she had no memories, her personality was deeply rooted in her bones. A strong desire, a cold heart. When the Sky Snake Ancestor had such intense killing intent, they realized the severity of the problem. At this time, they could only retreat and flee. It was not that they were afraid, but the urgent matter at hand was to prevent the Sky Snake Ancestor from destroying the Thousand Snake Cave. With her ability as a 9th-era progenitor, a casual attack could cause massive destruction. Such losses were unbearable. At this point, everyone deeply understood the fragility of the worlds. They were too fragile. To the ancestor gods, they were just like cotton. They could be destroyed with a wave of their hands. Hence, at this time, Mo Xiaolang was worried that she would not chase after them. However, his worry was unnecessary. The Sky Snake Ancestor had a strong determination to kill them. At the same time, she had a mental barrier against destroying the Thousand Snake Cave. When Mo Xiaolang and Yi Shiwen fled, the Sky Snake ancestor chased after them. In the process, a huge snake gradually formed behind them with terrifying speed. Roar! The opponent was too fast. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan had no choice but to transform into sun-devouring dire wolf and primitive giant demon. They left the Thousand Snake Cave together, searching for a suitable place to fight. However, they could not be too far away from the Thousand Snake Cave. After all, the nearby world was the Thousand Snake Cave. Long Chen had to rush over from the Death World Dragon Gate. When Mo Xiaolang turned around and saw that the Thousand Snakes Cave was only the size of a fist, he knew that he had arrived at the right place. When he turned around, he saw a huge snake that was even bigger than him and primitive great demon combined. It was black all over with black blood lines on its body. It was slender and sinister. Even Mo Xiaolang and Little Demon felt great pressure when they looked at its eyes. Your time of death has come. Sky Demon Snake Ancestor rushed over. She was one of the primogenitors of the demon race and now, she was fighting with Mo Xiaolang in close combat. The battle was extremely intense. In the starry sky, a gigantic demonic wolf, a gorgeous platinum giant demon, and a demonic snake were fighting crazily. A large area of the starry sky was shrouded by their battle. Everything in the surrounding space was destroyed, but fortunately, the 10,000 Snakes Cave was still fine. Rumble. Currently, Mo Xiaolang was completely enveloped by the 7 ancestral flames and the billions of divine flames. His flames were a weapon in close combat, but the venom of the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor was also an invisible weapon. Like the Jiuli Great Devil, the primitive Great Devil had a powerful physical body. It could also turn its body into hard metal like the Garuda Golden Devil. It could also devour like the heaven-devouring Great Devil. It could even make itself disappear like the Void Devil. In the Tao of Laws, the primitive Great Devil was very accomplished. Although she and the sun-devouring demonic wolf were far inferior to the 9th epoch's primordial ancestor like the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor, it was clear that they could hold on for a short period of time. Moreover, the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor had just appeared, and even the 10,000 Snakes Cave was only left with the illusory grade. It was not even comparable to the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Clearly, before the epoch, the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor was not as powerful as the Spirit Essence Ancestor. From the 10,000 Snakes Cave, the 3 behemoths were fighting crazily in the distant sky. It was like the end of the world had arrived. All the demons in the 10,000 Snakes Cave did not dare to breathe as they watched in a daze. Can they win? Don't worry. Moreover, Long Chen and the rest have not arrived yet. They will definitely succeed. Although the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor was their primordial ancestor god, the 10,000 Snakes Cave had suffered heavy casualties this time. They were filled with fear and hatred. Flames, laws, close combat. Mo Xiaolang's wolf claws, the primitive Great Devil's claws, tail, and teeth had left wounds on the giant serpent's body. But the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor had also left hideous wounds on their bodies. Poison was spreading. When primordial ancestor god level fought in close combat, the damage and shock caused would not be any less than laws. All battles actually started from the simplest form of killing. Using flesh and blood to kill was the foundation of battle. In terms of physical injuries, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were indeed more heavily injured. But Mo Xiaolang had the Chaos Green Flame. The Chaos Green Flame was a purifying, healing, and life fire. It was perfectly effective against the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor's poison. It could burn away the world poison of the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. As a result, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan had successfully endured. This caused the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor to be unable to use his full strength. After a while, the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor raged, "Are you trying to stall for time?" At this moment, from the direction of the 10,000 snake cave, a white light flashed. A pure white ferocious tiger traversed through space, charging over from the endless starry sky. Seeing the three giant beasts fighting, he did not say a word and directly charged over. The fourth giant beast joined the battle. A pair of bitches, Lord Cat is here to save your gloomy lives. From afar, Kitten was already acting arrogantly. Such a relaxed and arrogant attitude infuriated the sky demon snake ancestor. She originally thought that Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were the strongest. She did not expect there to be such a giant beast. The battle between the three giant beasts might not be able to suppress the sky demon snake ancestor, but it made it difficult for the sky demon snake ancestor to destroy them in a short period of time. They could take care of each other and work well together. Sometimes, they could even injure the sky demon snake ancestor. What do we do? We can't kill this girl. Kitten said anxiously. That's for sure. She is a creation ancestor. However, our first task is to stabilize her and imprison her. If that doesn't work, we can only wait for Big Brother and the rest to come. That's right. Big Brother seems to have settled it and is rushing over. Old ancestor Wuxia has already escaped. We can't let another one escape. Just as they were conversing secretly, light flashed near the 10,000 snake cave again. This time, Long Chen and the two creation ancestor gods, Ancestor Ling Su and Old Ancestor Peng Lai appeared at the same time. The moment they arrived, Long Chen and the rest noticed the battle here. Of course, the sky demon snake ancestor also noticed their arrival. When two existences on the same level as her and Long Chen appeared, the impact on her was too great. How dare you lie to me? There are so many experts in the myriad worlds. The sky demon snake ancestor's voice was shrill. Seeing the arrival of Long Chen and the rest, the sun-devouring monstrous wolf and the rest did not say a word. The three of them simultaneously launched a destructive attack on the sky demon snake ancestor. Their current goal was to completely stabilize the sky demon snake ancestor before Long Chen and the rest arrived. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. The sun-devouring monstrous wolf used billions of divine fires and 7 ancestral fires to form the heaven-devouring fire diagram to imprison the sky demon snake ancestor. World of gods and Buddhas. World of myriad tribulations. The laws of two worlds descended from the left and right, attacking the sky demon snake ancestor who was trapped in the heaven-devouring fire diagram. The collision of the two worlds produced unprecedented destructive power. Go over. Long Chen and the two ancestor gods charged over. In fact, Long Chen knew very well that the creation ancestor gods had just descended and had yet to fully recover the power of the ninth era's progenitor realm. Right now, they were only equivalent to the strongest experts below the progenitor realm. If they were alone, Long Chen would not be able to deal with them. But now that there were many of them, there was no need to worry about the sky demon snake ancestor. The most important thing now was to prevent him from escaping. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang and the rest had made a good choice to attack at this time. His speed was not inferior to the two creation ancestor gods. Hiss, hiss. Under the attacks of the three gigantic beasts, the sky demon snake ancestor was enraged. Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent. As she used her laws to resist the three, she coldly stared at the three on Long Chen's side. There were a total of 6 opponents and 2 creation ancestor gods. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to leave in the future. I was too rash. I should have hidden among them and waited for an opportunity to attack. Now, I can only escape. But all of you will be killed by me one by one. I want to become the sole ruler and control this boundless domain. At the moment of battle, the sky demon snake ancestor suddenly transformed back into her human form. That cold and enchanting figure that was as enchanting as a snake, yet also as terrifying as a snake, swept through the starry space. Long Chen could sense that she was about to escape. Stop her. Now that he knew nothing about the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor's laws, it was troublesome. At this moment, the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor burrowed into the starry space like an infinitely small snake. The destruction of Mo Xiaolang and the other two had caused a huge commotion. For a moment, dazzling light shone. When the storm of laws disappeared, the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor also disappeared before their eyes. He escaped. Until now, the thing that Long Chen and the rest did not want to see the most still happened. The creation ancestor gods had too many tricks up their sleeves. To them, even if they were surrounded, it would not be easy to escape. This guy is quite good at escaping. I guess he was a sneaky guy before the epoch. No wonder I don't know him, said Kitten disdainfully. Everyone gathered together again. Seeing that Long Chen had dealt with Patriarch Peng Lai, they were very envious. In fact, this had nothing to do with ability. It was purely because Patriarch Peng Lai was easy to get along with, unlike Patriarch Wuxia and the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. Now, Patriarch Wuxia and the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor were fleeing. Kitten said, I've seen Patriarch Wuxia before. He's not a bad guy, just a bit cold. Now that he has lost all his memories, the possibility of him acting recklessly is not as high as the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. This one is too much. We must catch her next time, or else the longer we wait, the more trouble we'll be in. Long Chen's only solution was to increase the defense of the worlds. Senior, you should return to Peng Lai Island first. Sorry for disturbing you. It was not easy to rope in Patriarch Peng Lai. Long Chen did not want to offend him. It's not really a disturbance. Everyone has a responsibility. How about this, once you find them, you can tell me at any time. I have nothing to do anyway, so I can be of some help. I quite like peace and quiet. I don't feel comfortable seeing that person make such a big commotion just now. Chapter 33-27. The ancestor gods of the everlasting starry ocean and myriad snakes cave were now roaming the myriad worlds, capable of dealing devastating blows to the myriad worlds at any time. The situation was urgent, and even Lord Creation and Lord Primordial Chaos could do nothing to help. They could only send more people to guard the major worlds and spread them out so that they could inform Long Chen as soon as possible. Lord Primordial Chaos and the others were helpless about this. Long Chen and the others returned to the 10,000 Snakes Cave. Because of the heavenly snake ancestors' slaughter, there were many casualties here. Long Chen expended his energy to envelop the 10,000 Snakes Cave with the soul-returning melody. Jade-green flames danced under the tune of the soul-returning melody. Those souls that had just lost their physical bodies were reborn under the nourishment of the soul-returning melody. Long Chen was very grateful for the soul-reviving melody. Without it, there would be no hope for the deaths of all living beings. This was a gift from the Tai Chi life-form dragon. This single law would change the entire myriad worlds, the lives of countless people. In fact, this was also the reason why Long Chen had so many believers in the myriad worlds. Even the demons in Myriad Snake's Cave, who only feared their ancestor god, had a deep faith in Long Chen. Especially those who had lost their loved ones. Seeing their loved ones return, they all recognized the emerald flames. This was the legendary fire of life of Long Chen, the Lord of Myriad Worlds. Patriarch Peng Lai had no memory of this scene, but seeing so many living beings crying tears of joy made him feel wonderful, and he also gained respect for Long Chen. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Your blessings are rare in the world. All living beings are living beings, and those who slaughter them will eventually pay the price. Patriarch Peng Lai suddenly said in a profound tone. Although he had no memory of what he had experienced, it did not affect his thinking and comprehension. Many thanks. If the problem of these two ancestor gods wasn't resolved, the future of the myriad worlds would be bleak. Also, the greatest worry in Long Chen's heart was that 5 ancestor gods had already descended, and this was completely illogical. In that case, what would happen to the other worlds? If more ancestor gods descended, would he still be able to control the myriad worlds? Most importantly, why did the ancestor gods descend? Wasn't it said that all the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds had been devoured by the sky-devouring clan? The dense fog could not be dispelled. Long Chen only realized how insignificant he was after going to the era before. After settling the matter with the Cave of Snakes, he tried his best to disperse all the experts across the myriad worlds. Worlds like the Cave of Snakes now had more than a dozen divine emperors. He even scattered the ultimate gods from several origin worlds. There were close to 10,000 ultimate gods in the myriad worlds. Almost every world had an ultimate god. At the very least, he would be able to discover the presence of the ancestor god much faster this way. The myriad worlds were so vast that it was impossible to track every single ancestor god. Long Chen and the others could only stay in the death realm and wait for their prey. Everyone who had just calmed down after settling the primeval troll instantly tensed up. Let's not talk about the future and what secrets there are. Just the stone ancestor, the infinity ancestor, and the sky demon snake ancestor need to be dealt with as soon as possible. The infinity ancestor might be able to establish a friendly relationship with the infinity ancestor. As for the sky demon snake ancestor, I guess we can only imprison him immediately and think about other things later. It was useless to prepare for what would happen in the future. The myriad worlds were here, and there was no way to escape. When the other two did not appear, Long Chen asked Mo Xiaolang and the others to keep an eye on them while he went to the demonic dragon tomb. The stone ancestor was imprisoned here by ancestor god Ling Su's jade disc. Long Chen had already asked Kitten about the jade disc. He did not expect it to be a very important existence. Before the epoch, the myriad worlds were the standard 10,000 worlds. There were a total of 10,009 similar things. Why was it 10,009? It was because it was something that only ancestor gods could possess. For ancestor gods of destruction like Kitten, they could not. This was actually a huge difference between ancestor gods of creation and ancestor gods of destruction. It was the advantage of ancestor gods of creation. The 9,999 ancestor gods of the myriad worlds and the 10 great ancestor dragons all had something similar to the jade disc. It was just that the form was different. This kind of thing was born at the same time as every ancestor god. To the ancestor dragons, it was like syndicate dragons, ancestral fire, and ancestral world. The birth of every ancestor dragon was accompanied by 8 syndicate dragons and an ancestral fire. Every ancestor dragon also had a huge world that belonged to them. Of course, it also included this jade disc. At the end of the day, this was actually the weapon of every ancestor god. However, this weapon was a part of their body and corresponded to their respective abilities. This weapon seemed to have an important relationship with the world they created. Ancestor god, the weapon, and the world they created. The three of them complemented each other. Before the epoch, ancestor god Ling Su's jade disc was something known as the world source. Every ancestor god had a world source. Kitten did not have one. The 10 great ancestor dragons all had a world source, including the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon. This was also the reason why the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon was regarded as an ancestor god of creation even though it did not create a world. Every ancestor god's world source was different. They all had their own unique characteristics. For example, ancestor god Ling Su's jade disc definitely had more uses. It was just that she could not recall them at the moment. Ancestor gods and gods were on completely different levels. Everything would change. Moreover, ancestor gods of creation and ancestor gods of destruction were different. Normally, ancestor gods of destruction were closer to fiend gods, while ancestor gods of creation were further away. The power they used was also different. Basically, they surpassed the power of the origin level. It was a qualitative leap. Speaking of world source, there was actually something called the world genesis. World source and world genesis were completely different concepts. Because of the urgency of time, Long Chen did not understand them clearly. World source was used as a weapon, while world genesis was the core of every ancestor god's power. It was like the world tree and the billion divine palaces combined. It was something of a higher level. Long Chen only knew that for ancestor gods, when they were born from the infinite worlds, they possessed their own world genesis. The reason why the 9th era's ancestor god was inferior to the 8th era's ancestor god was because the 8th era's ancestor god had 2 world genesis, while the 9th era's ancestor god only had 1. This was destined from the very beginning. And so on and so forth. Rumor had it that the first group of dragons was born in the first era. They had 9 world genesis, which were actually 9 power cores. The primordial sacrificial dragon was born in the second era and had 8 world genesis. The void universe dragon had 7 world genesis. The other ancestor dragons had 6 world genesis. The ancestor gods of the primordial chaos world, and supreme ancient immortal realm had 6 world genesis as well. As for ancestor god Ling Su and the endless stone ancestor, because they were born in the 9th era, they only had 1 world genesis from the very beginning, and it had never changed. The cultivation of the ancestor gods would never change. Except for the chaos heaven devouring dragon. He was born in the 5th era. At the beginning, he only had 5 world genesis, similar to the ancestor gods of the primordial incipient worlds. He was weaker than the chaos heaven devouring dragon. But later on, he had 2 world genesis, a total of 7, the same as the void universe dragon. As for how many world genesis he had after the 5th era, it was impossible to predict. It was possible that there were more. The 9 world genesis were the end points. Of course, although the ancestor god of destruction was a deity and didn't have a world genesis as a weapon, he could increase the number of world genesis. In the process of cultivation, there was a chance to increase the number of world genesis. For example, Kitten's world genesis was created from nothing, and he had at most 4 world genesis. But now, he didn't have a single one. The sealing of the 9th era had caused his world genesis to disappear. Although there were still outlines, it was a long way to go before he could reform them. To Long Chen, the most important thing was where the ancestor dragon's world genesis was. In theory, if he obtained the world genesis, he should be able to use it. But the myriad worlds were only so big, and he hadn't even found the origin dragon soul, let alone the world genesis. The world genesis was a weapon. The world genesis was power. Although the name was similar, there wasn't much of a relationship. Looking at ancestor god Ling Su's world genesis, Long Chen thought of the ancestor dragon, but that seemed too far away. Now that ancestor stone was still trapped here, Long Chen was thinking that if he could get on ancestor stone's good side, it would be much easier to deal with the sky demon snake ancestor and the others. They still needed to negotiate. In fact, he had made some progress recently. Why are you here again? After calming down for a while, ancestor stone's temper was much better. Senior, I'm here to talk to you. Long Chen stood in front of him. There's nothing to talk about. You will definitely lie to me. I don't have my memories, and that's too much of a disadvantage for you. He had been deceived by Qinxue, and the influence was too deep. Long Chen thought about it carefully. Ancestor Stone was just hot-tempered, and he might not be that bad in nature. So he said, Ancestor Stone, actually, other than you, 3 more ancestor gods appeared today. They are all the same as you. If there were more cases, he might feel that it was more realistic. What did you say? Ancestor Stone didn't expect this. Today, 3 elder gods of the same caliber as you appeared, Long Chen said. No wonder you suddenly left. Ancestor Stone frowned. After a while, he asked, what's the situation? What are they doing? Long Chen answered honestly, it's not easy to come into contact with ancestor gods. We received the support of one ancestor god, and he is now on our side. The other 2 ancestor gods left directly, and we can't find any traces of them. I see. Chapter 33:28. After letting him understand the situation, Long Chen said, Ancestor Stone, everything I told you before is absolutely true. Ancestor Peng Lai and I just met, but he supported me and helped me. If you don't believe me or Ancestor God Ling Su, you should believe in Ancestor Peng Lai. If you want, I can ask Ancestor Peng Lai to come over, and you can believe him. After pausing for a while, Long Chen added, before the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds descended, I was the strongest expert here. I was also the one with the highest prestige. You can ask anyone in any world about this. They all know this, so you have to understand how difficult it would be for me to deceive you and find another existence as powerful as you. You can also ask anyone to verify whether my brothers and sisters and I were the strongest group of people in the myriad worlds before you all appeared. At this point, with Ancestor Peng Lai's help, Long Chen could at least be sure that if Ancestor Stone still had a bit of intelligence, he should know about his identity. Long Chen did not lie to him. He was the creator of the endless mountain of the universe. Alright, I believe you. Finally, Ancestor Stone suddenly smiled. He looked at Long Chen, meaning to ask Long Chen to let him leave the jade disc. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be troubled. He was a little doubtful whether he should really let him go. What if something happened to him? While he was hesitating, Ancestor Stone's face suddenly turned cold, and he said coldly, "You're really boring. You don't believe me in the first place, so what's the point of telling me so much? Senior, this matter is of great importance. I hope you can give me some time to prepare. The myriad worlds are fragile, and if there are more casualties, I will bear great responsibility," Long Chen said cautiously. He planned to let everyone come over and then release Ancestor Stone together. In this devil-dragon ancient tomb, he should have more confidence. There's no need. Ancestor Stone's face was gloomy. It was hard to believe that he would stand on Long Chen's side. His expression made Long Chen even more determined not to let him out for a while. He was a dangerous person. But at this moment, the rugged stone ancestor's lips curled into a cold smile. It was a terrifying smile. In the blink of an eye, the stone ancestor moved. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to move while trapped in the jade disc. However, Long Chen noticed that a sharp stone hammer had appeared in the stone ancestor's hand. It was a seemingly inconspicuous, wide hammer with a sharp bottom. It was forged from a piece of stone, and there seemed to be moss on it. Time had left many mottled marks on it. It was this stone hammer that made Long Chen realize the danger he was in. But it was too late. Ancestor Stone had been waiting for this opportunity. He broke through the jade wall and rushed out. Clearly, he already had the ability to break through the wall, but he had been holding it in until this moment. Of course, if Long Chen had released him of his own accord, that would have been even better. After all, it would have been safer. All he had to do was pretend to trust Long Chen. However, when he saw that Long Chen was about to summon Elder God Ling Su and the others, he had no choice but to act immediately. World Essence. That's right, this stone hammer was the world source that belonged to him. Long Chen had overlooked this. He had thought that only Elder God Ling Su had kept it. Now that Ancestor Stone had it, he understood. Perhaps Elder God Ling Su hadn't noticed it yet, and it had taken some time for Elder God Ling Su to notice it as well. The endless stone ancestor had it as well, but he hadn't noticed it at first. Perhaps he had only noticed it today, but he hadn't immediately broken through the jade disc to alert Long Chen. In truth, he was preparing for the next step. This was the demonic dragon tomb. He didn't know what this place was, but he knew that only Long Chen would know. Thus, when he instantly broke the jade disc and struggled out of it, the first thing he did was attack Long Chen. This was an ancestral god of the Ninth Era's progenitor realm, and he had been waiting for this attack for a long time. Quake! The stone hammer slammed into Long Chen's head, striking the air for a long time. A terrifying power of natural laws surged out, unstoppable. It arrived in an instant. Although it hadn't hit him directly, the stone hammer was the world essence. To Long Chen, this heavy blow was simply too powerful. He immediately felt dizzy. Even his consciousness was blurred. It was very dangerous. If he used his next attack, he would very likely be heavily injured or even killed. Being ambushed at such a close distance was a very troublesome matter. In addition, Long Chen was almost certain that after using the stone hammer to shake Long Chen's primordial spirit, Ancestor Stone's next attack was brewing. It would descend in an instant, and this time, it would definitely destroy Long Chen. A terrifying crisis. Ancestor Stone was even stranger than he had imagined. Long Chen found it hard to understand. Now that he knew the truth, why did he still want to kill him? Could it be that he wanted revenge because he had imprisoned him? All of a sudden, Long Chen felt that his life was in danger. The only way to open the door for Ancestor God Ling Su and the others to save him was to open the door of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb and instantly escape to another world. The Death World was definitely out of the question. Long Chen instantly chose the eternal whirlpool of the time tunnel. Perhaps he could rush into the eternal whirlpool for a while, and in that instant, he passed through the eternal whirlpool. As expected, it was difficult to get in contact with him in such a short period of time. Ancestor Stone had already caught up, and the stone hammer's attack was almost at the top of Long Chen's head. Ancestor God Ling Su and the others were chasing after him. However, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. In his dizziness, Long Chen tried his best to use the power of the eternal whirlpool to stop the other party. However, he quickly discovered that Ancestor Stone's brutality was something that even the eternal whirlpool could not stop. Actually, all of this happened in an instant. He had to go to another world in order to escape. The life world was not as good as the eternal whirlpool, and the death world was even worse. There was no need to talk about the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The only choice left was the myriad worlds. When he thought this through, Long Chen instantly understood his goal. So he already had this world source, but he waited for me to return before using it. It was to escape from the dragon's ancient tomb, so I had no choice but to let him return to the myriad worlds. However, this was indeed the only way for Long Chen. He had to say that although Ancestor Stone had lost his memories, he was now too cunning. To be able to learn to this step in such a short period of time, it could only mean that before the epoch, he had always been like this. Qianxue had only unearthed his personality. Myriad worlds. In the next instant, Long Chen escaped to the myriad worlds with great difficulty. As expected, when he discovered that he was in the myriad worlds, Ancestor Stone's attacks slowed down. Because of this, Long Chen won a small chance of survival. He knew why Ancestor Stone was so slow. After arriving in the myriad worlds, he wanted to escape. Because Ancestor God Ling Su and Long Chen's team were about to arrive, he would rather not kill Long Chen and escape. This was actually a trade-off between the two. Long Chen had to protect his own life. The world source was too terrifying, and he wasn't sure if resurrection could bring him back to life. It was very likely that a single blow would kill him in both body and soul. Buzz. Ancestor God Ling Su, Patriarch Peng Lai, and Mo Shaolang all arrived, but Ancestor Stone was in another direction. He transformed into a streak of starlight and disappeared. He had no desire to kill Long Chen, so he didn't waste any time. If he did, he might not be able to escape. Patriarch Peng Lai and the others gave chase, but they immediately realized that they couldn't catch up. Ancestor Stone had fled first, and the myriad worlds were so huge. They were worried about Long Chen's safety. "How is it?" Everyone immediately surrounded him. "I'm fine." Long Chen gradually regained his senses. Just now, he had been shaken, his nascent divinity suppressed, and his divine palaces sealed. That had been an unbearable feeling. Although he was fine, the price he had paid was that Ancestor Stone had escaped. "I'm sorry. I thought he had no memories, but he's much more cunning than I imagined. I was careless." Perhaps because Ancestor Stone had no memories, Long Chen subconsciously thought of him as a child. If he had been a child, he would have immediately used the world source. That was why Long Chen hadn't expected that Ancestor Stone would have the world source, much less hide it and use it at a time that Long Chen would never have expected. We didn't expect it either. Everyone felt helpless. "Long Chen, this isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. I trapped him with a jade pendant and didn't even know it," Ancestor God Ling Su said, her heart aching for him. "I understand." Long Chen did understand, but now that Ancestor Stone was added to the mix, there were now 3 major uncertainties in the myriad worlds. Clearly, they were in even greater trouble. And now, the myriad worlds were in such a crisis. They were like a bubble that could burst at any moment. The 3 elder gods were like 3 needles. With a single stab, the myriad worlds would be gone, and all life would be gone. There's no point in blaming yourself. Let's think of a countermeasure. Long Chen pulled himself together. He really hadn't expected that Ancestor Stone would have played him for a fool. He had indeed underestimated the thought processes of the elder gods. The main reason was that Ancestor God Ling Su had misled him. It was as if he had lost his memories, as if he were a fool. But in truth, Ancestor Ling Su had always been like this. It was just that when Long Chen had met her before the epoch, she had memories and knowledge, so she had seemed slightly more mature. The Endless Stone Ancestor might have been confused at first, but he was now the most dangerous of the 3. He knew the truth, but he still wanted to go against Long Chen. That was the most terrifying thing. It was very likely that what he would do next would be revenge. Revenge was a terrifying thing. "I have the world source as well." When Patriarch Peng Lai heard this, he searched his body for it. Before long, he excitedly took out a peachwood walking stick. It was about the same height as him and looked no different from ordinary peach wood, as if it could break at any moment. "This is my world source." Patriarch Peng Lai had found it. Chapter 33-29. After Ancestor Stone escaped, Long Chen hastily sealed off the entire myriad worlds. If there was any news, it would be discovered very quickly. But this was not an absolute guarantee. Currently, the news about the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds had already spread throughout the myriad worlds. The calamity of the primordial giant demons had just passed, and the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds had already descended upon the myriad worlds. 5 of them had appeared just in time, and the troubles they brought were immeasurable. So far, 2 ancestor gods were on Long Chen's side. Stone Ancestor and Sky Demon Snake Ancestor were definitely going to start a fight. The only one whose attitude was unknown was the Limitless Ancestor. Long Chen had thought that after Ancestor Stone had escaped, he would quickly cause a ruckus due to his desire for revenge. But to his surprise, the 3 ancestor gods didn't do anything even after a long time had passed. Time passed quietly. Long Chen had a premonition that the longer this dragged on, the more tragic the calamity would be when it finally erupted. Therefore, he could not relax at all. He originally thought that with the disappearance of the primeval troll, the myriad worlds would have a long period of peace. But this idea was completely ruined by the arrival of the ancestor gods. Everyone needed to be stronger in order to protect this huge homeland. Among the myriad of worlds, in a tiny corner that seemed inconspicuous, there were two people sitting on two of the stars. One of them was none other than the stone ancestor with messy hair and a muscular body. And in front of him was the seductive and sexy heavenly demon snake ancestor, who was approaching from a faraway place. In terms of beauty, Sky Snake Ancestor was not as pure and alluring as ancestor god Ling Su. But in terms of figure, Sky Snake Ancestor's wild body was undoubtedly superior. Therefore, Ancestor Stone desired Sky Snake Ancestor even more. When he saw this woman, he forgot everything else. He widened his eyes and approached Sky Snake Ancestor. His entire body was filled with intense desire and his breathing became heavier. "What do you want to do to me?" Sky Snake Ancestor looked at him coldly without a hint of fear. Ancestor Stone was startled. No matter what, he felt that the other party was very strong and not easy to deal with. "Do you believe that I will bite your ugly thing in half?" Sky Demon Snake Ancestor said sinisterly. Ancestor Sure quickly retreated and covered his crotch with both hands. A horrified look appeared in his eyes. Giggle. The heavenly demon snake ancestor burst out laughing. That proud figure of his, the body of an ancestor god, caused Stone Ancestor to gulp down a mouthful of saliva. All right. Since that guy hasn't arrived yet, I'll make an agreement with you. In the future, if we can deal with the group led by Long Chen and the two elder gods and become the rulers of the infinite worlds, I'll be yours. The heavenly demon snake ancestor said seriously. What about the other guy? Ancestor Stone was referring to the limitless ancestor. The heavenly demon snake ancestor smiled coldly and said, simple. One more person will be a hindrance. We are close and can be husband and wife, but he can't. So if we can deal with those enemies, we can work together to deal with this guy. But before that, we must not let him know of our agreement. Do you understand? Understood. Ancestor Stone nodded his head in a silly manner. Good boy, I like people like you. Remember, when only the two of us are left in this vast starry sky, you'll be able to have me. All right. Ancestor Stone grinned. He looked like a fool, but deep in his eyes, one could see a cold glint. He was able to escape from Long Chen's devil dragon ancient tomb, so he was definitely not that simple. Oh right, you mentioned that weapon just now. Every ancestor god has such a weapon. Actually, they all believed in their identity as ancestor gods. It's just that their thoughts were different. To them, protecting their own small worlds was rather boring. Yes, look for it on your body. Ancestor Stone let her see his stone hammer. Sky Demon Snake Ancestor searched for a long time before a pitch-black needle appeared in his hand. It also looked like a venomous snake's fangs. It was slightly curved and looked similar to a jade disc, peach wood, and stone hammer. This venomous needle-like world origin looked very simple, but no one could predict what it would feel like if one was pricked by it. Now that they had lost their memories, they could not fully display the effects of the world origin. What a wondrous thing. Do we need to tell the limitless ancestor? The heavenly demon snake ancestor asked. Ancestor Stone thought about it and said, aren't we going to kill him in the end? We have to tell him. Otherwise, if he sees that we have it but he doesn't, he will definitely suspect us. It will be hard to deal with him then. The heavenly demon snake ancestor smiled in satisfaction. I thought you were stupid, but you are actually quite smart. To the heavenly demon snake ancestor, he was indeed smart. Unfortunately, as an ancestor god, he was actually infatuated with beauty. What a weirdo. As long as Ancestor Stone lusted after her, she had ways to deal with him. About 3 days later, the third person finally appeared. It was a white-haired, white-browed old man in cloth robes. His eyes were solemn, and his expression was cold. He appeared before them. Let's get to know each other. I am the heavenly demon snake ancestor, this is the endless stone ancestor. You are the creator of the limitless star ocean, the limitless ancestor. Long Chen never thought that the three of them would gather together. After all, it was very easy for the three of them to contact each other, but the stone ancestor did it. He had heard about the other two in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, and as soon as he came out, he was looking for the two of them. As expected, the two of them actually appeared. The limitless ancestor's expression was solemn as he asked, "Ancestor Stone, what do you want from us?" The endless stone ancestor and the heavenly demon snake ancestor glanced at each other. He said, "I have already told you about our identities. It's very simple. Right now, there is a group of enemies in the myriad of worlds. We have to defeat them to regain our freedom. Otherwise, we will forever be on the run." The heavenly demon snake ancestor also said, "The moment I appeared, I was attacked by them. I almost died in battle. They are the ones who control the myriad of worlds. If you don't listen to their orders, your life will be in danger. When you appeared, they also came looking for you. It's just that you escaped first and escaped. So? We don't want to be the lackeys of others. After all, we are the ancestor gods of the myriad of worlds. However, 2 of us have already become their lackeys. The 2 of us decided to defeat them and pursue our freedom. After all, they were the ones who attacked us first. Let's ask, are you going to join us?" Now that they were working together, 2 against 1, forming an alliance, they could actually suppress the limitless ancestor. Of course. The limitless ancestor didn't speak much. It was hard to understand what he was thinking. That's good. Ancestor Stone couldn't help but laugh. With the 3 of them forming an alliance, things would be much simpler. In the future, the 3 of us will be allies and friends. As a friend, let me tell you a secret that will be extremely beneficial to you. The endless stone ancestor said. He took out his stone hammer and said, "Do you see this? It's connected to your flesh and blood. Its strength is immense. It's a good item." The limitless ancestor said calmly. "I have one too." The poison needle appeared in the heavenly demon snake ancestor's hand. "So, it means that I have one too." The limitless ancestor was extremely intelligent. As he said that, he was already searching his body. His movements were extremely quick. In just a short while, a pure white jade sword appeared in his hand. The jade sword wasn't long, only half a meter long. It looked crystal clear and extremely beautiful. However, it definitely didn't look like a weapon. It looked more like an ornament. Not bad. What is it called? The limitless ancestor asked. I don't know. It's fine as long as it works. The endless stone ancestor suddenly changed the topic. Now that we have formed an alliance and are ready, let's begin the first step of the plan. Because the ruler of the myriad worlds is in another dimension, it's hard to find him. So, we can only attack the 2 elder gods who are their lackeys. Their overall strength is equal to the 3 of us. However, if we can sneak attack one of them, we will have an overwhelming advantage. So, we must sneak attack and finish them off quickly. Otherwise, the others will arrive very quickly. We must use the fastest and most vicious method to finish off one of them. No problem. The limitless ancestor didn't seem to have any objections. He was still studying the jade sword in his hand. The heavenly demon snake ancestor couldn't help but ask, then, who should we attack? I feel that Patriarch Penglai and Ancestor Ling Su should be stronger. We should attack Ancestor Ling Su. No problem. The limitless ancestor said the same thing. But the endless stone ancestor shook his head. No, Ancestor Ling Su is too close to Long Chen. If we attack her, he might retaliate. That will make things harder. Patriarch Penglai doesn't have a deep relationship with them. Even if he dies, I think we can escape unscathed. The heavenly demon snake ancestor looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure you don't want Ancestor Ling Su? The endless stone ancestor said, impossible. She's not even 1/10,000th of your strength. Heaven demon snake patriarch's mood improved a lot when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, then let's do it this way. We'll head to Penglai Island and kill Patriarch Penglai as soon as possible. If we succeed and no one is injured, we can start the final battle. If anyone is injured, we'll retreat after killing Patriarch Penglai and come back after recovering. No problem. After the three agreed, they headed towards Penglai Island. With their abilities, it was easy for them to sneak into the myriad worlds and obtain a star chart. In fact, they had already entered other worlds many times. The divine venerables wouldn't be able to find them unless they went on a killing spree. Chapter 3330. Long Chen didn't know about the meeting between the three ancestral gods at all. Stone Ancestor heard the news about the limitless ancestor and the heavenly demon snake ancestor in the demonic dragon ancient tomb. After coming out, he tried his best to find the two of them. Compared to Long Chen, the other two were obviously more willing to contact him. Therefore, he had found the two of them before Long Chen. Now, he was already heading towards Penglai Island. As for Long Chen and the others, they were still anxiously waiting for news. Currently, the myriad worlds were in a state of panic and silence. Long Chen never expected that during this process, he would receive a piece of good news. That was what Li Xuanji told him. Amidst the chaos, his sun seemed to be about to descend. To be honest, Long Chen had waited for this day for a very long time. In fact, it should have come a long time ago, but he waited until today and it was such a tense moment. Although it wasn't Long Chen's first time being a father, he was still very excited after hearing this news. He was originally still watching the death rain, but now that a long time had passed and the three ancestral gods didn't make any moves, Long Chen thought that they wouldn't make trouble at this time. Even if they did, he could rush back immediately. Therefore, he let Mo Xiaolang and the others stay here while he returned to the dragon sacrificial continent. Li Xuanji was here in the dragon sacrificial continent. At this time, Lingxi and the others were taking care of her. Dragon Emperor Yongye, Yang Yu, and Yang Lingqing were also here. Under normal circumstances, with them around, there was actually no need for Long Chen to come personally. The problem was that Li Xuanji's child was very likely to be a little ancestral dragon like her dragon face. Now that her dragon face was growing rapidly, it was rapidly approaching Long Chen and the others. This was a talent that only a complete ancestral dragon would have. She was a little primordial blood spirit dragon. As for what this new child would be, it was still a mystery for the time being. The dragon's face would only truly take shape after it was born. If the boy was not bad and was in the same situation as Long Yen, Long Chen would have to come back. He remembered that when Long Yen was born, he had absorbed a lot of power from Pangu continent and the realm of life. Without him, Li Xuanji would not be able to provide so much power. Now that Long Chen had reached such a level, Li Xuanji, who was a part of his body, was also growing in power. However, she was not Long Chen, after all. She had been taking care of the child all this time, which had delayed her cultivation. For the time being, there was no improvement in the laws of transformation. "You're back," seeing Long Chen, Li Xuanji, whose face was slightly pale, felt much more at ease. "Don't worry." Long Chen squeezed her palm, his eyes full of tenderness. The two looked at each other and smiled. With such company, there was nothing to worry about. Leave here. If anything happens in the myriad worlds, you have to go back as soon as possible, Li Xuanji said. No problem. Long Chen was the one who made her feel at ease. After a while, it was almost time. With their help, Long Chen was temporarily on the other side. Long Chen was right under her feet. If it weren't for Long Chen stopping her, she would have pounced on him. Daddy, I want to see my little brother. Don't stop me. Long Yen bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to crawl over there. Wait, don't worry. No, Yenner is so anxious. I want to see my little brother. Long Chen had a headache. He could only tie up this troublemaker. The child was too lively. She had turned the draconic sacrificial continent upside down. Long Chen could only pray that this new child would not be as naughty as this little girl. What should I call him? During this process, Long Chen was still racking his brains for a name. It was easy to get Long Yen back then. This name was also suitable for this child. At this moment, Long Chen clearly felt that a large amount of spiritual energy on the draconic sacrificial continent was rushing toward Li Xuanji and gathering in her abdomen. It seemed that it had already begun. Don't move. Long Chen pressed the little girl with his hand. More and more spiritual qi was being swallowed by Li Xuanji's abdomen. His birth was the same as Long Yan's, it was also a process of transformation. Only after he had absorbed enough energy would his characteristics truly be revealed. Yeah. Long Yen was still struggling, but unfortunately, Long Chen's attention was not on her. The degree of absorption is even more than Yenner. It seems that it's not simple. Soon, most of the spiritual energy on the original grade draconic sacrificial continent had rushed here. The other divine dragons had to stop cultivating because there was no more energy that they could absorb. The birth of this child caused a turmoil in the entire original grade world. At that time, Long Yen was only an original incipient world. It was still ongoing. Suddenly, the child stopped absorbing spiritual energy and turned to absorbing life energy. This caused him to devour Li Xuanji's life energy, which was also considered to be devouring Long Chen's life energy. This process would cause Long Chen and Li Xuanji to age rapidly. After realizing this situation, Long Chen hurried forward. Just like last time, it was very familiar. He opened the gate to the realm of life and arrived at the familiar realm of life. Under Long Chen's control, all the mountains, rivers, and trees in the realm of life turned into green life energy. Go in. This life energy replaced Long Chen and Li Xuanji and became the child's nourishment. Seeing that the situation had gradually stabilized, Long Chen gradually felt that this child seemed to have a kind of time power. It should be the Void Aeon Dragon. This was the essence blood of the second divine dragon that Long Chen had inherited. The time power was getting thicker and thicker, which further confirmed Long Chen's judgment. In the process of devouring life energy, this young life was still taking shape. He was like an illusory little dragon that was still coiled up in Li Xuanji's body. He needed sufficient strength to support himself in order to come to this world. He had yet to open his eyes and see this world. At this time, Li Xuanji relaxed a little. What are you going to name him? Although Li Xuanji's face was slightly pale, the happiness on her face made her feel deeply beautiful. At this time, you can't push it back. I'm thinking. Long Chen's brain worked fast. If he did not name the child, Li Xuanji would probably go crazy. He was racking his brains. Void Aeon Dragon, time. Originally, he wanted to find a word between these two words, but found that it was not suitable. Then, he thought of the Void Aeon Dragon talisman, and then the reverse scale that the Void Aeon Dragon used to imprison Kitten. Actually, it's good to call it Dragon Scale, but the word behind it should be changed to Lin. Then, I'll call it Dragon Lin. So, he called the two words Dragon Lin Li Xuanji. Do you think it's okay? He was a little uneasy. He was good at fighting, but naming was really difficult. As long as you name it, of course it's okay. What Li Xuanji actually wanted was a name from him, a name that he personally named. He will like it. This is something that will accompany him for life. Yes, although the name seemed simple, it was something that would accompany him for life. It was very important. Dragon Face, Dragon Lin. A pair of children. Long Chen also did not expect that a name that he casually named would become the mark of his son's life. Dragon Lin. When he was born, he absorbed more energy than his sister, but it was much more peaceful. It was a stable absorption that would not harm Li Xuanji, which made Long Chen feel more at ease. As time passed, a large amount of life energy from the entire realm of life entered Dragon Lin's body. Under the nourishment of life energy and spiritual energy, his body of the Void Aeon Dragon was indeed taking shape. He is still growing. Still, it did not stop. All of a sudden, he had enough life energy. At this time, he still needed spiritual energy, but if he continued to stay in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, he would destroy the foundation of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Long Chen thought that he was enough, but it turned out that there was still room for transformation. This was a good thing. If it was in the past, it would be troublesome if there were only original incipient worlds, but now there were origin worlds. He immediately took Li Xuanji and moved to the chaotic divine realm. He just needed to say hello to the chaotic divine warrior here. When they arrived at the original location of the Divine Lord continent, Dragon Lin began to crazily devour again. The characteristics of the Void Aeon Dragon were becoming more and more obvious. It was a stable and rapid absorption. Long Chen stayed by Li Xuanji's side to guard this important process. He held Li Xuanji's hand and did not let go. With him by her side, everything was peaceful. Now, they just had to wait for Dragon Lin to finally come to this world. Long Chen did not know that at this moment, the three ancestral gods he had been waiting for had appeared at the same time. And this time, what they brought was not as simple as a disaster. Penglai Island. Penglai Island was shrouded in clouds, like a miniature version of the Taigu immortal realm, full of immortal qi. On the island, the living beings were relatively relaxed. After all, their ancestral god had returned, and he was in Long Chen's camp. Patriarch Penglai was extremely benevolent to the living beings. Because of his existence, the Penglai immortal tribe had a peaceful environment. They did not have to worry about the sudden appearance of other ancestral gods and destruction. It was like the moon concealing star in the Jade Fall demon realm. It had been a long time since the three ancestral gods had appeared. During this time, Patriarch Penglai had been familiarizing himself with his world and its origin. He knew very well that because the ancestral gods were too strong and the myriad worlds were too fragile, there would be a greater war between Long Chen and the other three ancestral gods, who guarded the myriad worlds, and he could not stay out of it. If he had to stand in one camp, of course, it would be Long Chen. Disappeared and then came back with amnesia. Why? Is it possible that they are under the control of a higher level? Patriarch Penglai was full of doubts. Even he himself was thinking, is it possible that the five of us are not the only ones? There will be more ancestral gods descending. When that time comes, how will Long Chen still be able to control the myriad worlds? The future is bleak. I hope the other ancestral gods will not lose their memories. This fragile world could not withstand any more torment. At the thought of this, Patriarch Penglai sensed a deadly crisis. Chapter 33-31. Patriarch Wuxia, Infinity Stone, and Heavenly Snake Ancestor descended like comets in a very short time. Having prepared for a long time, they brought with them their ultimate killing moves from the moment they first appeared. Each of the three ancestor gods had unleashed their world essences. Patriarch Wuxia's Jade Sword, Infinity Stone Ancestor's Stone Hammer, and heavenly snake ancestors' curved poisonous needle all flew toward Patriarch Penglai from 3 different directions almost at the same time. When Patriarch Penglai realized what was happening, it was already very late. After all, they had prepared this attack with the intention of killing him, and Patriarch Penglai was completely unprepared. He did not even expect that the 3 of them would join forces and launch a planned attack. He knew this very well, which was why he had immediately notified Long Chen of what was happening here. By the time Long Chen arrived with his team and Elder God Lingsu, it would definitely take them some time to arrive. However, it was not easy to block this fatal killer move even if it was just a little bit of time. For a moment, the situation was extremely dangerous. Stop! Patriarch Penglai raised his peach staff. His whole body seemed to have fused with the staff, which in turn seemed to have fused with Penglai Island under his feet. His opponent's attack was not only aimed at him, but also at the entire island. Clearly, these 3 ancestor gods were all ruthless people. Their main goal was to kill Patriarch Penglai, but they did not care about the lives and deaths of the people on Penglai Island. Everything came too fiercely and violently. The jade sword, stone hammer, and poisonous needle descended from heaven and arrived in a flash. Each of the world essences carried an irresistible power, the power of the origin of the 9th era's ancestral realm. They were the powers forged by the boundless divine magic, which surpassed the origin of origin. Among them, Infinity Stone Ancestor's stone hammer was the first to arrive. He loved to show off, so he was 1 step ahead. The stone hammer enlarged abruptly, and with its power, it descended on Patriarch Penglai's head in a flash. In a flash, Patriarch Penglai had already informed Long Chen. Then, he faced death with equanimity. In a hurry, he grabbed the peach staff with both hands, raised it over his head, and used all his strength to collide with Infinity Stone Ancestor's stone hammer for the first time. The power of the peachwood staff might not be inferior to Ancestor Stone's stone hammer. However, the power produced by this collision was simply too terrifying. This was a collision between the origins of 2 worlds. It was possible that there had never been a collision of this magnitude since the beginning of an era. Rumble. Patriarch Penglai had miscalculated. He barely managed to block the attack of the Endless Stone Ancestor during the collision, but everything around him was annihilated in the aftermath. Of course, this was the only choice he had. If he did not stop them, the entire Penglai Island would not be able to escape the misfortune. However, when the 3 ancestral gods decided to attack him, Penglai Island was doomed. No matter what Patriarch Penglai chose, he could not stop the destruction of Penglai Island. Patriarch Penglai was fine for the time being when the peachwood staff collided with the stone hammer, but he suffered a violent impact. However, the power he unleashed exploded in an instant, sweeping out in all directions and submerging the entire Penglai Island in a very short time. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was destroyed into endless smoke and debris. Buzz! Penglai Island and the trillions of living beings on it perished in an instant. All that was left of them was the dust that filled the sky. This was the trace they had left behind. Destruction. The scene stunned Patriarch Penglai for a moment. Just as Long Chen had told him, this world belonged to him, it belonged to his people, and everything in this world belonged to his descendants, but at this moment, everything disappeared. It disappeared so cleanly, leaving only the thick smoke that gathered together and did not dissipate, as if to prove the existence of this place. However, the smoke and dust were not worlds, but fragments of worlds. From this moment on, Penglai Island was completely doomed. Trillions of Penglai immortals had perished in the long history of the myriad worlds. Even Long Chen was worried about such a crisis of death. After the destruction of a world in the primeval troll, another world was going to be destroyed this time, and it was the primeval Penglai Island. Although he had lost his memory, at this moment, the deepest hatred, the trillions of hatred, was deeply planted in Patriarch Penglai's heart. What about you? You damned lackey. Ancestor Stone's smile was full of mockery. Your time of death has come. The stone hammer was only the first wave of attacks from the three ancestor gods. They had planned it. The moment the stone hammer knocked away the peach staff, the second and third origins of the world descended. One on the left and one on the right. There was no room for resistance. 3 against 1, and that was Patriarch Penglai's doomsday. The only thing Patriarch Penglai could do was to place the peach staff in the most critical position. Compared to the jade sword, the poisonous needle was more frightening. In that instant, the poisonous needle collided with the peach staff. Although it was hurried, Patriarch Penglai was well prepared. Moreover, Boundless Stone Ancestor had restrained most of Patriarch Penglai's strength, so the poisonous needle pierced through the peach staff and stabbed into Patriarch Penglai's body. Ah! Patriarch Penglai let out a blood-curdling scream. Many black runes appeared on his body, each of which was actually a small black snake. In a flash, they enveloped him, even his eyes were filled with them. Stimulated by the origins of the world, Patriarch Penglai completely lost his combat strength and fell into a miserable state. However, that did not stop Patriarch Wuxia from attacking. The jade sword he controlled pierced through Patriarch Penglai's body in a flash. Ugh! Patriarch Penglai grunted under the attack of the origins of the world. The parts of his face that were not occupied by the black runes turned deathly pale. The moment the jade sword pierced through his skin, it destroyed the insides of his body, causing him to suffer a severe injury. He had completely lost his combat strength and could only wait for death. He's not dead yet. Ancestor Stone and the others were stunned. In fact, according to their plan, Patriarch Penglai should be dead after this round of attacks. The reason Patriarch Penglai was still alive was that he had a method of rapid recovery in his laws, which was similar to the ability of Long Chen's Flame of Life. Although he was severely injured, his recovery speed was faster than that of ordinary ancestral gods. Of course, no matter how fast he recovered, he could not escape the next round of attacks from the three ancestral gods. They had even destroyed Penglai Island, so they would not show any mercy now. Even Patriarch Penglai knew that if Long Chen and the others did not come soon, he would not be able to hold on any longer. Perhaps he would die together with Penglai Island. In his eyes, the dreamy Penglai Island scattered into sand. Dead souls and tears converged into a river. When Long Chen received the news from Patriarch Penglai, Li Xuanji was already at the most critical moment. Long Chen was looking forward to it. He knew that he would soon have a second child. His first son. His heart was filled with excitement. However, at the most exciting moment, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. I'll be back. Without any time to talk, Long Chen suddenly loosened his grip on Li Xuanji's hand and disappeared in a flash, leaving Li Xuanji alone in the chaotic realm. Of course, when Long Chen left, he had already arranged for Lingxi and the others to come quickly so that more people could guard Li Xuanji. It was a pity that he could not accompany her to wait for the birth of his child. Li Xuanji was telepathically connected to him. In fact, she knew that something must have happened to the three ancestral gods, and it must have been something serious. Otherwise, Long Chen's expression wouldn't have changed, and he wouldn't have left so quickly. Don't worry. You'll see him when you come back. On the way to Penglai Island, Li Xuanji's gentle voice rang in Long Chen's ears. Okay. At this moment, Lingxi and the others were already accompanying Li Xuanji. Let's go. The Death Realm Dragon Gate opened, and everyone gathered together once more. Because Long Chen was in the chaotic realm, Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, and Kitten had already left. When Long Chen arrived, he just happened to bump into ancestral god Ling Su. The two of them quickly appeared, but by the time they appeared, Penglai Island had already become a ball of mist. It no longer existed. In that instant, Long Chen's eyes turned red. It wasn't just because of them that he had not been able to protect his son when he was born. It was because of them that they had brought such a terrifying disaster to the myriad worlds. Trillions of lives. Even if the resurrection melody of life could save as many as they could, they would lose their homes. Who could make up for this loss? There were only so many worlds in the myriad worlds, and the destruction of any one of them would be a blow to Long Chen. Trillions of lives were not just numbers, but living beings. Each of them was no different from him in Poplar Town. In Long Chen's eyes, all lives were equal. However, just like the dragon's sacrificial continent, there was only a ball of mist left. This was the only trace of Penglai Island left in the myriad worlds. A blood feud. Unforgivable. It was unforgivable, not just for Long Chen, but for all of them. Even now, Patriarch Penglai was in grave danger. Long Chen knew the purpose of their attack. They wanted to reduce the strength of Long Chen's side, so they wanted to destroy Patriarch Penglai as much as possible. If they were allowed to achieve this goal, more people would die in the future. And more worlds would be destroyed. Save him. There was no doubt that this was the most urgent matter now. But now that Patriarch Penglai had lost his fighting strength, he was as good as a cripple. How to distribute his fighting strength was a huge problem. Because of this, the three ancestral gods exchanged a smile when they saw them descend. Since Patriarch Penglai was crippled, of course they were going to fight the final battle to decide who would be the overlord of the myriad worlds here. Chapter 33-32. As the pillar and the decision-maker, Long Chen had to shoulder more responsibilities at this time. When Long Chen arrived, Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, and Soi Yan had all transformed into giant beasts and barely managed to save Patriarch Penglai. Kitten used chaotic reincarnation to send Patriarch Penglai millions of miles away to recover on his own. If he recovered, he would naturally return and rejoin the battle. This was the way to protect Patriarch Penglai. As soon as Patriarch Penglai left, they were exposed to the three ancestor gods. It was not easy for the three ancestor gods to truly recover. During this period of time, they were confident that they could crush the remaining people, including Long Chen and ancestor god Ling Su. Now that they had the chance, they naturally wanted to kill them all at once. Otherwise, when Patriarch Penglai recovered, all their plans today would be for naught. Without Patriarch Penglai, they still had the upper hand. Avenge the billions of lives of Penglai Island, Patriarch Penglai said to Long Chen through gritted teeth before he left. There was a deep sadness in his words. He felt that he had let down Penglai Island and was not worthy of being its creator. Long Chen had almost the same feeling and hatred. He was burning with rage, especially at the time when Dragon Qilin was born. At this moment, the five of them were facing the three ancestor gods. Patriarch Wuxia was cold, emotionless, and expressionless. Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor was sinister, disdainful, and sneered. Unending Stone Ancestor was ruthless, and he was particularly pleased with himself because he had taken revenge on Long Chen. Even now, can you still speak to me with the tone of a ruler? Unending Stone Ancestor said through gritted teeth. If they were allowed to escape this time, Penglai Island would not be the only world destroyed in the future. Long Chen naturally hoped that everything would end today. That was exactly what his opponents thought, so the clash had been fierce from the very beginning. I'll deal with her. Heavenly Demon Snake Ancestor's long and narrow eyes instantly fixed on Ancestor God Ling Su. Go, and don't lose, Long Chen said to Ancestor God Ling Su. I won't. Ancestor God Ling Su was very angry. She had never been this angry before. In fact, she was in danger this time. If these three had decided to attack the Spirit Essence Star Sea, then the Spirit Essence Star Sea might have been destroyed, and she might have died as well. Today, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. Humph. Ancestor God Ling Su and the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor moved to another location simultaneously. The two world origins began to stir, as though they were about to engage in battle. None of them were equal. Big brother, let Kitten stay with you. The two of us can hold on, Mo Xiaolang said to himself. He understood Long Chen very well. In a situation like this, with the four of them facing off against two terrifying elder gods, Long Chen's strategy would definitely be to deal with one elder god while the three of them dealt with the other. This was Long Chen's personality, which was why Mo Xiaolang had advised him. No, the two of you are too dangerous. If you fight alone, you'll be in even more danger. Kitten joined the conversation as well. It's better for me to be in danger alone than for two. Listen to me and cut the crap. Mo Xiaolang was in a bit of a pickle. Big brother, your child with Xuanji is about to be born. They're definitely waiting for you to return. You can't take too many risks. At this point, Long Chen understood this as well. But, he was different from the three of them. He had a better chance of survival. Enough talk. If there's a chance of defeating the Endless Stone Father, don't hold back. I can wait for you to reinforce me. Since Long Chen had already made up his mind, and he had already made up his mind, there was no way he could change his mind. Mo Xiaolang and the others exchanged a glance. Kitten said, if that's the case, we'll first torture this big guy to death, then we'll come help you. If they couldn't change Long Chen's mind, then they would have to defeat the enemy first before coming to help. They knew what they had to do, and all they had to do was control the enemy as quickly as possible. But this was actually quite difficult. But of course, it would be easier than Long Chen facing the boundless patriarch by himself. Foolish stone. If you have the guts, come at me with Lord Cat. Mo Xiaolang and the others moved to provoke the Endless Stone Father. The three elder gods were rather surprised to see the enemy's battle formation. Go, the boundless patriarch said calmly. Fine. Then I'll take advantage of you. Three of you? That'll be fun to kill. The Endless Stone Father let out a furious roar, then moved to the left and began to howl. The only ones left at Penglai Island were Long Chen and the boundless patriarch. This was going to be an ultimate battle, one that had been built upon their hatred. In the blink of an eye, the two women, Elder God Ling Su and the heavenly demon serpent ancestor, were fighting with their lives on the line. On the other side, for the sake of helping Long Chen as quickly as possible, the three of them worked together to surround the Endless Stone Father. Alas, they were a bit too stubborn. If the Endless Stone Father didn't have the world essence, they might have been able to deal with him. But now, they were in just as much danger as Long Chen. Boss, I know this guy. His world essence is a jade sword named Boundless. It's pretty powerful. You need to be careful. Boundless. This was the first world essence that Long Chen had ever heard of. Not even Elder God Ling Su and the others knew what their own world essence was called. Thanks to Kitten's warning, Long Chen had to pay more attention to his opponents. He hadn't talked to the Boundless Patriarch yet. The Boundless Patriarch wasn't in a hurry to fight. Instead, he held the boundless sword in his hand and looked at Long Chen coldly, as if nothing could interest him. Senior, can you tell me what you want? Innumerable Stone Patriarch and Heavenly Serpent Patriarch were both freaks who could not be reasoned with. However, he knew that ordinary elder gods should be like Patriarch Penglai. What did this Patriarch Wuji want? Freedom, the Boundless Patriarch said. As long as he wasn't a freak. Aren't you very free? No one's restricting your freedom. Long Chen didn't understand. Although he had to get even with the Boundless Patriarch for destroying Penglai Island, it would be best if he could tie him down and give Patriarch Penglai more time to recover. The Boundless Patriarch shook his head. What I want is absolute freedom. Absolute freedom lies in the fact that no one in the world is stronger than me, and no one I want to be. That's why I want to get rid of everyone who's on par with me. That way, I can sleep without worries. Sure enough, he was a freak. What about the Endless Stonefather and the other two? Long Chen couldn't help but ask after hearing the Boundless Patriarch's words. The Boundless Patriarch didn't say anything else. The jade sword in his hand moved. He was about to attack. Senior, there's no need for you to do this. No one will restrict you. Many things have happened, and many mysteries remain. Even if you do as you say, even if you're the only expert here in the future, what if more people stronger than you appear in the future? That's why there's no point in you attacking. Who are you? An elder god from another world, right? The Boundless Patriarch replied coldly. That's right. Then, I'll destroy you first. We'll talk about it when they actually appear. The Boundless Patriarch's attitude was very clear. When he said this, he basically didn't want Long Chen to say anything else. He just attacked. The jade sword was like a little life, completely obeying his commands. It moved according to his hand gestures. You're a good seedling. Let's see if you can withstand 3 of my attacks. If you can, I can promise you that I won't cause trouble for you or anyone else. I'll live in seclusion in the boundless starry sea. He didn't expect that he would propose such an attractive condition. What if I can't? The Boundless Patriarch smiled. Then you'll lose your life. Life is the greatest price to pay. Very good. He only needed to withstand 3 attacks. It was not like the others' battles, which had reached the most desperate stage. Long Chen was constantly concerned about Mo Xiaolang. The 3 of them were fighting with all their might, wanting to destroy the Endless Stonefather. However, the Endless Stonefather had the world's origin, so he still had to suppress the 3 of them. If this went on, they would be in great danger. He had to end the battle quickly and force the Boundless Patriarch away. Long Chen was going to go all out. Come. He was already prepared. 3 attacks. 3 attacks it was. Even if they were all executed with the irresistible world's origin. Very good. World's origin, Boundless Patriarch. A white jade sword danced in the old man's hand, like a sentient life. You're very courageous. The other battlefields continued to rumble, but this place was as quiet as a lake. However, because of the Boundless Patriarch's attack, an even more terrifying storm was stirring. The battle was instantly ignited. Although it was only 3 moves, it was very likely that they would be the 3 strongest rules of the other party, so it would not be easy. When the old man made his move, Long Chen used all his strength and the support of countless living beings in his mind to strike first. Dragon's Inverse Blood. The primordial blood spirit dragon's rules triggered the Boundless Patriarch's blood, turning him into an primordial blood spirit dragon. Billions of dragons attacked from within the Boundless Patriarch's body. Even though the Boundless Patriarch's body was as vast as the stars, it was still occupied by Long Chen. But what surprised Long Chen was that even though the primordial blood spirit dragon was wreaking havoc in his body, it didn't seem to affect the Boundless Patriarch as much as he had imagined. He frowned and waved his hands, summoning the world's origin. The Boundless Patriarch instantly found out about Long Chen's crisis. Blizzard. In an instant, the rules swept out. In Long Chen's eyes, the entire starry sky had turned into a world of wind and snow. In this world of ice and snow, the wind howled and snow swirled. Countless snowflakes fluttered between heaven and earth, but upon closer inspection, each snowflake was formed from an endless number of jade swords. In that instant, countless snowflakes flew in the storm, and their only target was Long Chen. This rule was similar to Long Chen's Dragon Ball of Destruction. They were both top-notch killing techniques. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only strengthen the dragon's inverse blood and use new rules at the same time. He had thought that the dragon's inverse blood would be able to withstand it, and things would be easier from here on out. But it didn't work at all. The opponent was a true progenitor after all, just a little weaker. Karmic Judgment Light. Chapter 33-33. Inverse Dragon Blood and Karma Judgment Light. Long Chen had the faith of billions of lives. Returning to the infinite worlds, he would have endless power to replenish himself. That was why he could fight to his heart's content. Using two different rules separately, he had enough power to support them. Karma Judgment Light, because of the primordial dragon halberd, was much more powerful than before. This white beam of light collided with the flying snow. Rumble. Actually, the most intense collision was between the primordial dragon halberd and the world's infinity source. Of course, without the inverse dragon blood, Long Chen would have been defeated to a large extent. Thanks to the combination of the two rules, the karmic judgment light barely managed to block the snowstorm that filled the sky. Bang! The snowstorm shattered in front of Long Chen's eyes. But the huge impact of the world's origin still made Long Chen feel his blood boil. Pft, pft. In an instant, he flew back millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, the infinity ancestor appeared in front of him. At this time, the inverse dragon blood was suppressed. When he appeared again, he gave Long Chen a lot of pressure. Not bad. The cooperation of the two rules greatly limited my killing power. But if this is all you have, you won't be able to block this move of mine. The infinity ancestor was slightly different from the other two ancestral gods. Most obviously, the other two ancestral gods would definitely not have a three-move agreement with him. He still had to endure two more moves. If he could receive this attack, he could change his mind and stay in the limitless starry sea. As long as he didn't die in battle, no matter how severe his injuries were, Long Chen was willing. His most important goal was to kill the other two completely. Of course, he had promised Li Xuanji that no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would return alive to see them. The infinity ancestor's attack was merciless. When Long Chen turned into human form, fused with the origin dragon palace, and held the primordial dragon halberd, the other party's jade sword appeared in his hand again. Rainstorm. From snowstorm to rainstorm. In that instant, Long Chen thought that he had arrived at the dragon devil's ancient tomb. Under the cover of the boundless old ancestors' laws, Long Chen was now in a world of torrential rain. This dark world gave off a terrifying pressure. Here, the jade swords turned from white to pure black. Countless black jade swords gathered into a single raindrop, and billions of raindrops formed this terrifying storm. The power of each raindrop could penetrate most of the world. Not to mention this endless torrential rain. Seeing this endless curtain of rain, Long Chen knew that he was in trouble. He was prepared to use the Nirvana Primeval beginning to withstand this attack, and then use the Destruction Dragon Ball to resist it. However, it was clear that the Nirvana Primordial Beginnings rules could not withstand such an attack. Only the Destruction Dragon Ball could resolve it. If he exposed this rule now, and if his opponent had a third move, the third move would definitely be stronger, he would definitely choose the one that had the confidence to suppress the Destruction Dragon Ball. Then, it would be very difficult for Long Chen to win the third move. The opponent's strength instantly forced Long Chen into a troublesome situation. However, he had to make a change. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the second move. Although it was incomparably thrilling, only by dealing with the one in front of him would he have the chance to face the one in the back. Long Chen always remembered that he only needed to withstand the opponent's three rules. Rainstorm, limitless, descended. In that instant, Long Chen decisively transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon in this dark world of torrential rain. His body swam in the torrential rain like a dragon sacrificing a continent. Primordial chaos, creation, and chaos, one ring after another. A dark black star appeared in his mouth and expanded, displaying a terrifying ability. The evolution of creation, the compression of primordial chaos, and the berserk 9 types of chaos elemental chaos completely gathered together. Not bad. As the limitless old ancestor sighed, Long Chen held the destruction dragon ball in his mouth and charged towards the torrential rain that filled the sky. In order to suppress the 3 ancestor gods this time, in order to smoothly see his son, Long Chen's heart was filled with an incomparably strong belief. Break. The destruction dragon ball broke through the sky and exploded above the dark clouds. The terrifying power it produced swept out in all directions. For a moment, the wind and rain swayed, and countless jade swords were shattered. Bang! When the dark curtain was torn apart, Long Chen finally opened the rainstorm sky curtain. Under the attack of the destruction dragon ball, the opponent's rules dissipated into thin air. This was the first time that Long Chen had broken the opponent's rules without being at a disadvantage. The second move had ended successfully. Not bad. I underestimated you. The limitless old ancestor was still unscathed. He appeared in front of Long Chen calmly. This 9th-era origin ancestor was the most difficult person Long Chen had ever encountered. He was clearly stronger than Ancestor Stone and Ling Su. Although he had underestimated him, he didn't really admire him at all. Under such circumstances, he would usually use his last move to the limit. That was simply a situation where it would be very difficult for Long Chen to survive. Moreover, Long Chen had already used his limit. His limit had been exposed to the limitless old ancestor, but he didn't change his expression. Clearly, it was still acceptable to him. He was still confident that he could kill Long Chen. Therefore, although he had dealt with the second move, Long Chen was now in the greatest crisis. The third move had arrived. The last move will decide life and death. Whether you can turn the tide depends on yourself. Your 3 companions are all injured. They may be defeated or even killed. The limitless old ancestor's words inadvertently put a great deal of pressure on Long Chen. Indeed, with the world origin, Ancestor Stone was even more difficult to deal with. Mo Xiaolang and the others had underestimated him. This time, Long Chen's side was completely defeated, and it was indeed difficult for Patriarch Peng Lai to recover in such a short period of time. The boundless Patriarch ended the battle quickly. Long Chen admired his ferocious personality, but he was also terrifying. In his final attack, he gripped the jade sword in his hand and became one with it. It was a feeling that was even more terrifying than when he had unleashed the tempest of storms in the previous battle. You can die now. The limitless old ancestor's confidence in himself was quite strong. He was almost the most mature of all the ancestor gods. Big Dipper. He thrust the sword into the sky 7 times in a row, stabbing 7 spots in the sky. The 7 spots expanded and turned into a domain of nothingness that looked like 7 black holes. The 7 huge starry caverns were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. They were right above Long Chen's head. Long Chen remembered that this was an attack that the other party was very confident of surpassing his limits and finishing him off. The moment this killer move appeared, Long Chen sensed extreme danger. When he looked down, he saw that 7 holes had appeared on his body at an unknown time. The 7 blood holes corresponded to the Big Dipper caverns in the sky. Chapter 33-34. Big Dipper, Life Snatching. This was the true name of this law. Silently, easily snatching life. When such a bloody hole appeared on his body, Long Chen knew very well that this was definitely a rule similar to his own reverse dragon blood. There was no way to avoid it at all. In fact, as long as he used it, unless he could suppress it, he would definitely die. Could it be that I can only pin my hopes on resurrection? If he used resurrection, he would have blocked the third move and won. But on the one hand, Long Chen was not too sure if he could come back to life when his opponent was an ancestor god. Also, he did not want to be killed. A fatal danger shrouded his heart. Although he was fine now, the bloody hole in his chest could very well reveal a fatal lethality at any time. Although he did not see the source of the world, limitless, the wound on his chest was definitely caused by limitless. As for the relationship between the bloody hole in his chest and the 7 black holes of the Big Dipper in the sky, Long Chen found that they corresponded to each other. The Big Dipper in the sky was like a source of power. It was very likely that if Long Chen did not destroy the 7 black holes, there would be no possibility of survival at all. Long Chen saw the crux of the matter. When the Big Dipper descended, he rushed into the sky and transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon, preparing to destroy the 7 black holes with the destruction dragon pearl. But at this moment, a fatal pain descended. The Big Dipper in the sky spun, and the wound on his chest spun as well. It was as if the jade sword had pierced into his body and was spinning continuously. An unprecedented pain. Arg! Long Chen clenched his teeth as he endured this fatal threat. He discovered that even the life return song couldn't make the bloody holes on his body disappear. His life was disappearing just like that. The bloody hole in his chest was moving rapidly. Before it reached a place, it would completely destroy that part of Long Chen's body. Even the life return song could not stop this destruction. Boom! Boom! Death descended. Old ancestor limitless cold laughter echoed in his ears. Long Chen had a slight thought of giving up, but it was quickly erased. He could not rely too much on resurrection. There would be a day when it would really kill him. Only when there was no leeway could one surpass one's limits. Now, he could only use all of his strength to suppress the power of death and the 7 blood caves. The 7 blood caverns were similar to the ancient blood spirit dragon in Long Chen's reverse dragon's blood, but they were not the same. This was because the 7 blood caverns were supported by the power from above. Turn into ashes. The infinity ancestor was running out of patience. Even with his own strength, it was difficult to suppress the limitless old ancestor. Long Chen wanted to take advantage of this time to attack the limitless old ancestor, but the other party was well prepared. Even the destruction dragon orb would not be able to hit him. What should we do? If this continued, not only would he be in danger, but Mo Xiaolang and the others would be in danger as well. Ancestor God Lingsu would be in danger as well. If his faction was defeated, then everything in the myriad worlds would be in danger. At this time, it was responsibility and protection that made Long Chen persevere. I can't die. Once he thought of so many things, he could not relax for even a moment. He roared angrily, resisting the destruction of his body. The 7 blood caverns were like 7 invisible mouths, tearing at his flesh. Long Chen had long known the lethality of this type of law. His eyes were bloodshot. Today is the most unworthy day to die. I can't let my son be born without a father and face doomsday as soon as he is born. I don't want him to witness so much destruction and pain. My father gave me everything and let me achieve what I have today. How can I, Long Chen, not give him anything? I don't want him to have a good life as soon as he is born. No, definitely not. Perhaps in this final moment, what supported Long Chen the most was the child who was about to come into this world. Long Chen had been waiting for him for a long time, and this day had finally come. When his son was born, how could the gift he gave him be turned into ashes? He couldn't imagine how Li Xuanji would tell him his father's whereabouts. On one side was the myriad of worlds, on the other side was his wife and children, and on the other side were his brothers and sisters. There was no reason for them to lose such a crucial battle here. When his brain was filled with blood and his body reached a boiling, explosive state, Long Chen would enter a new state. Perhaps it was the guidance of the heavens, or perhaps it was unknowingly, but he subconsciously divided the power of each of the 7 ancestral dragons, except for the primeval sacrificial dragon, to suppress one of the blood caverns. This was the first time Long Chen separated the power of the 7 ancestral dragons. When the power of the 7 ancestral dragons was clear, it was like 7 torrents flowing in his body. At the moment of death, Long Chen couldn't help but think that in the past, he had always fused 2 or 3 types of laws. If he could find a balance and fuse all 7 types of laws together, what would happen? Thinking about it carefully, even he found it unbelievable. This was his only chance. One side was death, and the other side was to try. Very clearly, Long Chen chose to try. At this moment, there were 7 blood caverns in his body. There were 7 black vortexes in the sky, and they were arranged in a spoon-like shape. This made Long Chen understand that this was a special and stable structure. Coincidentally, the number was also 7. At that moment, at the moment of despair, it was the most wonderful moment in one's life. Some crazy ideas would often be born, and there would often be a shocking intuition. In an instant, Long Chen made his move. He arranged the laws and powers of the 7 ancestral dragons according to the Big Dipper. These 7 ancestral dragons were actually very closely related. They were all apart from the 1st, 2nd, and 10th ancestral dragons. The 1st and 2nd ancestral dragons rarely appeared. The 1st and 2nd ancestral dragons were a traitor, and the 7 of them, including the dragon servants, were together. They were more like a whole. Before the epoch, it was the 7 of them who ruled the world. Long Chen picked a suitable law from each type of law. It did not need to be the strongest, but it had to be the most suitable and the most coordinated. At this time, he had an unimaginable intuition. Perhaps there was someone helping him. Among them, the Void Universe Dragon took the lead. The other 6 ancestral dragons were arranged according to position. The 7 types of laws fused together to form a stable structure. In a trance, Long Chen had great confidence. It's about to succeed. The 7 laws were in the process of merging. But they were stuck again. They could not be truly integrated. Even if they succeeded, the power would not be strong. In such a short time, his body was still being destroyed. If he was stuck again, he would die. Long Chen was anxious at this time, but he did not understand where the problem was. Intuition was also ineffective here. Just as Long Chen was at his most depressed, Li Xuanji's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. He was born. He is very obedient and waiting for you to come back. A few simple words. But to Long Chen, it was extraordinary. He had just arrived, and at this same moment, how could he die? A new life was coming. Just like how he felt to Long Qinglan. These words made Long Chen's mind enter a new state. He could be the Void Universe Dragon. Like Long Yen, he was a little ancestral dragon, the kind that was heaven-defying from birth. He absorbed more power than Long Yen. Suddenly, he remembered that the Void Universe Dragon was born in the 3rd era. When the 1st and 2nd ancestral dragons were not around, the Void Universe Dragon was the leader. Right, my laws are missing a leader. They should not be merged, but all the laws are guided into the Void Universe Dragon to form a core. Perhaps this was the great inspiration that the birth of his son brought to Long Chen. It was truly formed. 6 types of laws fused into time, and this time law became not just a time law, but a combination of the 7 types of ancestral dragons. Since you were born when my son was born, I will call you the Wrath of the Dragon Scale. It was a very casual name. But it was also in line with Long Chen's style. When the Wrath of the Dragon Scale was born, the 7 blood caves had already destroyed more than half of Long Chen's body. Just as he was about to die, the 7 laws merged. The moment Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a ray of light with a lot of colors flashed in them. His gaze instantly shone on old ancestor Wuji. It was just for a moment. Chapter 33-35. Dragon Qilint's Wrath. In fact, it was similar to the dragon's inverse blood and the Big Dipper killer. However, it was different due to the participation of the 7 ancestral dragons. That rule contained Long Chen's will to survive and his promise to Li Xuanji. It contained his hatred for the destruction of Penglai Island. At that moment, 7 dragon shadows rushed out from the 7 blood caves and gathered in Long Chen's sight. Void Universe Dragon, Divine Way Heart Refining Dragon, Mixed Element Heavenly Dragon, and so on were all clear to him. The 7 laws merged into one and were directly born in the boundless ancestor's body. That was an inescapable law. At that moment, the 7 ancestral dragons materialized on the boundless ancestor's body. However, those were 7 symbols in the shape of the Big Dipper. There was a divine dragon shadow in the position of each star. Those were all ancestral dragons. It was as if Long Chen had stamped 7 seals on the boundless ancestor's body with his gaze. Compared to the Big Dipper killer, it was like an eye for an eye. When the 7 ancestral dragon shadows were formed, countless ancestral dragon laws began to attack the boundless ancestor's body through his flesh. Long Chen was confident and could see with his own eyes that the boundless ancestor's divine body was being destroyed under the dragon Qilint's wrath and the 7 ancestral dragons' combined attack laws. The speed of destruction was even faster than Long Chen's. Buzz, buzz. Within the body that the opponent could not see, the 7 ancestral dragons went crazy. It was a disaster within the boundless ancestor's body with laws flying around and destruction rampaging. The 7 divine dragon marks were simply symbols of death and had a stronger destructive power than the 7 blood caves on Long Chen's body. In terms of laws alone, Long Chen had obviously surpassed his opponent. However, his opponent had the world origin which far surpassed Long Chen in terms of power and weapons. However, it was not easy for Long Chen to achieve that as a perfect realm ultimate god. It was the boundless ancestor's suppression before, but it had now become a battle of attrition between the two sides. If that continued, Long Chen would certainly die in battle, but the boundless ancestor would also be severely injured. It was obvious that the Wuxia ancestor had his own considerations. Long Chen had the feeling that he was smarter than the other 2 elder gods. Thus, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to be heavily injured. If that were to happen, his status would no longer be guaranteed. At this moment, life and death hung by a thread. The birth of his son gave Long Chen boundless strength in his heart. At this moment, he was practically smiling at his opponent. This was his will. How tenacious. At this point, the boundless old ancestor could not help but sigh. As a founding ancestor of the 9th era, he naturally admired Long Chen as an opponent. The reason why Long Chen could have such a status in the myriad worlds was because of the respect and trust of the people. Suddenly, Patriarch Limitless waved his hand and the 7 caves in the sky disappeared. The 7 bloody holes on Long Chen's body disappeared as well. Only then did the soul song of life come into play. Long Chen's wounds began to heal. You've received the 3rd move. Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise and stay in the limitless star ocean to protect that world. I will no longer harm the innocent. The boundless old ancestor was very straightforward. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only choose to believe him. This was also a kind of intuition. After all, the boundless old ancestor was an honest person. At least, he was better than the other 2. At this moment, Long Chen also removed the rules of the wrath of the dragon Qilin. After all, it was the other party who had let him go first. If he continued to hold on, it would not be good for either side. It would be even worse for Mo Xiaolang. They would not be able to hold on for long. No matter who among them died in battle, it would be an unbearable pain on that day. The boundless old ancestor said, "You can rest assured. Although I have lost my memories, I am still a man of my word. Of course, whether you believe me or not is up to you. If you want to kill me, just come to the limitless star ocean to find me. Besides, I am partly responsible for the destruction of Penglai Island. I only have one life. If you really want revenge, you can come to me. Since you knew this day would come, why did you join forces with the two of them? Long Chen was a little confused. The boundless old ancestor said straightforwardly, I don't know what you are capable of, so why would I stand on your side? What if they get rid of you and then join forces to get rid of me? So, I can only participate. Sorry, I think I am a selfish person, not as great as you. He was very realistic. Everything he did was indeed for his own sake. However, he did not have the arrogant ambitions of the other two. So, Long Chen understood. You can go. If he left, Long Chen could join the battle on Ancestor Stone's side. That way, the balance would be balanced and they would have the confidence to win. Sure, but as a kind of compensation for Penglai Island, I will give you a gift. Saying this, the boundless old ancestor controlled the everlasting jade sword in his hand. Just as Ancestor Stone and Mo Xiaolang were fighting arrogantly and had the upper hand, the boundless old ancestor suddenly moved the jade sword in his hand behind him. Big Dipper, take life. It was the attack that had been aimed at Long Chen. Ancestor Stone had never expected that the boundless old ancestor would attack him from behind at this moment. When the 7 caves in the sky formed, 7 bloody holes appeared on his back. Ah! Ancestor Stone cried out in pain and turned his head with difficulty, only to see the boundless old ancestor's cold face. You! Before he could release his monstrous anger, Mo Xiaolang and the others saw this opportunity and immediately unleashed their rule power. 3 terrifying attacks bombarded the stone ancestor's body, almost blowing the stone ancestor into pieces. If not for the stone hammer blocking part of the attack, the stone ancestor would have been turned into ashes. Even so, he could not avoid a serious injury comparable to Patriarch Penglai's. Although Mo Xiaolang and the others did not know what was going on, they seized the opportunity. Primitive troll Soiyan restrained Ancestor Stone, and the 3 of them attacked wildly. Ancestor Stone was in a terrible situation, especially the boundless old ancestor's Big Dipper, which plunged him into the forbidden land of death. Swoosh! The jade sword once more flew out of his hand, shooting out like a streak of white light towards the heavenly serpent elder and elder god Lingsu. These 2 female elder gods were at the height of their battle. They were evenly matched, and this caused both of them to be so angry that they were shaking with rage. But right at this moment, an enormous threat appeared behind him. Heavenly Snake Ancestor was stunned. She had been worried about Ancestor Ling Su this entire time, and had not expected that the boundless old ancestor would attack her. Courting death. Heavenly Snake Ancestor had blocked the attack, but she had not expected that Ancestor Goddess Ling Su's jade pendant would strike her on the head. Heavenly Snake Ancestor was completely stupefied. That single detail completely changed the rhythm of her battle against Ancestor Goddess Ling Su. Let's go. The boundless old ancestor's betrayal had changed the course of the battle, and he immediately flashed away. He was a great help. Although the Big Dipper's rule had been lifted, Mo Xiaolang and the other 2 still had no problem dealing with Stone Ancestor, who was struggling at death's door. Moreover, Patriarch Penglai had returned from afar. Although he had not fully recovered, he was still a great help. Ancestor Innumerable Stone was on the verge of death, and could no longer escape. Heavenly Snake Ancestor, on the other hand, was not heavily injured. In truth, Long Chen had not expected that the boundless old ancestor would suddenly betray them before leaving. He would have a much higher chance of success than Long Chen, and thus, the disadvantageous situation for Long Chen's group had been reversed. This was a great opportunity for Long Chen's group. Kill! Long Chen instantly seized the opportunity and appeared before Heavenly Snake Ancestor, preventing her from escaping. Because of the boundless old ancestor's earlier attack, she was already at a disadvantage. Ancestor Goddess Ling Su had completely suppressed her. This woman was the main culprit behind the destruction of Penglai Island. Showing mercy to her would be cruel to oneself. At this moment, the rage and hatred in Long Chen's heart had yet to dissipate. Heavenly Snake Ancestor and Ancestor Innumerable Stone were both stunned. The betrayal of the boundless old ancestor was a huge blow to them. Who could bear it? Damn! All of you should die. Heavenly Snake Ancestor had forced Ancestor Goddess Ling Su away, and was about to abandon Ancestor Stone and flee. Now that Ancestor Innumerable Stone was heavily injured by Mo Xiaolang and the others, and there was also the enraged Patriarch Penglai, there was no way she could escape. But she still had a chance. But right at this moment, Long Chen said nothing. Chapter 33-36. Wrath of the Dragon Qilin. It could be considered a law that was comprehended to commemorate the birth of her son. Even its final form was related to the Dragon Qilin. Just as the Sky Snake Ancestor was preparing to escape, Long Chen did not say a word. The wrath of the Dragon Qilin and the 7 ancestral dragon powers descended on the Sky Snake Ancestor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A power several times stronger than the inverse blood of the dragon exploded on the Sky Snake Ancestor's body. In an instant, parts of her body were destroyed by Long Chen's attack. Arg! With a painful cry, the Sky Snake Ancestor had completely lost her chance to escape. Now, she was being pestered by the 7 ancestral dragons. She could not escape at all. Soon, her life was in danger. The killing power of the wrath of the Dragon Qilin surpassed the Destruction Dragon Pearl to a certain extent. Especially when it was used against a single person. Although the Sky Snake Ancestor's body was huge, it could not withstand the impact of the ancestral dragon's billions of laws. Under the impact, everything on her body was being destroyed. Rumble, rumble. She exploded into smoke. You. She looked at Long Chen in anger and pain. At this moment, have you ever thought of the trillions of people in the Penglai Island that you have destroyed? In his anger, Long Chen increased the destructive power, causing the Sky Snake Ancestor to suffer heavy injuries. She was almost on par with the Stone Ancestor. Keep. At this moment, Ancestor God Ling Su trapped her within the Jade Annulus. At the same time, she handed the world source that belonged to the Sky Snake Ancestor to Long Chen. She said, "You can suppress them in other worlds. Don't let them have any contact." If he could kill them, Long Chen would have done so. But on account of their relationship with the Ancestor God, he could not kill them for now. Of course, Long Chen would not make the same mistake as the previous time. This time, he wanted to injure them even more severely. Moreover, he did not allow them to recover. He wanted them to be in a heavily injured state. Then, he would separate them from their world source. It would be best if they were in one world and the world origin was suppressing it in another world. When the world essence lost its ruler, in Long Chen's hands, it was like an insignificant poison needle, completely useless. Long Chen shook the poison needle, then tossed it into the spacetime tunnel, into the ruins of time. With the time difference, it would be even more difficult for Ancestor Stone and the others to communicate with the world origin. On the other side, Patriarch Penglai had returned. In his rage, he nearly killed Stone Ancestor. Long Chen's wrath of the Dragon Qilin was still in the body of the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. At this moment, the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor was being tortured, but she couldn't move at all. She was furious, but she had no regrets. That's what you get for being arrogant. Humph. Elder God Lingsu was in an excellent mood right now. By now, Infinity Stonefather had been virtually crippled, and Elder God Lingsu had reappeared and sealed him within the Jade Slip. This time, the two of them were even more seriously injured than Ancestor Stone. This time, having learned their lesson, everyone locked onto them and paid close attention to their movements. Long Chen tossed Infinity Stonefather's stone hammer into the ruins of time. It was over. After Long Chen had successfully sealed Ancestor Stone and Elder God Lingsu in the Devil Dragon Tomb and sealed them with layers of seals, virtually sealing off any chance of escape, they gathered together again. Now, they could finally relax. Just a moment ago, they had been hovering on the edge of life and death. "Boss, what's going on with that Patriarch Infinity? Are we still going to capture him?" Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Patriarch Penglai didn't understand either. After recovering, he had rushed back. The battle was already over, and he hadn't been able to help. Long Chen told everyone about what had happened with Patriarch Infinity. Only then did everyone understand that Patriarch Infinity was such a person. Then do we still have to deal with him? Long Chen thought for a moment, then said, "Not for now. I'll interact with him more, but if he doesn't come looking for trouble and is even willing to team up with us, that's a good thing. Our team needs more helpers." Everyone nodded. At least 2 big problems had been solved. Long Chen was a little anxious to go back and see his son. At this time, Patriarch Penglai looked at Penglai Island under his feet with tears in his eyes. "Senior, my condolences. In a while, I'll let most people be reborn, but I can't restore the destruction of the world," Long Chen said apologetically. "In the future, let them stay in my God nation until I create a new Penglai Island for them." Patriarch Penglai wiped away his tears, but his eyes were still filled with hope and confidence. It can still be recreated. The destruction of the world could still be rebuilt. Of course, the dragon sacrificial continent was different. Long Chen had inherited the essence blood of the primeval sacrificial dragon, which was why the dragon sacrificial continent had returned. However, this was not the complete dragon sacrificial continent, just a starting point. Looking at the mahogany staff in his hand, Patriarch Penglai said, "I'm not sure, but my intuition tells me that the world's origin is the core of the world. As long as I have it, I might be able to rebuild the world. Of course, it's just my intuition. Look, although Penglai Island has been destroyed, the smoke and dust are still here and haven't dissipated." The smoke and dust on Penglai Island had condensed into a misty sphere. Long Chen suddenly remembered that after the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent, it was also a misty sphere. "Of course, I don't have this ability now," Patriarch Penglai said regretfully. Long Chen nodded. It was indeed a guess, but it also gave him hope. "If you figure out anything, please tell me. Don't worry. I want my world back more than anyone else," Patriarch Penglai said. While he stayed here, Long Chen and the others returned to the dragon sacrificial continent first. After such a battle, everyone wanted to see that little life as soon as possible. After returning to the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen saw Li Xuanji surrounded by a group of people. They were none other than the Dragon Emperor and the others. Almost all of her relatives were here. Long Chen saw Li Xuanji at first glance. She had regained her perfect figure and looked a little tired, but her motherly charm fascinated Long Chen. They looked at each other and smiled. She had been living on the edge of Long Chen's world. Perhaps this moment was the biggest gain for her. "Come and see your son." The Eternal Dragon Emperor, who was at the side, called out. Long Chen went in surrounded by the crowd. "I want to hug my little brother. I want to hug my little brother." As soon as he came back, he heard Long Yan's clamor. Now, Long Lin was in Lingxi's arms. Yan still obeyed Lingxi and didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she would have started snatching him. "Mom, I want to hug my little brother and play with him." The little girl was very anxious. "My little brother is still young. It will take some time. Why don't you throw him into the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time? He will be mature soon." "No, he will grow up." Right at this moment, Long Chen came back. He had fulfilled his promise and returned safely. Although he didn't tell his family about the thrilling experience, they all knew that it was not an easy battle. Dad. At the sight of Long Chen, Long Yen came over and hugged his thigh. She stuck out her tongue and looked very obedient. However, this was all because of the little witch's disguise. She knew that her dad's words carried the most weight in the entire world. By pleasing her dad, she would have the greatest right to speak. Long Chen carried her and brought her to Lingxi. Your son. Here you are. Lingxi smiled coquettishly and replaced Long Yen. Not until then did Long Chen see his son. Of course, it was a baby. He was chubby and a bit red. What was most attractive was his pair of light blue eyes which were as vast as the stars. The most terrifying thing was that his body was illusory for a while and real for a while, void dragon. A perfect void dragon. He was exactly the same as when Long Yen was born. Even his soul was a complete origin dragon soul. Moreover, he was already in the Tai immortal realm when he was born. Seeing him, Long Chen felt reassured. Perhaps he would only have these two children in his life. Their talents were all heaven-defying, and that was the best. Different from Long Yen, this boy was really quiet and obedient. When he saw Long Chen, he gazed at Long Chen curiously with his big eyes, which looked very cute. After a while, he stretched out his little hand and grabbed something in the air while giggling at Long Chen. If it was Long Yen, he would have already flown away. Mom, my little brother is different from me. Chapter 33-37. It was late at night on the dragon sacrificial continent. Li Xuanji had gone to rest. After years of pregnancy and childbirth, her mind was strained. Now, she finally regained her freedom. The main reason was that it was too difficult for Long Chen to give birth to a child. Being pregnant for countless years was simply a nightmare. It was rare for Long Chen to have peace as he talked to the child in his arms. The little boy was very quiet but also very smart. It had only been a while, but he already knew how to call someone Daddy. His clear eyes were as moving as water. You have inherited the Void Universe Dragon. Your grandfather and I are also the inheritors of the Void Universe Dragon. I hope you will have great achievements in the future. Most importantly, you must be kind. Boys were harder to teach than girls. After he fell asleep, Long Chen handed him over to Lingxi and then returned to Penglai Island. There were too many souls here that needed him. I heard your son was born. Only Patriarch Penglai was left here, staring blankly at the world that once belonged to him. Yes. Congratulations. Perhaps this was the only good news in this disaster. It was a huge project to resurrect trillions of people. If it weren't for all the living beings in the myriad worlds providing him with the power of faith, he wouldn't have been able to persevere. Even so, it would take a long time. Long Chen only hoped that nothing else would happen during this long time. At least, the two ancestral gods were locked. Amazing. Amidst the life echo, souls were resurrected one after another. Patriarch Penglai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, it seems that you are the real creator, and I'm just related to this world, Patriarch Penglai couldn't help but say. This time, it lasted for a full 2 months. It took 2 months for Long Chen to resurrect most of the living beings with complete souls. As for the rest, it was too late to save them. No matter how many people were resurrected, all of them had entered Patriarch Penglai's divine nation. They could barely survive, but his divine nation was not a place that could last forever. At least, as long as I'm alive, they will be safe. Senior, you can stay in the origin world. They have more spiritual energy. As a matter of fact, as ancestral patriarchs, they should be able to create spiritual energy. However, Patriarch Penglai and the others needed a certain method, which they had forgotten. Thank you. If you have any trouble in the future, don't hesitate to look for me. After bidding farewell to Patriarch Penglai, he returned to the dragon sacrificial continent. Although Long Lin's human form was still that of an infant and could not walk normally, he could transform into a void cosmic dragon. In front of him, there was a blood-colored little dragon and an illusory baby dragon that was a little blue in color. They were running around the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent, and Long Yan's bell-like laughter could be heard everywhere. Now that he had a playmate, there was no need to mention how happy she was. Sister, don't run so fast. I can't keep up. Long Lin was panting from exhaustion. In the blink of an eye, Long Yan, who was having fun, had already run off somewhere. It would probably take a long time for her to realize that her brother had disappeared. Long Lin looked at his unfamiliar surroundings and felt slightly afraid. At that moment, a few wild beasts came over, and seeing their massive bodies, Long Lin felt quite afraid. Don't move. Long Lin stammered, but he did not expect that after he finished speaking, the wild beasts really stopped moving. Actually, Long Lin had used the rules of time to make them stop moving. Of course, he did not know that. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in front of him. Daddy. Seeing Long Chen, Long Lin hurriedly ran over and nestled in Long Chen's arms. He stared at Long Chen with wide eyes and said in a childish voice, "Sister, I suddenly disappeared." Long Chen could not help but feel a little depressed. He had a daughter, but she was even more mischievous than a boy. He had a son, but he was even more obedient than a girl. If it was Long Yan, she would not be nestling in his arms, but directly wrapping around his neck, trying to strangle him to death. Wow! Right at that moment, Long Yan ran over and shouted, "Silly little brother, why didn't you keep up?" As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Long Chen. She stuck out her little red tongue and immediately ran away. This pair of children made Long Chen feel much better. No matter what, he would give these two little things a happy environment to grow up in. If they were like him, then it would be a little difficult. A few days later, Long Chen arrived at the Wuxia Star Ocean. The boundless old ancestor really stayed here. This time, Long Chen came mainly to see the boundless old ancestor's situation. After all, he was not particularly at ease with this guy. Now that the myriad realms were peaceful again, if there was a disaster, it could only come from the boundless old ancestor. Because the other two were still seriously injured, they were also sealed by Long Chen. The boundless old ancestor did not refuse his arrival. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Wuxia Star Ocean. This was a mortal empire, a place like the imperial city. It was very lively, and the strongest people were only in the divine martial arts realm. The boundless old ancestor was in a mortal tea house, sitting by the window, looking at the people coming and going below, and tasting the fragrant tea in his hand. Long Chen appeared in front of him, sat opposite him, and asked, "Does the tea of mortals have any taste?" Simple and crude is a kind of taste. The boundless old ancestor was very casual. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm as he looked at the world. It was as if he had blended into this world. Many customers in the tea houses next to him did not think there was anything strange about him. "It's quite interesting. These are all my descendants. These days, I have been watching all this, and I actually have feelings for this place. Only now do I know how vicious it was to destroy Penglai. If you want to judge me, don't be polite." The boundless old ancestor said very casually. "You have made up for your mistake." Seeing him like this, Long Chen was much more relieved. Many expressions and things like that could not be faked. These were his real thoughts. The boundless old ancestor quietly tasted the tea and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "What do you mean?" Long Chen took the teacup from the waiter and poured himself a cup. No one would have thought that the two people in this tea house were the ruler of the myriad worlds, Long Chen, and an ancestor god. The boundless old ancestor said, "What I mean is, from my point of view, the 5 of us have appeared, but 10,000 ancestor gods have disappeared. You told us this, so where are the others? We are all existences of the lowest level among the ancestor gods. From my point of view, they will come back sooner or later." I understand what you mean. In fact, this was the most difficult problem for Long Chen to face. The 5 ancestor gods that had descended were basically fine. So, what are you going to do? If another ancestor god appears, you will not be able to control the situation as you do now. Long Chen took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. 10,000 creator ancestor gods. To be honest, as long as more than 10 of them appear, the myriad worlds will fall into complete chaos and enter a chaotic era. If every ancestor god has no memories, then there's no need to talk about it. If that really happens, I can only resign myself to fate. Right now, I can only pray that the 5 of you are an exception and no more will appear. Long Chen did not mention the sky-swallowing clan. He hoped that they were the fish that had escaped the net, and that the other ancestor gods had been devoured by the sky-swallowing clan and would never return. This guess was possible. This was what Long Chen had thought from the start. Simply put, the more ancestor gods that appeared, the less likely it was. I hope you're right. Moreover, what you said isn't wrong. The creator gods aren't ordinary gods and devils. You're already heaven-defying, but compared to the creator gods, you're still too immature. If more than 10 of them really descend, the myriad worlds will no longer be under your control. If that really happened, Long Chen hoped that it would be a little later. He could be a little stronger, and he might have a chance to protect some people. Otherwise, the ancestor gods would be like waves. Even Stone Ancestor and Sky Demon Snake Ancestor were so difficult to deal with, let alone the others. If an 8th-era ancestor god appeared, needless to say, it could destroy everything that Long Chen had worked so hard to build. Now, it was up to fate. I will leave first. Goodbye. After chatting for a while, Long Chen left. Chapter 33-38. After returning from the boundless starry ocean, Long Chen first went to the Devil Dragon tomb to check on Stone Ancestor and Sky Snake Ancestor. They had yet to recover from their previous injuries. This time, Ancestor God Ling Su had put in a lot of effort to prevent the 2 of them from escaping. The 2 of them were heavily injured, and were frozen in the Jade Annulus. Long Chen stood before them with his hands behind his back, allowing Ancestor God Ling Su to give them a chance to speak. How does it feel to be imprisoned? Long Chen was not afraid of offending these 2 ancestor gods. Even if they had the power of the origin world. Their origin world was incomplete, so they did not have the true power of the ancestor gods. If they recovered to the perfect ancestor realm, Long Chen would not be able to imprison them. Stone Ancestor could not even grit his teeth. Long Chen, hurry up and let me out. Otherwise, the day I can get out, I will destroy the entire myriad worlds. Sky Snake Ancestor threatened, let us go, or you will know what it means to be miserable. Long Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, you can threaten me all you want. Your words will only make me more determined. From now on, I won't let you leave this place for millions or even tens of millions of years. Just you wait and see. In any case, you won't be lonely. Enjoy your days. Seeing that they couldn't intimidate Long Chen, Stone Ancestor and Stone Ancestor could do nothing but rage. Remember, don't give me a chance to leave. Stone Ancestor roared. Do you have anything else to say? Long Chen mainly wanted to check on their situation. Now he understood that these 2, even if he had to kill them, he must not let them out. Otherwise, the tragedy of Penglai Island would continue. The Sky Demon Serpent Ancestor laughed coldly at this moment. If the 5 of us can return, then so can the 10,000 ancestor gods. It's best if they all lose their memories. When the rest of them return, I want to see how you will be able to dominate the myriad of worlds. Those who should be destroyed will be destroyed in the end. Humph. Long Chen had the ancestor god Ling Su seal their ability to speak, then left the torrential rain in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, trapping the two of them in eternal darkness. But in fact, Long Chen remembered their words and the words of the boundless old ancestor. They made it sound as though all the ancestral gods would return. However, if all the ancestral gods could return, then what did the sky-swallowing clan devour? Could they spit it out after devouring it? With the greed of the sky-swallowing clan, how could they spit out what they had swallowed? Impossible. In any case, Long Chen found it hard to believe. The five of them thought it was just a disappearance, so they believed a little. It doesn't matter if I've descended or not, it's impossible for me to move these 10,000 worlds. It's even more impossible for me to completely protect them. There's only one way for me to become stronger as soon as possible and find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul as soon as possible. Then, I'll be able to control the myriad worlds and fight against the sky-devouring clan when I become the real ancestral dragon. At that time, he hoped that the common people would no longer die, and that the myriad worlds would prosper. Half a year flashed by. Fortunately, no ancestral god of creation had descended since the last battle. The boundless old ancestor behaved himself, not to mention old ancestor Peng Lai and ancestral god Ling Su. The myriad worlds had returned to a peaceful and tranquil stage. For example, the people of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean and the other two worlds had gotten used to living together with the ancestral gods. Due to the ancestral gods' arrival, the level of their worlds and cultivation resources were improving. In the peace, people had somewhat forgotten about the tragedies that happened on the Closed Moon Star and Peng Lai Island. The Closed Moon Star in the Azure Demon Realm was penetrated by the Endless Stone Ancestor. Peng Lai Island was instantly destroyed. It was still scattered in the myriad worlds. Old Ancestor Peng Lai was trying to find a way to rebuild the world. I'm almost at the ultimate god realm. During this period of time, Long Chen had been searching for the origin dragon soul and wholeheartedly improving his cultivation base. Although it seemed like half a year, he had actually been in the Tower of Time for a long time. Nearly 100 years had passed in a flash. However, his son and daughter had grown up quite slowly. According to the age of Baiyang Town, Long Yen was roughly equivalent to a 6 or 7-year-old girl, while Long Lin was equivalent to a 3-year-old child. Both of them spent most of their time in the Tower of Time, so they were actually hundreds of years old. When he was not cultivating, Long Chen would accompany Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and his son and daughter when he was tired. Li Xuanji did not need to cultivate, but Lingxi's cultivation base suddenly improved by leaps and bounds in the process of studying the divine spell ring. Long Chen would not be surprised if she had become a half-step ancestral god recently. She had almost used the dragon sacrifice inheritance blood essence in her body to its peak. Soon, she was almost a mature dragon sacrifice, which was the fastest among the supreme divine dragons in terms of cultivation speed. On the dragon sacrifice continent, Long Chen was playing with his son and daughter on a clear and boundless lake. After a while, a little dragon fell into Long Chen's arms and turned into a child. He looked at Long Chen with his bright eyes and said with some grievance, "Daddy, elder sister bullied me. She, don't tell on her." Long Yen ran in front of him with a swoosh, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws nervously. Long Chen caught her. This little tyrant was getting more and more lawless. However, Long Chen also felt sorry for them from the bottom of his heart. "Daddy, don't hit me. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom that you're hiding a lot of other women, more than 10,000 of them. You play with them every day and don't want Mom and Aunt Xuanji." Long Yen rolled her big eyes and immediately came up with a solution. "Who told you that?" "Uncle Kitten said it. He said that as long as I get hold of Daddy's weakness, I can make you kneel before me. Daddy, you little bastard, come over quickly. I want to ride a horse. Long Chen was considering whether to steam or braise Kitten. He instantly cut off the tiger penis. Daddy, elder sister is so scary. Uncle Kitten said that when elder sister grows up, no one will dare to marry her. In his arms, Long Lin, who was still considered a baby, said seriously. I don't want to marry anyone. Even if I do, it has to be someone more powerful than me, more powerful than Daddy. However, there's no choice. There's no such person. Humph, Long Yen said proudly. To Long Chen, having such a pair of children was probably the greatest fortune and happiness in this life. If this kind of life could exist for a long time, it would simply be his dream. However, as long as the sky-swallowing clan existed, there would be no future for the myriad worlds. The mystical dragon would not have a future. Long Chen would not have a future either. His wife and children would all have no future. One day, even this pair of children would die tragically. Thinking of that scene, Long Chen felt like he had just had a nightmare. He woke up from his joy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could not accept it. Daddy, Long Yen and Long Lin were startled. It's okay. Daddy is leaving. Long Chen did not want to scare them. He just subconsciously thought of the future. He comforted his children and sent them to Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Just as he was about to leave, something happened. There was news from the southern star region. An ancestral god had appeared, and it was absolutely true. Fortunately, it was a prehistoric world. The ancestral god that appeared should be in the 9th era's ancestor realm. It's here again. It was like a nightmare had descended again. Be careful. Lingxi and Long Lin did not need to say much to know what had happened. Now, Li Xuanji could also help. She and Kitten and Mo Xiaolang were almost equal. After all, she could use all of Long Chen's rules. However, if it was just an ancestral god descending, Long Chen would not call her. After some time, when Lingxi became a half-ancestor, she would probably be able to help as well. Don't worry. The four in front of him were four of the most important people in his life. For them, Long Chen had to go out and fight. There was only one path for a beautiful future. That was to fight. Otherwise, the future would be a tragedy. Long Chen quickly arrived at the Death Realm. He was also summoning the others. He had originally planned for the three brothers to go over. After all, it might not necessarily be a battle. If it was really a battle, then he would call the others. When Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten gathered in the Death Realm, suddenly, new news came. Chapter 33-39. Another ancestor god had descended, and this one was from the far north. The difference between the two ancestor gods was too great. This caused Long Chen to have a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that old ancestor Wuji's words had come true? You too, hurry up and call ancestor god Ling Su. Mo Xiaolang was shocked, and his expression turned ugly. Long Chen was getting nervous. After a long period of silence, he felt as though a storm was about to descend. He didn't just call ancestor god Ling Su, but also Soiyan and Li Xuanji. Finally, he notified Patriarch Penglai and Patriarch Wuji. After spending some time together, Patriarch Wuji was willing to help them. More importantly, he had fallen in love with the boundless starry sea, and was willing to protect that world. Of course, he didn't ask them to help directly, just to make some preparations. Just as Long Chen finished notifying them, he received a third piece of news. Another ancestor god has arrived in the southern starry domain. His heart pounded. Boom! Boom! A storm was brewing. It seemed to explode in the next moment. While Mo Xiaolang and the others were still shocked by the appearance of 3 ancestor gods, Long Chen received a total of 8 pieces of news. Every piece of news was accurate. Ancestor gods had appeared. A total of 11 ancestor gods. It was as though a nightmare had descended. The thing that Long Chen was most worried about had come true. He had made arrangements in the myriad worlds. Now that everyone knew about the ancestor god, when the news confirmed that it was an ancestor god, the books couldn't be wrong. 11 ancestor gods. No, another piece of news came. 12. By the time Long Chen sent a notice to all the forces on his side to hurry to the death rain, the number of ancestor gods had reached 15. He hadn't told Xiaolang and the others yet. The only forces that could be mobilized were the 3 elder gods on this side, Long Chen's side, and the 5 behind Li Xuanji. The others wouldn't be able to help, and if an elder god wasn't easy to get along with, they might just die in battle. There were a total of 8 of them. Aside from the 3 elder gods and himself, who could just barely deal with an elder god, only 4 or 5 elder gods were truly effective. Long Chen felt a headache coming on. Patriarch Infinity, Patriarch Penglai, and Patriarch Infinity all arrived. A lot. Old Ancestor Limitless asked. The fact that they hadn't made a move yet was enough to show that there were too many of them. They had completely messed up their plans, and they didn't even know which world they should go to. A lot. Even as they spoke, the number was still increasing. The 8 of them huddled together, looking at Long Chen. From the serious expression on Long Chen's face, they could tell how serious the situation was. 24 will descend at the same time. In the end, Long Chen took a deep breath, then spoke. When the 3 elder gods had arrived at the same time, they had dealt a heavy blow to the 10,000 worlds. But now, if they hadn't missed anything, a total of 24 elder gods had appeared at the same time. If they had missed anything, there would be even more. This number gave everyone an enormous amount of pressure. Long Chen didn't want the 10,000 worlds to fall into chaos, but judging from the number, the 10,000 worlds would definitely fall into chaos. Unless Long Chen had the ability to instantly defeat an elder god. Otherwise, how could they possibly suppress the 10,000 worlds? Everyone was stunned when they heard this number. Even Patriarch Infinity began to laugh and cry. I feel like the words I told you earlier have come true. Enormous pressure. At a time like this, time was life. Trillions of lives. After a moment of silence, an unprecedented tempest began to tear at the 10,000 worlds. The 10,000 worlds were like little boats in the middle of a storm. Sooner or later, the 10,000 worlds would be torn asunder. 24. Many people wanted to give up when they heard this number. But Long Chen didn't. He gritted his teeth and brought the 24 death realms and dragon gates before him. When a disaster was coming, he needed to deal with it calmly. There won't be any more for the time being. 24 in total. I haven't received any other news, but I'm sure you all know how difficult it is for 24 of them. We can't run away and take care of our own safety. The only thing we can do now is to communicate with the other elder gods, just like I did with Patriarch Penglai. I believe that most of them are good people, so we need their help. Once they join us, our numbers will increase, and we might be able to get through this crisis. No one wants to see another Penglai Island appear in the 10,000 worlds, understood? Indeed, increasing their numbers was the only way. The more people they had, the more helpers they would have. Later on, they could mobilize the other elder gods to communicate with the new elder gods. Patriarch Penglai and the others were also helping. That's right. That's the only way. At this point, no one stopped. According to Long Chen's arrangements, the 3 elder gods would travel separately, and he himself would go alone. Soi Ian and Mo Xiaolang could only stay alive if they worked together. As for Long Chen, he arranged for Li Xuanji and Kitten to form a team so that they could look out for each other. After all, it was very difficult for the two of them to deal with an elder god alone. Your own life is the most important. Don't try to show off, Long Chen reminded Li Xuanji. You should say that to yourself. It's not good for you to keep risking your life. She pursed her lips and arrived in another world. Time was of the essence, and every moment was torture. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived in a creator realm in the northern galaxy. I wonder if there are any 8th-era ancestors among the 24 who descended this time. If there were, it would be even more troublesome. Although according to the report, they were all worlds below the creation grade, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the worlds of the 8th era had fallen below the order grade, or even the prehistoric grade. After all, the dragon sacrificial continent of the First Era had been directly destroyed. Before the First Era, there were actually many worlds that had been destroyed. For example, there were not many original incipient realm worlds now. Before the First Era, there were more than 100 original incipient realm worlds. For Long Chen and the others, the pressure in their hearts was unprecedented. Nervousness spread in everyone's hearts. They were all afraid that something would go wrong and bring disaster to the infinite worlds. The world Long Chen arrived in this time was an ocean called the Azure Sea area. In the Azure Sea area, the merfolk lived. They were actually a kind of human race that lived in the water. The former Azure Sea area was like a sapphire in the infinite world's starry sky, dazzling and sparkling. But now, it was like a sea in a storm with tens of thousands of huge waves. The entire Azure Sea area was crazy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Endless seawater surged up to 10 million meters high. There were merfolk in there who were blown to such a high altitude. Under such a storm, the buildings on the shallow sea were all destroyed. Many merfolk died. The Azure Sea area was originally quiet. But now, almost all the merfolk in this world were affected. Such a terrifying sea wave was a top-level disaster. Many people who didn't know the situation thought that the end of the world had come. To Long Chen, the descent of 24 elder gods meant that every world was in an abyss of suffering. There were quite a few situations similar to the Azure Sea region. Although no worlds had been destroyed, the number of deaths was still relatively high. The culprit behind the storm of the Azure Sea region was in the center of the Azure Sea region. Long Chen quickly discovered her. She was a naked, snow-white woman. She had long, ocean-blue hair and eyes. Her eyes rippled with seawater, and they were two real seas. Giggle, this beautiful blue-haired woman swam in the Azure Sea area's seawater, letting out crisp laughter. She was very happy, like a happy child swimming in the entire sea. Her eyes were filled with innocence and purity. However, she didn't know that her actions had brought harm to the entire Azure Sea area. Of course, this was much better than the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. The Sky Demon Snake Ancestor was naive and evil, while this kind of person just didn't know what was going on. There was no time to lose. Long Chen instantly appeared in front of her. Although he was naked, this was the state of a primitive ancestor god. A newborn child wouldn't know what it meant to cover up. I know who you are. If you want to know, follow me. After Long Chen said that, he immediately transformed into a beam of light and vanished. I want to know. Don't go. Chapter 3340. This terrible war was a test of speed and efficiency. However, if one acted too hastily, it would greatly affect their efficiency. This was a contradiction in itself, so they needed to find a balance. Don't run. The Azure Sea's ancestor god chased after Long Chen with her beautiful curves. You have to put on clothes, like this. You'll look even more beautiful that way. Long Chen looked back. After all, it was the most important etiquette not to look at indecent things. Oh, it seems that everyone has clothes like this. She widened her aqua-blue eyes and glanced at Long Chen's clothes. In the blink of an eye, she used her power to form an identical set of clothes on herself. Seeing that she was wearing the same clothes as him, Long Chen thought she was quite cute. He quickly said, "I do know who you are. Your name is Azure Ancestor God. You are the one who created that world." According to what he had told Patriarch Peng Lai, Long Chen told Azure Ancestor God all the necessary details. She listened curiously and asked Long Chen some conceptual questions from time to time. Long Chen answered them one by one. "I didn't know I was so powerful. I'm so happy. Hee, don't worry. I'll protect my world and won't let anyone hurt it," Azure Ancestor God said straightforwardly. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The first attack had gone very smoothly. It seemed that success or failure had a lot to do with the original nature of the Ancestor God. Now he could only pray that there would be more like her and Patriarch Peng Lai. "I still need your help. Can you help me?" Long Chen followed his original plan. He wanted to recruit more Ancestor Gods like Ling Su who could help him. The more Ancestor Gods that stood on his side, the safer the myriad worlds would be. "What? I'll help." She was very enthusiastic. 24 of the missing creator gods have now appeared. Just like you, they have no memories. They can do whatever they want to their people and harm them. I want you to tell them everything I've told you, so that every life can be safe. Okay. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, the other party quickly agreed. Azure Ancestor God's enthusiasm was somewhat beyond Long Chen's expectations. She was like a passionate girl with inexhaustible passion. "Let's go. How about this? I'll take you to another world first. You can learn what I've told you." Okay. After all, Long Chen was not at ease to let her go to other worlds like this. He would take her to see it again first. After all, her temperament was not high now. Perhaps before the epoch, Azure Sea Ancestor was like this energetic girl. Long Chen brought her to the Death Realm and immediately passed through it to another world. His speed was considered the fastest. The other teams had not made any moves yet. They were probably still trying to persuade her carefully. As for what he should say, Long Chen had already sorted it out very clearly. Long Chen would mark out which worlds they had been to and which worlds they had settled. For now, there was no real chaos. Every world was independent. Generally speaking, Ancestor Gods were reluctant to destroy their own worlds. They had this feeling in their bones, so it wasn't too troublesome for now. But 24 was troublesome even just thinking about it. The second world was called the Skyfire Lava World. The Skyfire race was actually a type of human, but they lived in lava. From afar, the entire Skyfire Lava World looked like a huge volcano that emitted thick smoke. It was very wide. All of the Skyfire race lived in the lava within the volcano. It was this lava that forged them and made them even stronger. This was a creator-level world. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen saw that at the bottom of the volcano, in the endless lava, a giant made of lava was walking in this world. He walked forward blankly, and as he walked, he trampled a large number of Skyfire race members to death with each step. Another Ancestor God. And from the looks of it, this one might be even more difficult to deal with. Long Chen didn't know his name, but he could just call it the Lava Ancestor God. It wouldn't be far off. The key was his identity. When Long Chen and the Azure Ancestor God appeared, he stopped in his tracks warily. His eyes were blazing, and he asked with a fiery voice, "Who are you?" "Who we are isn't important. What's important is, do you know who you are? If you want to know, come with us. I'll tell you slowly." Long Chen used the same trick again. But this time, he miscalculated. When Long Chen was about to leave, the Lava Ancestor God stayed there without moving. Even the Azure Ancestor God didn't leave. She didn't react immediately, but Long Chen didn't realize that the Azure Ancestor God was standing in front of the Lava Ancestor God with an ugly expression. Clearly, he hated this place. "I don't want to leave," the Lava Ancestor God said indifferently before continuing to walk through the lava. It was as though he was taking a bath, and he felt extremely comfortable. If he didn't want to leave, Long Chen naturally couldn't do anything about it. In order to save time, he told the Lava Ancestor God everything he had said to the Azure Ancestor God. He told him about his identity, the disappearance of the Ancestor God, and his previous contact with the Skyfire race. "They are my descendants." The Lava Ancestor God was stunned as he looked at the world beneath his feet. "In other words, this is my territory. This is my home." Long Chen realized that the Lava Ancestor God was harder to interact with than the Azure Ancestor God. But at least he managed to calm him down, and he knew that he couldn't kill any more innocent lives. "Long Chen, I want to leave this place. This ugly freak is too ugly. I don't want to talk to him." At that moment, the Azure Ancestor God spoke to Long Chen coquettishly. She looked at the Lava Ancestor God with a look of disgust and disgust. Long Chen didn't expect her to say such childish words. But he instantly understood that the Azure Ancestor God had a childish personality. It seemed like asking too much for her to be as mature as the boundless patriarch. Given her current state, it was impossible. Her emotions were too volatile, and she had no sense of propriety. She would only mess things up. But there was no turning back now. The Lava Ancestor God heard her. "You said that I'm an ugly freak." The Lava Ancestor God's nostrils emitted thick white smoke. As the saying went, fire and water do not mix. The fact that Long Chen had brought the Azure Ancestor God here only meant that his luck was terrible. He couldn't think too much at a critical moment like this. "It's you. You're so ugly." "Humph, don't talk to me. You're too disgusting." The Azure Ancestor God's look of disgust was real. She didn't hide her opinion of the other party's appearance at all. Even Ancestor God Ling Su wouldn't have said such a thing. "You're courting death." Just as Long Chen expected, the Lava Ancestor God flew into a rage. Without another word, he charged out of the Skyfire Furnace world and attacked the Azure Ancestor God. "You're the one courting death." The two creator gods completely ignored Long Chen and chose to fight at this time and place. Big trouble. Long Chen had believed that things would only get smoother and smoother from here on out, but he had forgotten about the clash between the two elder gods. This was especially true when his luck was terrible. He had been sent straight to the Skyfire lava world from the Azure Sea realm. Of course, bringing the Azure Ancestor God along was not the right choice. She was too childish, and could easily anger the other Ancestor gods. If a battle were to break out, the consequences would be immeasurable. With 24 Ancestor gods appearing at the same time, there was no way they could settle things so easily. It wasn't just Long Chen. The others were in trouble as well. "You can't fight. Listen to me." As they clashed, Long Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. He hurriedly shouted to drown out their voices, but these two Ancestor gods were like sworn enemies from a previous life. After exchanging a few curses, their clash turned into a battle to the death. For a time, the Skyfire Furnace world, which was closest to the battlefield, was in dire straits. Even though Long Chen was in the middle, he was pushed back by the two Ancestor gods. When he turned his head, he saw that their eyes were red. Chapter 33-41. Although the two of them did not know how to use the world's source energy, the power caused by their frenzied battle was still immeasurable. Of course, to Long Chen, they might not be able to defeat Long Chen. However, the problem was that before these three experts, the Genesis-level Heavenly Flames lava world was like a thatched house next to a giant beast that could shatter at any time. One collision and it would be destroyed. Stop. Long Chen was going crazy. The two Genesis-level ancestor gods were so engrossed in their battle that they did not care about the situation in the Heavenly Flames lava world. When Long Chen came to his senses, he was already in the midst of their battle. Especially the Azure ancestor god, he did not care about the Heavenly Flames lava world at all. A large amount of shockwaves from his attacks fell onto the Heavenly Flames lava world. Damn it! At that moment, Long Chen circled behind the lava ancestor god and transformed into the ancestor dragon to block most of the attacks. However, a large amount of shockwaves still hit the world. Boom boom boom. As the two ancestor gods were not paying attention to their battle, the Heavenly Flames lava world rapidly collapsed. Countless lives were rapidly dying. The number of living beings in this world was double that of Penglai Island. Rumble. At that moment, the lava ancestor god retreated. As he dodged the attacks, he crashed into the Heavenly Flames lava world. In an instant, the Heavenly Flames lava world completely collapsed under the might of the Genesis-level ancestor god. Oh no, Long Chen stared blankly at everything. To be honest, it was too difficult. This world was too fragile for the ancestor gods. It was easy for them to destroy it. A simple collision and it would be gone. The myriad worlds were just that fragile now. Long Chen did not have the strength to completely crush the two of them. Whether he could protect this world or not had nothing to do with whether or not he risked his life. It was difficult to protect something that should be destroyed. There was a cracking sound. In Long Chen's ears, he heard the screams of countless lives. Destruction, annihilation. One by one, souls were born. In an instant, the world completely collapsed under the impact of the lava ancestor god's violent retreat. It fell apart and turned into smoke and dust that filled the sky. The Heavenly Fire clan members within it all became ghosts of the dead. Only the divine venerable ones that Long Chen had arranged to be there could escape successfully. In fact, even a godly venerable could destroy such a world, let alone an ancestral god. In Long Chen's eyes, another world was being destroyed, and this time, even more lives were being lost. This scene caused Long Chen's heart to feel extremely heavy. However, he knew that with 24 elder gods descending now, it was very likely that this wouldn't be the last time. In fact, there would be many more times. Were the myriad worlds really destined to be destroyed? Bang! From then on, the Heavenly Flame lava world vanished from the myriad worlds, leaving behind nothing but smoke and dust to prove its existence. Ah, it's not my fault that your world is destroyed. You broke it yourself, ugly. Azure Blue Ancestor God's words allowed Long Chen to see her clearly. She wasn't as pure and kind as she looked. Perhaps she would protect her own world, but she didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy when she saw another's world destroyed. It was clear that Azure Blue Ancestor God was a dangerous person, but Long Chen hadn't noticed it at the start. Or rather, this was her true nature, and it was only now that she revealed herself. As for the Lava Ancestor God, he was violent, impatient, and didn't even care about his own world. He was almost like the Stone Ancestor. Long Chen found it hard to imagine that there were only a few elder gods like Patriarch Penglai and Ancestor God Ling Su that he had met so far. Were they really like this before the epoch? Were they just afraid to act recklessly in the myriad worlds ruled by the ancestral dragon? The destruction of this world had caused Long Chen to lose his rationality. He was incomparably furious. Now that the Heavenly Flame lava world was gone, there was no need to worry about fighting here. They had only clashed here because of Long Chen. Long Chen had to deal with them. If he left now to deal with other matters, these two crazy fellows would cause even more destruction. This time, Long Chen knew very well that perhaps it was his mistake that led to the destruction of the heavenly flame lava world. This was a calamity that he found very hard to accept. But things had already happened, and this was not the time for him to repent. His gaze fell upon the two elder gods. He had to deal with them first before he could go to other worlds and help the people there. There had been enough tragedies. You dared to destroy my world, so I'll bury millions of worlds with it. In any case, only a few elder gods have returned, right? I'll just destroy all the other worlds. After the heavenly flame lava world was gone, the lava elder god was even more enraged. He felt that he had suffered a loss at the hands of this woman. Then go. In any case, you can't find my world and you can't destroy it. If you want to destroy the other worlds, it's none of my business. From their conversation, Long Chen knew very well that given the current situation, he could only deal with them like Stone Ancestor and the Sky Demon Snake Ancestor. Otherwise, even more tragedies would occur. At this moment, Long Chen did not make a move. They seemed to have a blood feud. It was not the right choice for Long Chen to join in at this moment. He would wait for the two to fight to the point where both sides were heavily injured before making a move. At this time, he would use the life-reviving melody to revive more people. After reviving, Long Chen let the heavenly flame race enter his dragon sacrificial continent and enter the realm of life. There was still plenty of space in the realm of life. At least, they could temporarily survive. There was no way for all of them to be revived. He could only try his best. At the same time, he constantly watched the movements of the two. They were evenly matched. Long Chen was waiting for a suitable opportunity. Now, he knew that he could not show any mercy to the two. Letting them collide was the biggest mistake, but from another perspective, this was their nature. Sooner or later, they would also meet, and a disaster like today would happen sooner or later. As he observed, Long Chen thought of another method. Many worlds now had ancestor gods, but no one resolved the problem. Some problems were small, while others were huge. A world that no one resolved was like a ticking time bomb that could be destroyed at any time. In each of these 24 worlds, there were large numbers of people who believed in Long Chen. They provided the wishes of all life to Long Chen. There were many of them. They were the lifeforms in Long Chen's divine palace. Through the divine palace, Long Chen talked to them. He told them what he wanted to say to each ancestor god. All of you, tell your ancestor god together. Tell him his identity, his duty, and seek his protection. When the tens of millions of people told the ancestor gods the truth, at least some of them who had the same nature as Patriarch Peng Lai, they would help Long Chen. There was no need for Long Chen and the others to tell them personally. Moreover, it was not just tens of millions of people, but trillions of people in the entire world who told the ancestor gods their identities. As a result, according to the reactions of the myriad worlds, the casualties did decrease for a while. But there were still ancestor gods who did not listen to this at all. Some even acted recklessly and killed as they pleased, just like heavenly demon snake ancestor. This kind of people needed to be imprisoned. Otherwise, the myriad worlds would be even more chaotic. Now that Azure Blue Ancestor God was in such a situation, Long Chen did not dare to let the newly appeared Ancestor God advise the other Ancestor Gods for the time being. After all, the truth had been told. The choice was up to the Ancestor Gods themselves. As he expected, the two Ancestor Gods, who were incompatible with each other, fought more and more intensely. They could not see eye to eye with each other. One mocked and the other flew into a rage. In the intense battle, Lava Ancestor God, in particular, did not even care about his life. After all, he was at a disadvantage. Roar! Towards the end, Long Chen had resurrected many dead souls, but the two of them were also exhausted and had sustained many injuries. I'm done fighting. You've won, all right? Ugly, I'm so tired. Azure Blue Ancestor God was tired and injured, so he no longer had any interest in fighting. But Lava Ancestor God was different. He roared angrily, "Dream on. I'll kill you." The laws of water and fire clashed fiercely in the starry sky. Lava Ancestor God did not want to stop until he completely destroyed his opponent. Long Chen was constantly waiting for an opportunity. As time passed, the other 24 worlds became more stable while the chaotic ones became more chaotic. Although there was no second world destroyed yet, it was definitely not far away. In the end, the two elder gods suffered a certain amount of damage from the intense battle. The Azure Elder God also paid the price for her cheap mouth. However, it was true that it wouldn't be that easy for the Lava Elder God to kill her. After all, the Lava Elder God's injuries were about the same. At that moment, Long Chen ended the melody of life and silently appeared behind Lava Ancestor God. Since Lava Ancestor God had his back facing him, he would start with him. Chapter 33-42. The reason why Long Chen decided to deal with the Lava Ancestor God first was because if he were to escape, it would be more dangerous for him. After all, he was in a berserk state right now. If he were to be allowed to grow stronger, the other worlds would be the ones to suffer. And given the personality of the Azure Ancestor God, he was less of a threat to the other worlds. This was the most crucial moment. The two Ancestor Gods seemed to have gone berserk. In their eyes, there was only one opponent. All sorts of mystical laws and ultimate killing methods were unleashed. They did not know of the origin of the world yet. If they were to unleash the origin of the world, things would definitely be even more chaotic. At this moment, Long Chen appeared behind the Lava Ancestor God. Because he was not an Ancestor God, the Lava Ancestor God and the others did not think much of him. With a total of 24 Ancestor Gods descending, there was no time to waste. After making up his mind, Long Chen struck out decisively. Before he struck out, the two Ancestor Gods had not expected him to be this brazen. Neither could they have imagined that Long Chen had the power to injure them. Dragon Qilint's Wrath. Compared to the Destruction Dragon Ball, this law was more suitable for sneak attacks. When the 7 Ancestor Dragon laws fused together and turned into a mark, the moment Long Chen's gaze landed on the Lava Ancestor God, the might of Dragon Qilint's Wrath burst forth. The 7 Ancestor Dragon silhouettes were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper as they imprinted themselves on the back of the Lava Ancestor God. They seeped deep into his body, and instantly, countless laws surged into the other party's body. The Lava Ancestor God, who was already injured, went berserk after receiving such an attack. He let out a deafening roar as boundless flames surged out, covering everything in his field of vision. Even Long Chen was surrounded by them. Break! No matter what, Long Chen persevered and unleashed Dragon Qilint's Wrath with all his might, dealing a terrifying blow to the Lava Ancestor God's body. From the outside, one could see that his gigantic body was crumbling as large amounts of rocks began to explode and turn into dust. You dare to injure me? I will destroy the entire myriad worlds. This is the price you have to pay for injuring me. The temper of the Lava Ancestor God was simply too explosive. Long Chen couldn't quite understand why these Ancestor Gods of the myriad worlds would have such a mortal personality when they were supposed to transcend. They had greed, anger, and even lust. To a certain extent, even though they were Ancestor Gods of the myriad worlds, their desires and natures were even more mortal than mortals. Take Elder God Magma for example. When he was enraged, his heart was filled with nothing but vengeance. However, Long Chen had indeed grasped the opportunity to injure him. Most importantly, the Azure Ancestor God had also grasped the opportunity. Without a word, she had frozen the Lava Ancestor God Magma within her ice, unable to move at all. That piece of ice had been dyed red by the lava ancestor god's flaming flesh. One could see countless icicles piercing through the body of the dissolved oxygen ancestor god. Every single icicle was formed by boundless laws, just like an ocean. The boundless ocean had formed a block of ice that froze the lava ancestor god. If it had been previously, it might not have been able to freeze the lava ancestor god. But now, it was completely possible. The two of you. One day, I will exact my vengeance on the two of you. I will make you regret this. The lava ancestor god's raging voice was getting softer and softer. Eventually, it was drowned by the laws of the azure ancestor god. In reality, the lava ancestor god felt as though he had sunk into an incomparably deep sea with severe injuries. The despairing seawater had trapped him within for all eternity. His struggle was his anger. Seeing that the lava ancestor god had been dealt with, Long Chen was preparing to deal with the azure ancestor god. At that moment, the azure ancestor god was all smiles. She bounced over to Long Chen and said, "Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to help me. This detestable ugly monster deserves such a punishment. You're still pretty good." Perhaps she had already forgotten about the world that had just been destroyed. Right now, countless souls of the Sky Fire race were still drifting about. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't have the time to revive all of them. At that moment, Long Chen hesitated for a moment. Right now, the azure ancestor god wasn't too guarded against him. Long Chen was originally prepared to attack her directly, but he held himself back. At the end of the day, the azure ancestor god's heart didn't have a boundary between good and evil. She was just a mischievous child, and a dark mischievous child at that. All of her actions were closely related to her mood. In short, even though she appeared to be on good terms with Long Chen, she was still a dangerous person. "We've caught him. How should we deal with him?" Long Chen asked her. He had a rough plan in mind. The situation here had to be resolved as soon as possible. "I'll kill this ugly monster. It affects my mood too much." That fiendish look just now was really annoying. Long Chen asked, "Killing him will be meaningless. I have a place where we can imprison him. We can imprison and torture him forever. He can only beg us to let him go. How about it?" The azure ancestor god's eyes immediately lit up. "All right, I like that the most. This ugly monster deserves such a punishment. Let's quickly go to the place you mentioned. It's very simple. It's right here." Long Chen opened the demonic dragon's ancient tomb. He walked in first and said, "Come in." "All right." The azure ancestor god rushed in excitedly, then controlled the ice and brought it in as well. Long Chen directly connected to the door of the demonic dragon's ancient tomb and sealed off all the space that could be exited. This was his world. Ancestor Stone and the others were imprisoned in the distance. Actually, Long Chen had only changed the battlefield. He asked, "He won't escape from inside, will he?" The azure ancestor god said, "No, definitely not. He's heavily injured right now, I can control him. Even if he can escape, in this kind of space, he won't be able to escape anywhere. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to heavily injure him again. It won't be easy for him to recover from his current injuries." Long Chen was relieved. "Then I'll seal him up first." This demonic dragon's ancient tomb was a place that he controlled. He stored it in the depths of the demonic dragon's ancient tomb and added some seals himself. It wouldn't be easy for the other party to come out in his heavily injured state. "It seems like you can heal injuries." "Heal me, he injured me." After he was done, the azure ancestor god looked at Long Chen anxiously. At this time, Long Chen stood up and faced the azure ancestor god. His gaze was calm and cold, causing the happy azure ancestor god to be startled. She asked, "Why are you staring at me?" It was rare for her to be so naive. Have you forgotten about the destruction of that world? Long Chen stared at her and asked. Upon hearing this, the Azure Ancestor God stopped smiling and said, I haven't forgotten. But that isn't my world, it's this ugly monster's world. There are so many ugly monsters, so it doesn't matter if it's destroyed. Even now, she didn't know what the problem was. But to me, every world is precious. You destroyed that world, and to me, it's a blood feud. Long Chen said word by word. The Azure Ancestor God was a little agitated. Her eyes began to redden. In your eyes, I, your friend, am inferior to someone else's world? Long Chen didn't answer her. He now deeply understood that this was her true nature. Such things were difficult to change. It wasn't something that could be changed just because Long Chen explained it to her. So, you lured me here. When she thought of this, the Azure Ancestor God was enraged. She said with a sorrowful expression, I hate it. I trusted you, but you lied to me and tried to harm me. You are so heartless, so don't blame me for being unjust. Do you think this small place can stop me? With every passing moment, she would gradually recover from her previous injuries. The sooner Long Chen took action, the better it would be for him. He had a deep understanding of the Azure Ancestor God's personality. Now, he had made his decision. The Ancestor God had to leave her here. Therefore, in that instant, Long Chen transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon. This enormous dragon soared in front of his opponent. This was a world that belonged to Long Chen, and he had a huge advantage here. This included an ultra-high-speed teleportation. The Azure Ancestor God was filled with killing intent. Destruction Dragon Pearl. But Long Chen showed no mercy. Within his enormous dragon maw, primordial chaos, and creation fused into one, giving birth to an extremely powerful black star. Roar! His opponent was the weakened Azure Ancestor God. Previously, the Lava Ancestor God had been gravely injured by a similar attack from Long Chen. Now that Long Chen was fighting head-on, he might not necessarily be weaker than these incomplete Ancestor Gods. An enormous black star began to transform in this blood-drenched world. The countless grains of sand within it began to transform as well. Each grain of sand contained boundless primordial elemental energy. Wind, fire, water, earth, and so on, all gathered together into an extremely small dot. Even the tiniest of explosions contained unimaginable power. Take this. Long Chen's eyes were cold. The primordial sacrificial dragon passed through, and the destruction dragon pearl in his mouth came crashing down. The Azure Ancestor God was his only target, and when she saw the black star, her expression changed. Previously, when Long Chen had attacked the Lava Ancestor God, she had thought that it was a sneak attack. After all, Long Chen was not an Ancestor God. But now, the Azure Ancestor God had to be in peak condition to be able to unleash such power. But now, she was not in peak condition at all. She couldn't even escape. And so, the Destruction Dragon Pearl swept towards her. Thousand Waters Tent, the dreamy rules of water blocked the path of the Annihilation Dragon Ball. For Long Chen, it was as if countless oceans had formed a barrier in front of him, blocking his way. Break! When the Destruction Dragon Pearl touched the laws of the Thousand Waters Tent, a destructive explosion was triggered. Time to end this. Only after dealing with this one could he move on to the next. Chapter 33-43. Rumble. In the demonic dragon tomb, the Annihilation Dragon Ball exploded like never before. This could be considered a form of hatred that Long Chen had for the Azure Ancestor God. The destruction of the Heaven Flames Furnace world was directly related to the Azure Ancestor God. She was the one who provoked the Lava Ancestor God. She was also the one who forced the lava ancestor god back, causing him to crash into the world. Trillions of lives had perished in the midst of destruction. The explosion of the Annihilation Dragon Ball was magnificent and spectacular, even surpassing the destruction of the world. Azure Ancestor God was completely surrounded by it and was unable to move at all. The dark black star's immense power poured down on her. "I won't let you off. You're pissing me off." The Azure Ancestor God's shrill curses came from the center of the destruction. She was not at her peak, and now she was even weaker than Long Chen. Long Chen was cold-blooded and heartless. The Azure Ancestor God's injuries from the Annihilation Dragon Ball were no less severe than those of the Lava Ancestor God. When the storm dissipated, Long Chen saw that she was on the verge of death. Her entire body was like water, on the verge of melting. Boom! At that moment, the Lava Ancestor God rushed out of Long Chen's seal. Of course, the Azure Ancestor God had only let him go. He was just as badly injured as she was. Let's join forces against him and escape. The Azure Ancestor God had actually chosen to ally with the Lava Ancestor God, but she was too naive. At that moment, a woman descended from the Sea of Flowers beside Long Chen. It was the Ling Su Ancestor God. "You're finally back." Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The Ling Su Ancestor God did not say a word. She followed Long Chen's instructions and trapped the two Ancestor Gods in her jade disc. From now on, there were 4 Ancestor Gods in her jade disc. I can't let them recover. I have to beat them up from time to time. I can't let these two communicate with the other two. It was mainly to prevent Ancestor Stone and the others from guiding the two Ancestor Gods to the world essence. Elder God Magma and Elder God Azure Blue were extremely noisy. Long Chen had ordered Elder God Lingsu not to allow them to speak. He had them completely sealed off. For the time being, he absolutely could not allow these 4 Elder Gods to leave. At this time, Patriarch Wuji, Patriarch Penglai, and Mo Xiaolang returned to the Death Rain one after another. Long Chen also returned to the Death Rain. Since Long Chen had chosen to let the living beings tell the ancestral gods their identities, there was no need to rush over to rescue them. After all, there were some ancestral gods who chose to stay quiet after hearing the explanation from the living beings. But some are still raging. 24 elder gods had descended. This meant that the infinite worlds now had 24 supreme experts. It was still the most chaotic period. Some of the worlds had almost been destroyed. Some of the ancestor gods of the worlds were no longer in their worlds. Like old Patriarch Limitless, they had left directly. Hence, the current situation was rather chaotic. At least, after seeing so much death and destruction, Long Chen felt a little breathless. Everyone, we will now choose some of the worlds that have suffered more severe damage. If the opposing ancestor god doesn't listen to our advice and has a serious tendency to destroy the world, we will attack directly. We must subdue the opponent and ask for help. If it's just ordinary, we must explain more and see the opponent's true nature. I have already corrected my mistake once. I hope everything will go smoothly from now on. This time, they rearranged the members. Long Chen and Li Xuanji were in one team, while Kitten joined Mo Xiaolang's team. This was a little safer. But if they encountered an ancestor god that needed to be imprisoned, they still needed to summon more people. In the current situation, roughly half of the ancestor gods were easy to talk to. Long Chen chose one of the most chaotic worlds. So did the others. According to the information they received from the front lines, there were several worlds that were on the verge of destruction. Everyone exchanged glances and immediately headed to their respective worlds. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. From the looks of it, there are close to 30 ancestor gods descending. Even if you can control the situation this time, if hundreds or thousands of them descend, then there's nothing you can do. Perhaps some things are beyond your control. Perhaps when that happens, you really should calm down. After all, we still have a long war ahead of us. Li Xuanji was by his side. Long Chen understood what she meant. As a paragon, Long Chen had a long-term vision. He wanted to protect the entire world. As long as he could protect the myriad worlds, no matter how many gods and demons died, they could reproduce over the endless years. But Long Chen couldn't do it. He could only watch helplessly as world after world was destroyed before his eyes. At the very least, let's deal with these 30 first. They arrived at a place called the Immemorial Lightning Pool. This was a prehistoric world. It was located in the northern starfield. Once upon a time, the sacrificial god world and Long Chen had some conflict. The Immemorial Lightning Pool wasn't too far from the sacrificial god world. According to the information they received, the ancestor god known as the Violet Thunder Ancestor God was currently within the Immemorial Lightning Pool. He was releasing his lightning and was having fun just like the Azure Thunder Ancestor God, causing a large number of lives to die. Even though the Violet Thunder Ancestor God knew that Yi Shiwen was an ancestor god, he didn't stop. An existence like that was extremely dangerous. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen arrived at the Immemorial Lightning Pool. In front of him was a world of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning weaved together to form a battery of lightning. It was a majestic sight. The thunder race that lived here was considered a very strong race. Of course, they were also considered part of the human race. They lived in the Immemorial Lightning Pool and absorbed the power of the lightning to strengthen themselves. But at this moment, it was the doomsday of the Immemorial Lightning Pool. The entire Immemorial Lightning Pool was originally filled with 9-colored lightning. But at this moment, all the lightning had turned purple. After arriving in this world, Long Chen could easily see that in the center of the Immemorial Lightning Pool, there was a youth with light purple skin. It was a chaotic purple, like a purple gem. His eyes were filled with billions of lightning bolts, and countless electric snakes were hissing. He was extremely happy as he swam around the Immemorial Lightning Pool. Because of the powerful lightning he released, many lives and gods within the Immemorial Lightning Pool couldn't withstand the power and died. In an instant, the entire world was filled with the souls of the dead. This was all thanks to the Violet Thunder Ancestor God. He was the existence that created this world. Although he didn't destroy the world, it was more or less enough. When Long Chen and Li Xuanji arrived together, the Violet Thunder Ancestor God saw them very quickly. He widened his purple eyes that contained billions of lightning bolts. That amethyst-like body came out from the Immemorial Lightning Pool. His entire body shone with brilliant light as he was shrouded in lightning. He asked Long Chen, "Who are you? Why did you come to my world?" Indeed, he already knew that Lin Fan was the creator god. Long Chen replied respectfully, "Ancestor God, I am a member of the original 10,000 worlds. Before the Ancestor God descended, I was the one in charge of the 10,000 worlds." That amethyst youngster sized him up and suddenly chuckled. "The myriad worlds are really too weak. Even the rulers are only at your level. You're really too weak. I'm not interested at all." This fellow didn't seem like a good person. At least at this moment, he didn't continue to release lightning. The Immemorial Lightning Pool gradually regained its original color, and the large number of deaths stopped. Long Chen felt a little more at ease as he said, "The 10,000 worlds are indeed weak. Ancestor God, it is precisely because the 10,000 worlds are weak that we have to protect them. For example, all the gods and devils in the Immemorial Lightning Pool are your descendants. Hence, Ancestor God, you have to be careful not to harm their fragile lives. After all, your blood still flows in their bodies." Waving his hands, he said, "Don't put it like that. How could such a bunch of useless trash possibly have my bloodline? I don't believe it. I just casually strolled around and they all died in droves. They're too weak, and living like this is a form of agony. That's why I'm helping them to transcend. Since this is my world, then I'm going to play around as much as I want. Any living thing in this world is just trying to take over my territory. That won't do. I'm just about to wipe them all out. This ancestor god's way of thinking was different from the other ancestor gods. But one had to admit that he was a relatively dangerous character, even more dangerous than the other ancestor gods. The other ancestor gods wouldn't want their descendants to be exterminated. Ancestor God, please don't think that way. Ancestor God, please don't think that way. The living beings and the world are one. Every ancestor god has their own world and they will protect their own living beings. How can you destroy them? In the future, there's a high possibility that all the ancestor gods of the worlds will return. Wouldn't that mean that at that time, only your world will have no living beings? Although Long Chen didn't dare to believe that all the ancestor gods would appear, he could at least use this to deceive this fellow. Actually, he was also testing this ancestor god. He wanted to see if this ancestor god was willing to join his faction. At the very least, from the looks of it, Long Chen was quite disappointed in him. What dog fart? Do I need a bunch of ants to give me face? The Violet Thunder Elder God laughed again. He glared at Long Chen and said, I've scoured the entire world, but I haven't met anyone who's worthy. You're barely passable. Let me see just how strong I am. As he spoke, his ancestor god aura was already pressing down on Long Chen. At this point, Long Chen was certain that this was an ancestor god that couldn't be allowed to live. He had to be imprisoned. Otherwise, he would be as terrifying as the stone ancestor, or perhaps even more terrifying. Since he had decided, he would act. Let's see if ancestor god has the ability to catch up to me. At this time, Li Xuanji fused into Long Chen's body right in front of the ancestor god's eyes, giving Long Chen the strength of an ancestor dragon. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash of starlight. You dare to compete with me in speed? The ancestor god laughed. He turned into a bolt of purple lightning and chased after Long Chen, leaving the eternal lightning pool in an instant. Long Chen's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain had easily succeeded. At the very least, the eternal lightning pool was safe. All of a sudden, Long Chen opened the Devil Dragon ancient tomb and rushed in. After that, he purposely delayed the closing of the Devil Dragon ancient tomb, allowing the other party to rush in. The hunt had begun. Chapter 33-44. Fighting in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb could at least prevent the commotion of the battle from destroying too many living beings. At least here, there wouldn't be that much damage. Long Chen would not make the same mistake as the Azure Ancestor God and the Lava Ancestor God again. As long as they came to the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, it would not be so easy to leave. It was not that they could not destroy the exit, but it was more difficult for them to find the exit. Back then, Long Chen was also unable to find a passage to another world by himself. Therefore, at least he could maintain it for a long time. When the Purple Thunder Ancestor God entered the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, in order to save time, Long Chen and Li Xuanji directly participated in the battle. Of course, the Purple Thunder Ancestor God would not let them go. Do you think you can trap me by escaping here? You are too naive. The youth that was like a purple crystal stood in the air above the Dragon Devil ancient tomb, allowing the wind and rain to howl on his body. He was the creator of the world, so he naturally had a kind of might that even gods and demons could not have. Until now, to him, Long Chen was not a threat at all. Long Chen and Li Xuanji stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the Violet Thunder Elder God's path. The Violet Thunder Elder God laughed coldly, and in the blink of an eye, his body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. In the blink of an eye, boundless violet lightning wrapped around him, causing his body to grow larger and larger. In the end, he transformed into a violet-colored giant made entirely of lightning. It was as big as the eternal thunder pool. The size was not the key. The most terrifying thing was the endless purple lightning. It belonged to the ancestor god. Any one of them would probably destroy a world. How could the lightning of the creator god be simple? The lightning giant that appeared in the dragon devil ancient tomb instantly lit up the black world, as if he had become the ruler of this place. His purple lightning pierced through a large amount of black clouds, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Its tyranny and might could be seen at a glance. Boom! Facing both Long Chen and Long Chen, the purple thunder ancestor god showed no mercy at all. He even dared to attack before Long Chen could. At this moment, he raised his fist, which was filled with violet lightning. Although his body was huge, the speed of the lightning was far more violent than anyone could have imagined. With a single punch, everything caved in and the world shook. Vast amounts of lightning had already drowned out everything that Long Chen could see. It was as if this was an area controlled by the purple lightning ancestor god. Huh, you guys are too weak. How did you guys survive until now when you guys are so weak? The violet lightning ancestor god said gleefully. Long Chen and the violet lightning elder were completely unfazed by that thunderous fist. They had already encountered quite a few elder gods, and most of them were roughly as strong as the violet lightning elder god. In fact, some were even more powerful. Xuanji. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were a good team, but they rarely fought together. At this time, Li Xuanji had already used the laws of change to possess all of Long Chen's laws. As long as Long Chen used it, she would be able to replicate it. Karmic Light of Judgment. Using the primordial dragon halberd as a guide, Long Chen calmly attacked amidst the thunderous light. The white light was like a sharp knife, piercing through the countless thunderbolts and piercing towards the violet lightning elder god. Inverse Dragon Blood. Li Xuanji was still familiarizing herself with these laws, but she was able to use it at this moment. At this moment, she was equivalent to one of Long Chen's doppelgangers. Two sets of laws. Naturally, the inverse dragon blood was the first to be used on the violet lightning elder god. It dealt a certain blow to the violet lightning elder god, greatly affecting his attack. At the same time, Long Chen's attack was like a needle stabbing into his fist. Puchi. His body, which was formed from thunderbolts, exploded. Although it didn't hurt, the violet lightning elder god was still rather depressed after receiving such a blow. He turned even more berserk, and with a furious roar, he used his thunderous body to attack a few more times. But without exception, all of his attacks were completely neutralized by the teamwork of Long Chen and Li Xuanji. He hadn't expected these two insignificant existences to be so difficult to deal with. He also didn't know that Long Chen's current goal was to imprison him forever. Just as Long Chen blocked one of his attacks, he and Li Xuanji were connected telepathically. Under Long Chen's protection, Li Xuanji had already transformed into the magnificent jade-like phantom dream dragon behind him. The mystical dragon, as quiet and beautiful as the dark night, swam behind Long Chen. Let's try to finish him off in one go. This was the discussion between Long Chen and Li Xuanji. At this point, Long Chen had already prepared his own laws. Of course, Li Xuanji was also in the midst of preparing. The laws that Long Chen used were more powerful. At this moment, he was about to use the wrath of the dragon Kailan. As for Li Xuanji, she was simulating the laws of Long Chen's annihilation Dragon Ball. Although this was her first attempt, the black star had already appeared in the phantom dream dragon's mouth. Although it wasn't as powerful as Long Chen's, it was still very destructive. As for Long Chen, he suddenly used the wrath of the dragon Kailan. Compared to Li Xuanji's annihilation Dragon Ball, the wrath of the dragon Kailan was naturally more effective. The 7 ancestral dragon shadows followed Long Chen's gaze and imprinted themselves on the purple thunder ancestor god's body, forming the mark of the ancestral dragon. When the mark was arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, the purple thunder ancestor god could already feel its terrifying power. This was the moment when he was the most shocked. Even Li Xuanji's annihilation dragon ball had the power to injure him. Only now was he able to admit that these two existences that were clearly not universe-enlightened ancestral gods actually possessed the strength to go against him. Moreover, they'd drawn him here with the intention of confining him and even killing him here. Damn it! The purple thunder ancestor god had always been a hot-tempered person. At this moment, he was enraged. Counterattack. His gaze shifted from Long Chen to Li Xuanji. Between the two of them, Li Xuanji was the soft persimmon. Now that she was facing a double attack, Long Chen's wrath of the dragon Kylin was beginning to show its terrifying power. To the purple thunder ancestor god, the only way to neutralize this attack was to attack Li Xuanji. When he thought of this, he did it. A pair of lightning eyes instantly locked onto Li Xuanji. With a furious roar, the purple thunder ancestor god's nomological power erupted. This was the first time the creation ancestor realm nomological power of the 9th era was being used by the ancestral god. 5-blow thunderstruck. Great heavenly lightning. Under the purple thunder ancestor god's summons, clouds formed entirely of lightning and thunder gathered above Li Xuanji's head in an extremely short period of time. The speed at which the clouds gathered was extremely fast. In an instant, the first thunderbolt exploded and descended from the sky. This was the great heavenly lightning. When the thunderbolt descended, Li Xuanji had originally wanted to use the destruction dragon pearl to attack the purple thunder ancestor god. However, at this moment, she had no choice but to change her mind and rush forward with the destruction dragon pearl in her mouth. When the dark stars and the violent purple thunderbolt collided, Long Chen's wrath of the dragon Kylin erupted. At this time, the purple thunder ancestor god was fighting against Li Xuanji, while Long Chen was using all his strength to destroy the purple thunder ancestor god. Without a doubt, Li Xuanji would not be able to block the purple thunder ancestor god. In the blink of an eye, 3 terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the ever-expanding clouds. Each bolt of lightning collided with Li Xuanji's annihilation dragon pearl. Each bolt of lightning was able to wear down a large number of annihilation dragon pearls. By the time the 3rd bolt of lightning descended, the annihilation dragon pearl was on the verge of collapse. For Li Xuanji to be able to do this was already quite impressive. The 4th thunderbolt descended with a loud rumble. Arg! However, Long Chen was not one to be trifled with. After the wrath of the dragon Kylin erupted, it was completely unrestrained within the purple thunder ancestor god's body. It carried out a terrifying destruction. The 7 types of ancestral dragon laws exploded, causing the purple thunder ancestor god's body to be rapidly destroyed. The purple thunder ancestor god's plan was to defend against Long Chen's attacks and attack Li Xuanji, forcing Long Chen to go and protect her. However, he had underestimated the strength and tenacity of these two. Li Xuanji had already blocked the first 3 attacks, and in such a short period of time, Long Chen's wrath of the dragon Qilin had already inflicted sufficient damage to the purple thunder ancestor god. The purple thunder ancestor god's body, which was like a vast pool of lightning, was riddled with holes. Heavenly lightning. Although he was enraged, he could only hold it in. With a roar, he released the 4th thunderbolt. Finally, the annihilation dragon pearl was completely destroyed. Of course, during this period of time, the injuries on his body worsened. Long Chen did not show any mercy. Of course, it was Li Xuanji who had helped him a lot. However, at this point, she was already directly exposed to the purple thunder ancestor god's laws. The last and most violent thunderbolt descended after a very short period of time. However, at this time, Long Chen saw that the effects of the wrath of the dragon Kylin were almost over. Although it did not severely injure his opponent in one go, it at least gave him a lot of trouble. He knew when to stop. Li Xuanji's safety was more important. Heavenly Lightning. The last thunderbolt. Long Chen suddenly appeared above Li Xuanji, the primordial dragon halberd in his hand stabbing out. Nirvana primordial beginning. The primordial dragon sacrificial laws were still effective against the remaining one-fifth of the purple thunder ancestor god's laws. As they clashed, Long Chen pulled Li Xuanji and flew out. Last time. From the start of this battle, the two of them had not suffered a single injury. After the first round of cooperation was effective, they immediately launched a new attack, completely ignoring the rage of the purple thunder ancestor god. At this time, the purple thunder ancestor god had already chased after them. Its eyes were already filled with malevolent killing intent. Countless dark clouds were directly torn apart by the purple thunderbolt. At this time, Long Chen and Li Xuanji retreated. In the process of retreating, Long Chen directly transformed into the primordial dragon sacrificial dragon and clashed with the purple thunder ancestor god. As for Li Xuanji, she sat on the dragon's head, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. She was extremely beautiful. Another two types of laws. However, at this time, he swapped places with Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji would affect the opponent, while Long Chen would use the ultimate attack. Wrath of the Dragon Kailan. Chapter 33-45. The Wrath of the Dragon Qilin was a killing move. The last time Long Chen had used it, it had already caused great damage to the purple thunder ancestor god's body. Now, the Wrath of the Dragon Qilin had descended once again. Although it wasn't as terrifying as Long Chen's, it was still able to greatly affect the purple thunder ancestor god. Regardless of whether it was the dragon's inverse blood or the dragon's Qilin's wrath, these two rule laws were both instantaneous and terrifying. As the images of the seven ancestor dragons descended, a boundless amount of destruction laws were born within the purple thunder ancestor god's body. The seven ancestor dragons had many different types of laws, and as they fused together, the purple thunder ancestor god felt as though he was at the peak of chaos. It was as if these seven were the source of most of the rules. Because of this, the countless chaotic rules descended, causing most of the lightning on the purple thunder ancestor god's body to explode. One could vaguely see the purple thunder ancestor god's original body. Of course, even though he was seriously injured, the purple thunder ancestor god realized the danger he was in. He roared again. Long Chen had already forced him to the point of desperation. Now, the purple thunder ancestor god deeply regretted his carelessness and bringing Long Chen here. Worldly purification lightning. When all the lightning power gathered together and formed this rule, the purple thunder ancestor god felt like he was about to collapse. In particular, the rules of Li Xuanji's Wrath of the Dragon Qilin had a huge impact on him. The ancestral dragon's power filled his limbs and bones, destroying every inch of his flesh and blood. The rules of time, karma, fate, life, calamity, massacre, transformation, and other rules were deeply implanted in his body. Not a single one of them was easy. Because of this, when the world purification lightning was born, it wasn't as powerful as he had imagined, even though he had gone all out. Even so, he could only send the world purification lightning straight at Long Chen. The worldly purification lightning was even more terrifying than the five-blow thunderstruck. In the midst of purification, all things were destroyed. That was a deep purple bolt of lightning. Every single strand of lightning could turn into a gigantic lightning snake that could traverse 10,000 worlds. It was as if a river of stars had gathered together. The moment it appeared, it had already caused the endless devil mountains of the Dragon Devil ancient tomb to be annihilated. The speed of lightning was, of course, heaven-defying. Of course, while Li Xuanji was controlling her opponent with the fury of the Dragon Qilin, Long Chen was not idle. He was the one who unleashed the destruction dragon pearl. He was much stronger than Li Xuanji, because he was the primordial sacrificial dragon. Rumble. The dark star was born in his mouth, growing stronger and stronger. As he faced the purifying lightning, Long Chen's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Even as he charged forward, the annihilation dragon pearl shot out. In terms of aura, the dark star was much stronger. At this point, Li Xuanji's Dragonculin's fury was still in effect. As for the purple lightning ancestor god, he had been injured to begin with. Now that they were colliding, the worldly purification lightning was completely suppressed by Long Chen. Boom! No matter how confident the purple lightning ancestor god was, the annihilation dragon pearl still swallowed the lightning. The purple lightning ancestor god had originally wanted to pass through the annihilation dragon pearl and severely injure Long Chen. Unfortunately, under the influence of the fury of the dragon Qilin, he was powerless. The worldly purification lightning didn't rush out, but the destruction dragon pearl didn't stop, especially with the addition of the wrath of the dragon Qilin. At that critical moment, it ruthlessly smashed into the purple thunder ancestor god's body. In that instant, countless lightning bolts exploded, and the purple thunder ancestor god finally reverted to the appearance of the amethyst youth from before. Of course, he fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Many cracks appeared on his body, like a gemstone that was about to explode. Within the cracks, lightning dashed forward. Of course, the fury of the dragon Qilin was still imprinted on his body, like a brand. At this moment, it was still bringing destructive damage to the purple lightning ancestor god. This time, with the cooperation of Long Chen and Li Xuanji, this guy could be considered to have suffered a crushing defeat. Long Chen and Li Xuanji quickly arrived before him. At this time, the purple lightning ancestor god struggled to get up, lightning flashing in his eyes. Now that he was the defeated one, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. If I give you the chance to leave this place, will you take back your words? Long Chen asked indifferently. Right now, he was heavily injured, and this was the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. For the time being, there was no need to worry about him escaping. Impossible. Although this person looked like a little boy, he was also very unyielding. Clearly, if he were to be let go, sooner or later, he would become a scourge. Coincidentally, at this time, ancestor god Ling Su returned to the Death Realm, and Long Chen asked her to come to the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. How did it go? Her return usually meant that she brought good news. I just barely managed to convince a fellow, but I can't guarantee that he won't do anything rash in the future, ancestor god Ling Su said helplessly. Even someone as happy as she was now extremely worried. Let's first pull him into the jade disc. This guy won't listen to advice. Alright. Upon hearing that Long Chen was indeed going to imprison him, the purple lightning ancestor god immediately turned to flee, but was caught by ancestor god Ling Su, who easily locked him into the jade disc. After all, he had already been heavily injured by Long Chen. Don't let me out, or I'll definitely make you regret it. The purple lightning ancestor god let out a heart-rending howl. That's what everyone says before they are imprisoned. How boring. Why don't you come out and let me have a look? Long Chen let out a cold laugh. Inside the jade disc, the purple lightning ancestor god didn't have the ability to speak. In fact, he didn't even know that there were other people inside the jade disc. However, after everything was settled, ancestor god Ling Su said, although they are all heavily injured and have yet to find their world essences, they are still elder gods of the 9th era, just like me. That's why my jade disc can only hold 5 people at most. Any more won't do. Long Chen understood. But of the nearly 30 elder gods who have descended, it seems that far more than 5 of them need to be imprisoned. This was the enormous problem they were facing. There were still many people in the infinite worlds who were in dire straits. They had to find a way to resolve this crisis. Otherwise, if this continued, a large number of people would die every short period of time. The Infinite Worlds. The Elegy of Sorrow. It was simply too difficult to restore peace and rebirth to this world. Who knew how much blood had been spilled over time and time again? However, Long Chen and everyone else didn't lose the courage to fight and resist. At this time, Long Chen looked at the trapped purple lightning ancestor god and suddenly thought of a solution. He said, "Actually, it's quite easy to lure the elder gods here. If it's a kind-hearted elder god, we can invite him and let him meet with all the other elder gods for the first time to discuss the future of the infinite worlds. As for those like these 5, if it really doesn't work, we can only trick them into coming here. We can try our best to lure all the elder gods into the demonic dragon ancient tomb at once." Thinking of this, Long Chen was still excited, but he knew that the most important thing was to carry out the plan. The matter of the ancestor gods could no longer be hidden from the living beings of the infinite worlds, and everyone knew the identity of these mysterious guests. Since he couldn't kill them, then what Long Chen should consider was how to coexist with them. He said, "The benefits are, first, we can try our best to gather all the ancestor gods together, and the good ancestor gods can communicate with each other and form a force. Second, if the evil ancestor gods come in and see so many people with different thoughts, they won't dare to act rashly. Third, even if they act rashly, fighting in this demonic dragon ancient tomb will at least not affect the infinite worlds. Fourth, even if the negotiations fail and everything becomes chaotic, it will still be the chaos of the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Right now, the 9th era's ancestor god still doesn't have the strength to completely suppress me. This was the only way right now. It was based on the purple lightning ancestor god's thoughts. After all, he had attracted the purple lightning ancestor god over in a short period of time. In this way, it wouldn't be difficult to attract all of them in one after another. If they succeeded, Long Chen and the others would have a certain degree of initiative. Li Xuanji said, "Indeed, but we need someone to guard this place and welcome the first batch of ancestor gods. We need to stabilize them and discuss with them. Then, the first batch of ancestor gods must be those who are kind and easy to talk to. We will first form an alliance here, and then let those who are disobedient come in." That's right. With this method, the next step was to take action. Long Chen informed the 3 ancestor gods of his thoughts, as well as Mo Xiaolang and the others. Basically, he received unanimous approval. Everyone felt that this method was feasible. After all, any ancestor god was dangerous in the infinite worlds. Long Chen needed to familiarize himself with them, because some ancestor gods had already left the world they appeared in, so he had to find them. This was not an easy task. The 3 of you have the same status as them. With you guarding this place, it will be the easiest to obtain their approval. I will first try to communicate with those kind ancestor gods and see if they will come over. Alright. Patriarch Penglai, Patriarch Wuji, and ancestor god Ling Su stayed here, while Long Chen took Li Xuanji and hurried to other worlds. If this method worked, Long Chen and the others could at least split up in the area of the kind ancestor gods and speed up their operation. Based on the information he received from the infinite worlds, Long Chen locked onto a few of them. He planned to let them come in first, then search for those who had disappeared from their own worlds. Of course, he had to be fast. He locked onto his first target. It was a primeval realm called the Ancient Wood Sacred Realm, a 3rd-grade world. The ancestor god had also returned, but from start to finish, it seemed that the ancestor god hadn't done much damage, just like Patriarch Penglai. She also knew his identity. After finding out, she stayed there and didn't leave. Long Chen passed through the Death Realm Dragon Gate and quickly arrived at the Ancient Wood Sacred Realm. Chapter 33-46. Of course, the Ancient Wood Sacred World was different from the Builder Tree. The Jianmu sacred tree was a lush and verdant tree. The ancient wood sacred world was a withered tree trunk. It was hollow. In this world, most living things lived on the outer surface of the withered tree trunk, which was bright and beautiful. But there were also living on the inner surface, which was dark, sinister, and dangerous. It was the complete opposite of the outer surface. Therefore, the ancient wood sacred world called these two parts the Yang world and the Yin world. The races that lived in these two worlds were mortal enemies. They fought endlessly for territory. Of course, their fights were insignificant compared to the rest of the worlds. Now, the great balance of the worlds had been destroyed by the descent of the ancestor god. Long Chen soon saw the ancient wood sacred ancestor. She was a beautiful woman with delicate skin and long, jade-green hair. She exuded an ancient, primitive, and comfortable aura of nature. Her smile was very amiable. Before Long Chen arrived, she had already blended into the atmosphere of the ancient wood sacred world. She was loved and praised by many. She was definitely the mother of all things. Although her memory was blank, her motherly temperament hadn't changed. Her every move was so elegant, and she gave off the feeling of a mother. When she saw Long Chen, her warm smile moved Long Chen. When he saw the ancient wood sacred ancestor, he realized the difference between the Azure ancestor god and her. When he first saw the Azure ancestor god, Long Chen had thought that she could help him. "You're the lord of all realms, god ancestor Long Chen, right? I heard about you from them. Before I appeared, you also saved the ancient wood sacred realm." Since she knew him, things would be easier. "Senior, it's me." In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of him. She had a rich, intoxicating fragrance. If a mortal took a whiff, he would probably become a god. "Are you worried that I'll destroy the ancient wood sacred world?" "Don't worry, I won't. I like this place. In the future, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to destroy the ancient wood sacred world." Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu said gently, but his voice was firm and resolute. Long Chen said, "Sacred Ancestor, I can actually hear what you're saying, and I know what you're thinking. But you don't understand. A total of 24 elder gods have appeared, and at least half of them don't share the same sentiments as you do. They loathe and look down on their own worlds, and they treat human lives like grass. That's why I've already fought 3 battles and imprisoned 3 elder gods. One of those worlds has already lost trillions of lives because of my carelessness. What I'm trying to say is that I want your help. For the sake of this entire world." He wasn't lying, he was pleading with the most sincere attitude. "Is that so? Why are they so reckless even though they don't have any memories?" Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu felt a headache coming on. Her attitude moved Long Chen. Before this, he'd only met freakish elder gods. Now, he'd finally met a normal one. Intuition told Long Chen that she could definitely help him. Sacred Ancestor, the elder gods all have their own personalities. That's how they were before the epoch. Even if they lose their memories, their personalities won't change. So that's how it is. Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu finally understood. She nodded and asked, "Then what do I need to do?" "Sacred Ancestor, if your goal is the same as ours, to make the myriad worlds more peaceful, please follow me to a world. I'm prepared to gather all the elder gods here to discuss the future of the myriad worlds. If we're strong enough, we'll be able to strike fear into the hearts of many elder gods who harbor ill intentions. To the elder gods, there are no rules in this world. That's right, we should establish rules. Otherwise, things will become more and more chaotic, and there will be more casualties. My world will eventually be affected. Since that's the case, I'll follow you." Hearing this, Long Chen was a little happier. "Sacred Ancestor, I won't betray your trust in me. I can tell that you're a good child." Sacred Ancestor Gu Mu's voice was as gentle as water. Long Chen was still in a hurry, so he quickly brought her to the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. There, ancestor god Ling Su and the other two could entertain her. Now, Long Chen's team had 4 elder gods. This was just the beginning. Next, Long Chen discovered that because the elder gods knew that he was the long-lost elder god of the myriad worlds, those who had left their worlds were now returning. More elder gods returned to their worlds to ponder. This made it easier for Long Chen to find them. Next. At first, he looked for the ones with the least unrest, or those with basically no unrest at all. The others also formed groups of 2 to communicate with these kind-hearted elder gods. With their efforts, the number of elder gods in the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb increased in a short period of time. 4, 5. Then 7, 8. Basically, those who arrived first didn't have bad personalities. After they gathered together, they were very curious about each other and began to understand and familiarize themselves with each other. Long Chen observed that the Azure Ancestor God was actually a special case. Among the ancestor gods he found, they were all very easy to get along with. When the total number of ancestor gods in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb broke through to 10, the ancestor gods who did not cause a big commotion all came. The rest were either missing, or like the Purple Thunder ancestor god, they were still causing trouble. I have to be careful next. If the other party doesn't come over, I'll provoke him and lure him over. I can only do this myself. You guys stay here. After all, it would be slightly easier for Long Chen to return to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. If the other party was difficult to deal with, he would use the method he used to deal with the Purple Thunder ancestor god. Now, with the addition of ancestor god Ling Su and the others, there were a total of 11 ancestor gods in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. They had basically reached a consensus, and that was that even though the ancestor god had returned, they still hoped for the myriad worlds to be at peace. The ancestor gods were all the creators of the world. They should not destroy their own world, and even more so, should not destroy the world of others. Seeing this scene, Long Chen felt a lot more at ease. This time, of the 24 ancestor gods that had descended, 3 had already been imprisoned, and 8 had joined Long Chen's alliance. Of the remaining 13, 7 were still causing trouble, and the remaining 6 had disappeared in the myriad worlds. It was impossible to determine whether the missing part was good or evil. However, Long Chen wanted to bring these 7 in first. Whether they wanted to fight or to make peace, he would let them decide for themselves. The first destination that Long Chen arrived at was a world of creation level. This world was called the Ice-Snow Continent. The entire world was covered in thick ice and snow all year round, and the temperature was rather low. The human race that lived here called themselves the Snow Clan. They were all tall and slender, and they had eyes that were like ice spirits and ice-blue hair. However, when Long Chen arrived in this world, he saw that the entire ice-snow continent was covered in even more ice and snow. Endless blizzards swept across the entire world. It was precisely because of the ice-snow ancestor god's arrival that the ice-snow continent's temperature dropped even further. He did not control himself, and many lives were destroyed. When ancestor god Ling Su had arrived in this world, she had advised him for a long time, but the ice-snow ancestor god had ignored her. Ancestor god Ling Su had been worried that he would destroy this place in his anger, so she had not done anything. When Long Chen arrived, 2 icy gazes landed on Long Chen from the ice-snow continent. Instantly, Long Chen's body was covered in a thick layer of ice that seeped deep into his bones. Someone else has come. Are they looking to die? On the ice-snow continent, Long Chen saw a burly man draped in beast hide. He seemed to be made of ice and snow, and he had a very powerful aura. He had the aura of an emperor, and was completely different from the ancient wood sacred ancestor. Long Chen said, "Ancestor God, do you know why I'm here? You're here to persuade me not to harm the masses. Cut the crap and scram. This is my world, and I can do whatever I want. If you piss me off, I'll really kill you. He had turned the ice-snow continent into its current state because he wanted to feel better. It seemed like this fellow was no better than the violet lightning ancestor god. Long Chen had a plan in mind. He laughed coldly and said, "How interesting. A mighty ancestor god doesn't even care about the lives of his descendants. How disgraceful. The other ancestor gods are already raising their own descendants. One day, when their descendants far surpass this one, you'll know what it means to lose face." Having said that, Long Chen didn't stay behind. He knew how powerful his words were to the ice-snow ancestor god, and so he immediately fled. Of course, if the ice-snow ancestor god were to vent his anger on the ice-snow continent, that would be Long Chen's loss. But at least Long Chen knew that every ancestor god would have some qualms about destroying their own world. "What did you say?" The ice-snow ancestor god was enraged by Long Chen's words. Long Chen left as soon as he finished speaking. He didn't even have the chance to curse. Under such a quick provocation, he didn't say a word and directly chased after Long Chen. When Long Chen turned around and realized that he was chasing after him, his expression was one of horror. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Long Chen, in his panic, opened the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb and rushed in a very short period of time. "Don't even think of running away. I'll smash your mouth and teach you a lesson." The ice-snow continent's voice was ice-cold. The bitter cold had already enveloped Long Chen's body, and was even about to freeze him. Whoosh! The two rushed into the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. The ice-snow ancestor god had absolute confidence in himself, and didn't think much of Long Chen. At this moment, he also followed in, exactly like the violet lightning ancestor god. Chapter 33-47. The ice ancestor god didn't realize that the demonic dragon tomb was Long Chen's trap. Currently, in this dragon devil ancient tomb, other than the 5 imprisoned, there were 11 other ancestral gods. Adding Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and Long Chen, if the ice ancestor god were to stand against them, it would be a crushing defeat. When Long Chen rushed in, he had already closed the door to the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. However, as expected, the frost ancestor god still chased after him. When this ancestor god, who was covered in ice, came into this world of torrential rain, he naturally sensed the presence of other ancestor gods. Of course, the first thing he thought of was to escape. But the door to the demonic dragon tomb was already closed. He had nowhere to run. "You actually set a trap." The ice ancestor god's face was now covered in frost. He wanted to capture Long Chen, but Long Chen was already with the other ancestor gods. Whoosh! Elder god Ice Snow stood amidst the frost, facing off against the 11 elder gods and the 5 experts on Long Chen's side. His eyes were as cold as ice. But of course, Long Chen's side had far too many experts, and they were all of one mind. When they joined forces, the pressure on elder god Ice Snow was simply too great. He wanted to look fierce, but he wasn't able to. "You are all ancestor gods. What do you want?" The ice ancestor god's voice was cold. It was as if the entire demonic dragon tomb was about to freeze. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Ancestor god, don't be agitated, and don't worry. Everyone here was invited in the same way you did, but none of them were angry. I'll get straight to the point. We gathered everyone here today to discuss matters related to the future of the myriad worlds. We are all ancestor gods who have just descended, so we should interact and get to know each other. However, there are still other ancestor gods who haven't arrived yet. I'll go invite them first." Long Chen explained briefly, then set off. After all, there were still 6 more elder gods that he needed to bring in. If he could bring those 6 in, the myriad worlds would be temporarily at peace. Of course, there were still 6 missing, but they would slowly reappear. After Long Chen left for another world, the everlasting ancestor took his place. You must be the ancestor god of the Frost Continent. For the time being, you're the last to arrive. You should be aware of the situation this time. Nearly 30 of us creators have returned to this world, and all of us have lost our memories. Because of our abilities, we're too destructive to the myriad realms. A single ancestor god can destroy the myriad realms. The problem is, the myriad realms are where we'll live in the future, the home of all of us ancestor gods. None of us wish to destroy our common home because of the actions of an ancestor god. So today, we must gather together. The 24 of us, along with the original Lord of the Myriad Realms, Long Chen, will establish order in the Myriad Realms. What the Ice Frost Elder God had to endure was the suppression of the other 11 Elder Gods. The everlasting ancestors' words did not include the 5 imprisoned in the Jade Disc. Those 5 didn't know how to repent, so for the time being, they didn't have the qualifications to establish order. Long Chen and the others hoped that the 7 Elder Gods who came later would be able to establish order. If there was no order in the future, then the Myriad Realms would become a chaotic place. Right now, we're all waiting for everyone to arrive. There aren't many left. Ancestor God Ling Su said. Hearing this, the Frost Elder God couldn't help but laugh. He said, "You must be joking. The Myriad Realms are such fragile places. What's the point of establishing order? How miserable would that be? If the other worlds without Elder Gods were destroyed, would they come looking for trouble with me?" From his words, one could clearly hear the difference in their natures. This caused the other ancestor gods to look at him coldly. Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood said, "You're wrong to think that way. As a creator, if you don't have the spirit of compassion, and if you don't fulfill your responsibilities, you're not qualified to be one. We need peace in the myriad realms, so we need order. This is the opinion of all of us. If you don't abide by it, then regrettably, you'll be excluded from the competition. When that happens, what awaits you is an eternal loss of freedom. Perhaps you don't know this, but there are 5 elder gods here who have been imprisoned and stripped of their freedom." Mo Xiaolang was on Long Chen's side, so he said, "Frost Elder God, before you creator gods descend, the myriad realms will be at peace. You possess terrifying power, and as the protectors of the myriad realms, we won't allow anyone to destroy this place. Even if you're a creator, you don't have the right to do so. If you act rashly, no matter how the other creator gods deal with you, we'll definitely teach you a lesson with our lives." That's right, there are indeed 5 elder gods who have been imprisoned by us. They've done wrong, and it won't be easy for them to escape. To tell the truth, you're all our ancestors, and we all respect and love you, but none of us want our creator to be a devil. Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood's words represented the 11 elder gods, while Mo Xiaolang's words represented the entire myriad realms. The Frost Elder God had previously thought that order was a joke, but under the intense pressure of their wills, he understood that he wasn't the only creator in the myriad realms. Therefore, he didn't have absolute freedom. At this point, Long Chen rushed out of the Devil Dragon tomb. Another ancestor god had been lured in, and he'd used the same method as the Frost Elder God. These hot-tempered ancestor gods couldn't take it. When that ancestor god entered and saw the huge lineup, he was instantly stunned. When Long Chen saw how obedient the Frost Elder God was, he knew that their intimidation had a certain effect. The next person to bear the pressure was this new ancestor god. Long Chen didn't say much and directly left to deal with the next one. In this Dragon Devil ancient tomb, the various ancestral gods gave this new ancestral god a new round of lessons. Their words were basically the same as when they were directed at the Ice Snow ancestral god. The originally arrogant and despotic ancestral god, under this degree of suppression, immediately shut his mouth. This was the effect that Long Chen wanted. The only way to deal with this kind of ancestor god was to scare them. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Soon, the third and fourth came in. After each one came in, they would be taught a lesson and quickly lose their temper. But in fact, they had kept their temper. Everyone realized that the factions among the ancestor gods were very clear. The last 7 had basically come in because they were chasing after Long Chen, while the ones in front were basically invited by Long Chen. After they came in, there was no need to explain or suppress them. This also led to a situation. That was, when the new ancestor gods realized that the Frost Elder God wasn't standing with the other ancestor gods, they subconsciously approached. From their expressions, they could tell that they had all been taught a lesson after coming in. In the blink of an eye, the 4 ancestor gods stood together, as if they were forming an alliance to fight against Long Chen's group. But that was actually impossible. This was because there were no more than 10 of them. After all, 5 of them had already been imprisoned. On Long Chen's side, other than the 11 ancestor gods, there were 5 of them. Of course, there were good and bad ancestor gods among the missing 6. If they were all invited in, Long Chen's camp would be equivalent to at least 16 or 17 ancestor gods, almost twice as many as the other side. Following that, the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Some of the ancestor gods didn't just use provocation. Long Chen used many other methods before finally tricking them into entering the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Other than the missing 6, all the ancestor gods had already entered the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. In a short period of time, the myriad worlds could be considered to be free from danger. However, the descent of the 24 ancestor gods this time still brought a huge disaster to the myriad worlds. The number of deaths was far more than just one world. If the myriad worlds could stabilize, Long Chen would definitely have to spend a long time to save the lives that had passed away, allowing them to be reborn or rest in peace. As for the remaining 6 ancestor gods, the entire myriad worlds were looking for their movements. In the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, there were a total of 18 ancestor gods, and they were clearly divided into 2 camps. One side had 11, and the other side had 7. Including Long Chen's side, there were a total of 3 ancestor gods, so the difference in strength between the 2 sides was still almost twice that of the other side. It was precisely because of this that it had an absolute effect. Seniors, other than the 6 ancestor gods who are still missing, all the ancestor gods who can be found are now in this Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Today, I have invited everyone here, and I have already made it very clear. We want to establish a new order in the myriad worlds, and first, let me introduce myself. My name is Long Chen, and before everyone descends, my brothers and sisters and I are the guardians of the myriad worlds. Our duty is to protect the peace of the myriad worlds. To speak to the ancestor gods, one had to have confidence and courage. In the beginning, Elder God Lingsu suddenly appeared, followed by the Infinity Stonerock ancestor. But the Infinity Stonerock sought to destroy the infinite worlds, so we had no choice but to defeat him and imprison him. Later, 3 more Elder Gods appeared, one of whom sought to dominate the infinite worlds and destroy all life. We had no choice but to imprison her as well. Now, 24 of them have suddenly appeared. In the previous battles, we imprisoned 3 more Elder Gods. The reason for this is because they disregarded the lives of all life, destroyed the balance of the infinite worlds, and destroyed our common home.